Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here today. Chronicler, are you excited to be playing for the $300,000?
I can't wait. I love game shows, particularly challengers. Long-time viewer, first time here at the show.
I'm sure you're going to have an absolutely amazing time, Chronicler. I think you have been built for this. What we need to do is we need to see whether you can commentate some League of Legends. Do you think you can do that?
I will try my darndest.
I think you'll be darn good at it. No, I'm not going to keep this up. I was planning on doing it for the entirety of the show. Yeah. That's what I wanted, but it's just not going to happen. Howdy, chat. How you doing? Hope you're having a great time. We do have another round of playoffs. The winner of this will be in the Grand Final. Actually, very cool that we get to say Grand Final because now we have a lower bracket, so Grand Final actually exists. I used to say Grand Final all the time. It was incorrect.
It wasn't ground. It was just okay.
No, actually, factually, it wasn't just a Grand Final. It was just a final, and that's fine. But now we've got a lower bracket. We actually get a Grand Final because we have a Winners Final, which is right now. Then we have a lower bracket final or a Losers Final, depending on what you want to say. And then we have the Grand Final. So really exciting stuff. And will it be DRX? Will it be KT? That is the question on everyone's minds, or at least the people who care about Challenger, which is us and you guys, I hope. Otherwise,
yeah, I already made the mistake of reading some YouTube comments that made me wildly uncomfortable, so I'm going to need a little bit of time, Atlas, because I think that...
I mean, Taylor's just hungry, man. It's fine.
You know, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know that.
YouTube chat is about to get ready.
Entwu's been here for a long time, and yes, I am trying to sell you something. I'm trying to sell you the ability to press that follow button on the Twitch channel or the subscribe button on the YouTube channel or whatever.
Wait, Chronicler never casted challengers? No, never. I'm actually the challengers newbie.
He's brand new. Brand new. We're really looking forward to it. And most of the time, it's Orcs and I. Orcs is truly the veteran here of Challenger. So
in general, the veteran. I'd say.
I mean, yeah. No, yeah. I'd agree. Definitely when it comes to League of Legends, I'd say that he's played more than all of us combined.
Yeah.
Firefly Finn, hi. How you doing? Hope you're having a great time. Hit the bell notification. Thank you. Salvery. Really much, very much appreciate that. Because yes, that's what you should do. This is the bracket, and as you can see, we're up to round 3 here. This is the winners final. Before we get to that grand final, DRX or KT, one of these teams is going to be going all the way through. Don't have to worry about that lower bracket final in round 4.
Most shocking thing about this bracket is that there was, in fact, a 3-0 in my Challengers playoffs.
I know.
Fortunately, it was in the first round, and we got it out of the way. I don't want to see any of that in my round 3 and round 4, because that's not what Challengers is. Challengers is trying to do your best, even though you were better the previous game and not succeeding. That's what Challengers really is all about. And I think we'll get that here today. DRX and KT both have shown that they are in great form. DRX, great mental form by reverse sweeping after getting dunked on for 2 games. And KT by just being better.
Yeah, KT looking actually really good in their games. I was very impressed by the bottom side of the map. They were playing with Wei for a lot of the games as well, which was quite cool. Feisty, of course, is always just really good. So there are a lot of things. It's really cool. Why am I haven't been cooking very much. I'm really confused because this was started being said before we'd even started.
I think they're just trying to get in your head, and it's working. So
I know, rent free. Seriously.
As DRX looking good here, incredible amount of resilience, particularly for players this young. But they were the clear favorites coming into playoffs, and in their first match against T1, they didn't really live up to that hype.
No, not in the first 2 games. They did manage to turn it around after that. I think T1 playing better than I expected. I know that we do have a fair bit of T1 hype here, but I don't really share it. I think that the team had some. They had some really good ideas in their first series against Hanwha, and Hanwha got blown out of the water. That was actually pretty sad to watch from a Hanwha perspective, but it was really cool seeing the draft adaptation for T1. But I think that DRX proved that they were the better team on the day.
What's nuts to me is that even with them getting claps in the first 2 games, they're still first in all the stats.
Yeah.
That's actually, I didn't consider that. That's wild to me, because as they won the series, sure, through great drafts. Nasus getting pulled out on the R5.
They won the series by I think they won 2 team fights throughout the whole series against T1. They only won by having better macro, better drafting, and better plans in the early game.
There we go. Sponge.
The Sponge.
Already
Probably like
a legend in his
top,
own right.
Top 3 at least, as far as names that we want to go up to the LCK.
Yeah, I know you're personally, you're partial to Plan B. I'm a Sponge guy.
Plan B is my Plan A.
I'm a Sponge guy. You know, I want to see this guy in the LCK, not just because he's had a great season, came in for Peach and has been doing an expert job, but also because he's kind of crazy, and his name is Sponge.
Yeah, and
I don't need more.
He sponged up the entire forest.
He did.
In their last series.
He cleaned it up.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. Sponge needs a mid laner named Bob. Absolutely. But he does have an AD carry player named Pleta. And
I was waiting for that segue to make sense.
Yeah,
but,
no, it doesn't.
Oh, wait,
there was
he used to be named Becca, which is the same name as Bob.
Yeah, Bob
kind
Becker.
of.
Bob Barker. The Bob Burt
Well,
Bacharach.
you did, Bob Bach, you did start this as a game show. So I think we've gone full circle. We figured it out.
We got there.
Pleta has been very, very good. I wouldn't say that he was the best AD carry in the match that they played because of how good Smash is. But I do think that Pleta is kind of the core of this team, and when he didn't get to play his game, they looked noticeably worse in the games that they did win, even though a large part of that was due to the drafts and the clear setup. It was also much more obvious that Pleta kind of came into his own, was able to carry out the team fights. Because if this guy isn't feeling that great, the team fighting from DRX looks kind of sussy, and they can get away with it because they're macro and their 1-3-1 is great, but is that enough against KT?
It is a very good question, as they're going to be up against this squad right here. Castle, Humbug, Feisty, Hype, and Way. Hype really did make me excited throughout a lot of the season. The guy was extremely good, but Feisty, man, like the amount of times we saw that POG photo come up, all of us were terrified because he's staring into your soul in that photo. And it came up a lot because the man was really good throughout almost the whole season.
Not as scary as Guon, but a definite second, I'd say.
It's up there. It's up. Guon's a little bit more like just straight up mugshot, like intimidating, whereas Feisty's like, what is he thinking?
And look at this.
I'm looking.
We did indeed see that, yes, that round 1 Robin, that's cool, that's fine. But that second match, DRX 2-0 in KT, now that was in the regular season. We know that this doesn't mean anything.
That was like in the last week.
It was.
So it's actually like pretty relevant.
It is, yeah. But I think in best of 5s, team will get some leeway. But if this ends up being a one-sided DRX series, then this is what you're looking like, oh, okay.
This is where you can say, well, we knew this, obviously.
We knew all along, and Challengers is very predictable.
Absolutely.
So why didn't you predict a 3-0? Casters.
Well, that's because we're idiots, everyone,
Yeah.
and we're here mainly to make you guys feel smart. So we have to intentionally say things that aren't necessarily correct so that the payoff is bigger for you. Basically, our sacrifice is your gain. As Humbug, yeah, man's pretty good. And Humbug versus Sponge, super psyched about this matchup.
We really only have top-tier junglers, depending on which form of Forest shows up, but good Forest, like good Forest, Lucid, Sponge, and Humbug are incredible, and I think it's not really a surprise given how important the jungle role is, and in Challengers where games are snowbally, games are messy, having a great jungler really is something that can set you apart from many of the other teams, and Humbug has been doing very well, was kind of okay last year, but I think it's him and Feisty meshing together. This is a little bit oversaturated here.
Just a little
when it comes to like, he's having a good time, and that's what matters.
He's actually currently being beamed up.
To the Enterprise?
Yeah. Scotty's getting him. I think,
Who's
yes,
Scotty?
Simon Pegg.
No,
from the movies.
Okay, I mean, in the context of Challengers.
Oh, no, it's actually just...
It's actually just
Star
Simon
Trek.
Pegg.
Yeah, it's just Simon Pegg. He's come over. He's beamed him up to the place in Britain where there were all those zombies, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, now you're mixing too many movies.
It's all Simon Pegg, though, right?
It is.
And let's talk about Hype for a moment here, because this guy has been very, very good, and he's up against the MVP of the season in Pleta. It's actually going to be a really big focus for this series. It's going to be that bottom side of the map, and I think Hype definitely one of the players that we should be able to trust to stand up to Pleto.
He does, and you guys haven't seen this yet. A lot of this goes back to what we were talking about in yesterday's POC state when Atlas made some of the most astute observation known to man, which is only mid lane matters. We were talking in that context about KT versus Gen.G. I'm going to bring it back here. I think the one reason why DRX was able to 2-0 KT twice is because as good as Feisty is, Setup can match him, and I think a lot of the other teams, Poolbay, for example, hasn't really been up to par. And I think that Bay, even though he's had some great games, also had some games where he's really floundering. So I do think that Setup, when he's on, which isn't always a given. We saw that in some of the first games of the series last time around against T1. Actually has a great shot at keeping Feisty down, and I think if Feisty and Hamba can't get going, that's when we'll see KT struggle, and that's also why DRX was 4-0 against them in the regular season.
That is true, and I'm looking a little bit awkward here because you just gave away that we filmed another episode of the POG state.
Was it a secret?
It was absolutely a secret.
Was it really?
Yeah, we had to keep it incredibly close to our chest. We don't normally do them this much after the regular season has been over. So,
but no one will
you
tell
heard
on
it
the
here
internet,
first
right?
by accident. Yeah, I actually don't know. But
don't worry me like that, man. I thought you were serious.
Imagine if you just became a leaker. You just were a leaker right here.
Do that to
Think
me,
about how
Atlas.
many people would follow you on Twitter to get all of the news.
I don't want to be a leaker. That's not me. You know me. I hate breaking rules. Oh, that would have been horrible. Is this the Challengers League? Yes.
It
It
is. Wow.
Astute observation.
It's actually, if you have a look right above my head, in fact, see that C?
Right there.
Challengers and then L? League. So that's sort of how you can tell. The other part of the acronym, no idea what that means. L, C, or is that the D symbol from the Korean alphabet?
Could be.
And then I think that's a K.
And that's an N in the first one.
Oh yeah. K.
Yeah. I don't know why they introduced a K into...
Yeah, and it's a bit abbreviated because normally you need a bit more structure there for the words.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe it's some slang in solo queue that we don't know of.
That's true. That's true. And no doubt, maybe they're just big fans of the famous ska band.
Could be. Yeah. I like No Doubt. I think they're fine.
Yeah.
I don't have
really? You don't have a strong opinion about No Doubt?
I don't have a strong opinion about... It's like Creed, you know, they're there.
I have a strong
fine.
opinion about Creed.
Why?
It just goes the other direction.
What's wrong with Creed, man? You know, it's what it needs. It's like Nickelback.
They can take you higher.
Yeah.
That is true.
You know, Brendan and I, when we take back the Brendo bus from work, have been enjoying some Creed every now and then, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Do you feel like you're in a Games Workshop in the late 90s?
Yeah, or MTV early 2000s, you know, the video clips playing. I think it's
can
great.
almost smell stale sweat whenever I listen to Creed.
Well, I can't relate to that because I've never heard it before I came here.
Well,
because it wasn't played in the Netherlands at all.
Yeah, Major Nays, that is exactly what Chronicler just did. So I have an opinion about it. He doesn't seem to have an opinion about it.
No, not particularly. I'm unbothered by the knowledge that everyone else seems to have about the connotations surrounding Creed.
What about Nickelback? Do you have an opinion about Nickelback?
Yeah, I think they're really overhated. I don't like it.
Overhated?
Yeah.
It's so cool that sounds so much like overrated, and it's exactly the opposite.
What, yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, but that's how I feel. Like it's like not liking Justin Bieber or One Direction. Like it is what it needs to be. It's like bubblegum rock.
Yeah, and I
think that's
I do
fine.
feel like if you not liking stuff like that is a bit weird because you do have to like go out of your way to not like it.
You have to be a bit of a hipster.
Yeah. It's
and
like
I do that sometimes with music. I don't like gatekeeping.
Yeah.
I think
people
want to listen to Photograph. Let them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. Like Carly Rae Jepsen, for example.
Exactly.
And I actually have started to go out of my way
every now and then
to enjoy some Carly Rae Jepsen.
I know, because it's sometimes
I've got
just
the man
good.
that gives me the good recommendations, the songs to listen to, you know? But like the way that I see it, like when you're trying to gatekeep music and stuff like that, it's like I don't know. It's like you heard of a guy in the suburb over who's like playing D&D with his friends in his basement. And you go down to the basement just to go and say, I don't want to play D&D with you.
Yeah. Oh, D&D, that's for nerds.
Yeah, and then just turn around and leave.
Who does that?
Like, you don't... Yeah, like,
don't
let them enjoy.
Let people enjoy stuff. If you're on the internet, just be nice. And in challengers, you have to be nice. Otherwise, you get banned. You know, we always have one eye on the game, one eye on the mini-map, and then one finger on the ban button.
Absolutely. Or one hammer on the ban button.
Yeah.
My laptop is going to struggle.
You are. Yeah. I'm more of a timeouter. We've had this conversation a lot. But if Atlas sees you, he will call you out and then ban you. If Valdez is there, you gotta play it safe.
No, Valdez is like, there's not even any mention. He's just a cold, hard killer. He's more like an assassin, whereas I'm more like a gorilla.
That was offensive. Labeling D&D players nerds, what does that make you? Super nerds. We're sitting talking about a video game. There's nothing wrong with that.
Wow,
I love D&D.
People find. I mean, it was just an example.
That's obviously a joke.
I hope it's an example.
Yeah, if you're in Twitch chat and you're talking to LCK commentators, I assume you know that we've done our fair share of D&Ding ourselves.
Yeah, and I also was that guy playing D&D, and it was my sister that came down unannounced without an invitation to say stuff like that. Yeah, so it was more just a representation of an experience I had in the past. Let's have a look at this, though. This is KT and their meteoric rise towards the middle of the season. But same thing can be said of DRX, who started off having a bit of a rough time, beginning at 8th place. It was not the start we were expecting from this squad, but consistently making their way back.
And it went in multiple phases as well, right? They started off, and pretty quickly it was clear that they were like at least a playoffs team. But then in the final week, like again, I go back to that jump from third to first, where they dispatched all of KT and of D+, which were looking like their main competitors, right? And even though KT, I think at this point, has earned our trust when it comes to facing D+, and if that matchup ends up coming back, even I really rate D+, but I feel like KT has shown that they just know how to deal with them. But DRX, this team, when the pressure is on, just seemingly so much better and so much more well-equipped to deal with it than they were last year.
Yeah, than they used to be,
When they notoriously fell down after being so much more dominant than any LCK Challengers team we've seen in quite a while.
No, it's actually really cool. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it is going to play out here, because of course you can see that the regular season records are neck and neck. If you I don't know whether you actually, that we put up the predictions just yet, or whether we even will, but the predictions are almost like, for us, everyone is saying it's a 3-2. I think that this was honestly a bit of a coin flip for me in my mind, as far as who was going to win. I think seeing KT play more recently, they were more impressive. But you have to put into consideration opposition and all these sorts of things, and then the history between these two squads and how they actually play against one another, right? I think preparing for a team like T1 is really, really difficult.
There we go.
Whereas preparing for this team might be a little bit more straightforward, given their ability to beat them in the past. And yeah, here are the predictions. No one predicting a 3-0, but a lot more 3-1s than I was expecting, to be honest. You included. You 3-1-er you, as you and Wolf both on the 3-1 hype train. Valdez 3-2 with me, but on the other side. So we have some perfect balance here.
Yundo with a DRX 3-1 as well, getting in there. Thank you for letting us know, Yundo.
Appreciate that, Yundo.
And I'd say that this, like a 60-40, 65-35 would be my expectation. No one will be shocked if KT win here today, but given the history of the two teams, when they faced during the split and even fairly recently, I do think that DRX, particularly because they were able to beat T1 in the end, do deserve our trust. But, you know, I'm seeing that 3-1, I'm like, yeah, maybe that should have been a 3-2. Maybe the 3-1 was a little optimistic. It did came right after Wolf went for 3-1, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll do that. And now I'm sitting here, I'm like, there is no way this isn't a 5-gamer. But in Challenger, sometimes that means that it's not. It really is impossible to predict anything when it comes to Challengers. We don't know.
It is true. Although, I am a little bit worried, because Dongjun, he predicted KT, and I trust that guy. Been working with him for a very long time. So sometimes, you know, you get those feelings. You know, like you see the pony vote and it's against your vote in the LCK. And you're like, he's going to be wrong, right, guys? And he never is. We've got 3 junglers being banned, or, as Orcs likes to say, 3 supports being banned already. Look at Lee Sin. He's a bit annoyed about being banned, man. Look at how annoyed he is.
He generally is a cranky man.
He is he's like a disgruntled thumb.
He is. I don't appreciate you for putting that image in my head, but that is what's happening.
Someone put that image in my head recently. I don't know whether it was Orcs on our last broadcast or whether it was somebody else, but oh man.
Yeah,
it was a rough time.
DRX Academy also won, and if you think that the current DRX players' names are good, they have a player called Frog on their roster. Frog and Career.
A career on a team with Frog.
Oh, yeah.
What a time to be alive. And he could, if his career goes further, he could have a career being career with a sponge.
I'm happy. We did get to that point in the DRX T1 matchup where things got very weird. And we were like, let's leave up and give them Annie and Varus.
Annie went through like half of the draft.
Yeah, but it was fine because Nessus was there. And I'm 100% sure. If you didn't watch the series, you might be like, what is this guy talking about? That's actually what happened. They gave Varus and Annie and R5 Nessus and won the game with it.
That is a thing that happened. That was real life.
Pick. I'm not that on board with it, but I think that it's a lot better, specifically because the jungle pool is already so pinched. And Viego or what's it called? The Vi would be fine options here.
Viego?
Yeah, either of those. You can go Viego and then maybe pick an R3 Lissandra here. Could do that.
Kind of into it. See what they do decide to lock in for the second one. I would expect a bottom laner if we were going to go stock standard, but you could also take a priority top lane like a Cassante or something that you're happy to blind pick, something that is worth the priority pick. But no, it will just be the Rakan, likely to be followed by the Xayah that Hype has been favoring. I liked Wei's Nautilus a lot. Was actually a huge fan, but they're going to take Rakan and Viego instead of taking away Zeri. And Zeri, Wukong, and Lulu is like, it's like the combo of champions that does pretty good winning on this patch.
Yeah, it is. It's not the most exciting, but it's the type of composition. Yeah, deeply uninteresting, one might add. But it's definitely something that can win the game no matter what, and can, if you get ahead early, there's no counterplay.
It's not interesting, but it is a thing. Kind of like a plastic bag.
Oh, I thought you were going to say kind of like Creed.
No, Nickelback.
Malphite ban coming through here. And I do think that the R5 counter pip for top lane has been a lot more valuable than it has been. DRX has shown us that already, but I think KT with Castle, who has been playing very, very well, can give an example of that as well. And as you noted, we are playing with Wei here or opening up at least with Wei here today. Don't know if that is going to remain the case, but we will see what ends up happening. I think they have been sticking with him for most of the playoffs thus far.
Yeah, he really he came in a bit late, but they have certainly defaulted back to him. I actually quite enjoyed his debut when he started playing here for KT. Was kind of impressed, and he did have some great games. So final ban to come through here from DRX. They're going to augment the Malphite ban with a LeBlanc. Some pretty generic bans, to be perfectly honest. It feels like DRX kind of testing the water, and honestly, kind of got whatever they wanted. However, this Veigar is kind of amazing in this particular spot.
I think you might Victor here. I'm not generally a big Victor guy. I'm also on board with that. Anything with range. If they like, we've seen LCK teams do this a lot, and I actually think in some cases challenger teams do a lot more of this, where they actually. I would have rather seen, but I think the Syndra still does what we want, which is don't pick short range into a face-up Veigar and Xayah. And LCK teams don't always, always succeed in this test, as we saw in our most recent series.
Yep.
And I do think that DRX, depending on which top lane they can get her, Chase would be great. Malphite's already banned away. You get a ton of extra range, which is really good into both the Xayah and the Veigar. Look at that. Beautiful. DRX, they get it.
They do. They get it indeed. Could have even been a Rumble.
Ooh,
Equalizer over a scatter. Oh man.
Yeah.
Completely outranging Vigo, totally. As
Yeah,
Gragas being
good.
considered, will not add very much damage from the top lane, but with Viego, I think you can afford to do that. As KT not really revealing very much. DRX not revealing very much either. This is just supreme handshake. The most handshake between these two squads as far as composition is concerned. But I think like DRX just got like a little bit better in every category.
I really like the DRX draft. I think they have the range to deal with the Xayah and the Rakan. I think the top lane matchup, because I do expect this to be AP Gragas, which has a great matchup into Jace, to be a little rough. But as long as Clear doesn't fall behind, which generally he doesn't, I do think that the Jace will just always be valuable because both Feisty and Hype will really struggle if the opposing team just kind of sits at a distance and takes them down. They do have great hard engage, so I do think the KT composition can win no matter what. I actually think we have pretty well-rounded drafts, but when executed to its peak, I personally like the DRX draft more. But KT's draft is, I think, very straightforward, and in the first match of a best-of-5, I also think that can be pretty valuable.
I agree. I think the one danger for DRX is this Vigo versus Syndra matchup.
Yeah.
Because I think that Syndra has been kind of terrible.
She has.
Like, all the time. She's been preyed upon by a lot of our teams. We know what she's capable of, right? So we're looking at this draft on paper and we're thinking it's still fine. But in the back of my mind, I've got Syndra sucks just blaring like out of a megaphone.
Also, they denied you Acel, I think, which doesn't help.
And that was going to be like the classic poker move of, oh, I will see your infinite scaling and I will raise you infinite scaling on a cosmic scale.
Nice.
And that would have been really fun to say, but at least I got to say it. But he's not going to be in the game, which is
maybe
really sad.
next game. And I do think it's cool, Seitzap pulling out, because the only person who has been able to make Syndra look good is Feisty.
He has. Well, we'll see how it is going to go. I can feel that it is time to start rocking out.
We're doing the late doo-doo-doos now, right? We're trying
no,
to do
we're just
sticking.
We're just enjoying the doo-doo-doos because they are now in.
They're here.
So let's have a listen to some doo-doo-doos, guys. Enjoy. Oh, isn't it amazing?
I'm so happy. And you know who we have to thank for this? Is Yundo.
Yundo.
Everyone, say thank you, Yundo, in chat. Because without Yundo, you wouldn't have to do this.
Yeah,
every
we can also
single time.
We can call him Yun-do-do-do-do if we want to. That can be his new name.
I like the idea of it, but it doesn't sound as good as I thought it would.
Yun-do-do-do-do.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm going to call him from now on. As KT will spot this ward. They'll get some gold, but they will not kill it.
Yep. Now everyone in chat is saying thank you, Yun-do-do-do-do. Perfect.
I like how we've even got it in Korean. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic.
Perfect chat. You're doing a great job.
Very, very happy. Oh my! Look at the balance. It's just sponge. His win rate is too good. We needed balance.
It's not cool, Sponge. We needed 50-50 on everyone. Oh, okay.
All right, well.
Okay, KT bot lane.
KT bot lane doing pretty good with this whole Xayah Rakan situation. You can see they're already going aggressive here very early on. Piero still burning down. He's going to have to flash. Does so very, very late. And DRX kind of off to a rough start down here. We don't see that from the good old Rakan Xayah lane level 1 all that often. And often it's because it's largely respected due to the fact that is a relatively strong time for the lane. Not this time.
Yeah, very rough. Can't get caught into in a grand entrance if you're Lulu. That's like the one thing. Piero opting out the flash as Hambak, very happy that Viego is no longer disabled.
Yeah.
And I do think we're going to see a lot of these because these are, of course, throughout the entirety of the split. So these are not playoff specific. I don't think because Viego, of course, was not available for part of the playoffs. And it will mean that like both DRX and KT are very, very strong teams. So their stats are going to look pretty good. KDA not necessarily as much, but the win rate for Sponge here still looking peachy.
Yep, looking just fine.
Peach.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe. We do have a lot of Korean players that do spend some time. It's almost like they go on exchange for a bit.
They do.
You know, and then they just come back with all of their stories and experiences and a wish for a better solo queue experience.
Or, in the case of Noah, who played on KT last year before Hype was around, they go to an ERL, then dunk on everyone and tweet at everyone how bad they are.
Yeah.
Keep asking.
Well, he wasn't tweeting about how bad they are. He's just asking for some challenge. Okay, Satab could be in trouble. But Feisty could also, as Satab's just going to go down. That is a beautiful bait from Feisty, and Humbug is going to lock down first blood.
Exceptionally well done there. Beautiful timing from Humbug. And Satab getting caught off guard there by the Viego, and shouldn't be surprising that the Viego is on the bottom half of the map, given that you have decent vision on top half. Sponge is taking that Krabby, and Piero doesn't have flash again. This is exactly the start that you're looking for if you're KT.
Absolutely.
Try and get the snowball rolling early.
And that guy with the megaphone in the back of my head is just still yelling at me, saying that Syndra's real bad. It's sad, right? Satab has been a great Syndra player in the past. Already off to a rough start. That being said, was a decent effort. Didn't have to flash, or chose not to flash. And so therefore can continue to push up relatively far. Clear. A little bit of trouble here on the top side. Castle just having his wave shoved towards him. Both of these top laners with their teleports at the ready. As we see Wukong making his way down.
Control.
Yeah, there is so many wards. Just going to be offering some defense here to his bottom lane for now.
There's 6 wards. Like, they know he's doing this camp right now. There is 4 wards in the river, and there's 1 in butt brush as well.
Yeah, it's nuts. There is all the information that they could ever want. Vision does go down for DRX here in the river, but they're not going to spot this dragon that has been started up, although they do actually know that Humbug is doing it.
Yeah, can't do too much about it with the bot lane prior the way it is,
yeah.
I don't think.
They distract him, though, because he saw that ward with his Strider's Bloom. So, you know, wasting a little bit of time. There we go. There's a little bit of something. A little bit of something. A Sponge, he knows that this dragon is not something that he can contest, and he will move to his topside jungle and start getting that one cleared out. Feels like DRX not having a great time in mid to bot lane, but top side of the map doing absolutely fine here for clear. I think that in the mid game, this Jace is going to be very important. So if you are a DRX fan, that is one of the positives that you can look towards, but otherwise, KT looking fantastic in this early game. And it wasn't necessarily something I was expecting to say, but it is something that happens with these Viego into Wukong games, where it takes level 6 for the Wukong to really start doing anything.
Yeah, it's very akin to what we've seen with why things like Vi used to be picked a lot into Wukong, same for Lee, which of course was banned this game. And it's that Wukong, into some matchups, Maokai is a great example, actually can find some early aggression, but Viego outduels him really, really hard. So you don't really have any playmaking potential pre-6, and it's up to the Viego player to actually make use of that. And I think credit goes to Humbug for actually being able to find the early plays. Same for his bot lane, Hype and Wei actually getting the great level 1. But if you're a DRX fan, I think you're looking at level 6, right? When we get the first fight, that's where you should expect to get something done. Depending on how Feisty plays it out, I think the cage really is going to be like the big skill that we have to look out for, because no one on DRX really has a way of dealing with it. If they are in, they are very much in. But despite that early gank, Satab recovering very well in mid lane.
Yeah, doing absolutely fine. Of course, this is what happens when it's a gank, when you have teleport very early on, and especially in mid lane, where it's never really a situation where the wave can be in a terribly detrimental state after a gank like that. So was able to get back and do exactly what he wanted. And this is what we were talking about before. The flash was still up for Satab, so he can still play aggressively. And that does help that first blood be mitigated just a little bit. Still does mean 900 gold the lead here for KT. A lot of that due to the fact that Humbug has been ripping through the jungle.
And Claire knows that Humbug is there, and this is
gets the cannon.
Very big win. This is it's Gragas. So if you step forward, you die. We'll play it very safe. Eventually, he's gonna have to walk back up to his wave, but has a pretty sizable lead right now. And the vision control that was there for KT on the bot side was mirrored by DRX, which is why they knew where Humbug was. And pace of the game somewhat slowed down. Expect to see some fighting when we get to this next up and coming dragon.
Yeah, Rift Herald as well, something that
yeah.
KT looks like they might want to tussle for. You can see the Diego moving up from that bottom side, possibly in position to look for Satab, but the wave not in a very gankable position. Sponge going to start getting through this. Shelly, we'll see whether it is going to be DRX that are able to take it or whether this is going to
risky
be
for KT.
Our first fight. Yeah, Clear is going to move round. Satab gets in there, but you can see Humbug, he's very strong. And DRX not really wanting to fight this. As Castle going to get dove on here by the Jace. Just going to try and push him away. Some individual battles here, 1v1 and 2v2, as Shelly just gets annoyed and will go back home. So it doesn't want anything to do with this.
And crucial here is that Hype was ahead of the back. So Hype is much earlier at getting to this objective. And if DRX can find a way to slow down this play here, they might be able to get out ahead, right? Zeri is incredibly strong, but looks like they don't want to take the risk, which makes sense. There's a lot of hard engage here for KT, and if you overstep and lose a couple of members, you're in really deep trouble. So my expectation is that Plata will get like a plate, and well done by KT, right? Like they are able to counteract the play, they're able to pick themselves up the Herald. And yeah, I think with the timing still available for Plata, doesn't even look like he will be able to get a lot done. And it's a cannon wave. So the only good thing that comes out of this, that Plata now is equal in gold, right? Or equal in CS rather. Gold, still expect Hype to be in a decent spot.
Yeah, so not really a great set of plays here for DRX, showing that they don't really have the confidence.
Yeah.
After how this early game has gone. Does mean that they don't throw away any opportunities, but with a Syndra composition and they're not actually able to get themselves into a position to fight, especially level 6 for a Wukong as well, it doesn't feel great for the future, and it looks like KT benefiting a lot by how this game is going thus far.
I do think that DRX will, provided that they play out the fights well, will have an advantage as we get in the later stage of the game just by the virtue of their range advantage. Because everyone on KT is short range, right? And their engage is really good, but the combination of Scatter and a Lulu ultimate can be a bit detrimental to some of the carries on KT. But if KT take control of the map, like they have been doing thus far, get the early objectives and force DRX to like hard engage onto them, you're going to be in really deep trouble. We see Hype and Wei have basically been having continuous prio here towards the bottom side of the map. And if that remains the case, might see early dragon stacking, and with the Cloud and the Chemtech rather already being on the Rift,
the only
we're getting a good one.
The only terrible option is the Ocean Soul. It's not necessarily terrible, but it's the worst one. As Knockup comes in, greedy from Satab, not going to flash, and therefore he is going to die. You just need to flash those.
Yeah, don't have a choice. Need to flash that as Sponge.
Yeah, he's going to look for Feisty here, but it looks like Feisty's not going to be perturbed by the monkey. And Shelly going to jump down as well, and Feisty getting ahead, that is massive because this guy has been such a linchpin for this team. That is 2 plates that he picks up, and now Sponge just has to party in this event horizon. It's not where he wants to party, it's dangerous to party in there.
And Satab thought maybe he could walk off the grand entrance. That'd be my guess, but I do agree. That first flash, I'm on board with him not going for it, right, in the first gank where he ends up going down. But this one, yeah, you gotta flash that. Because the moment that any of it hits, you immediately die. And without you, they can't contest for Drake. And I was calling for a Victor. I think Victor would have suffered exactly the same fate.
Victor would have flashed that.
Yeah, that's the takeaway. Victor would have.
Victor would have flashed that.
I'm not subscribing to the anti-Syndra crusade, but I am thinking that what we're seeing from Satab right now is looking very rough. This was also something that happened in the previous series. Let's not forget that they literally roasted him in game number 1 after Satab got like a small lead, and then they just started roasting everyone.
Yeah.
Including Satab, and giving over early kills to Humbug and Feisty is a really good way to make the game very hard for yourself. It's Hextech Soul as well, so early setup from KT here is great. They've identified the weak link for DRX, and right now, that is Satab.
Yeah, and KT are just really cruising at this stage. And we talked about range advantages and things like that. I guess we can talk about how KT want to win team fights in the late stages, because I think like Castle finding casks and getting these engages to work is actually kind of huge and really does put a dampener in what we were talking about as far as range advantage, because it is clearly there for DRX as far as, never mind, hold the thought for a moment, but never mind.
I mean, they have great hard engage, right? With Rakan and Gragas, that goes without saying. But I do think that if they're on even footing and they don't have a great position when it comes to like flanks, be in trouble.
Yeah, Cyclone going to come through here, but Sponge going to have to use it defensively. KT just bearing down on them now, and DRX looking like they're feeling the pressure a lot. Gonna have to find themselves an angle to get back into this game.
And
could be clear. Maybe it's clear. Maybe clears the angle back in.
you know what I'm seeing here is that the only thing that matters is mid. We're seeing it again.
It does. It does certainly.
Kind of feel this way, right? Because there's never any mid prio, and Humbug just gets to permanently invade. Even with Sunder already done for Sponge, just because of the threat of Cage, he's forced to go for that. And DRX, they're holding on, but 2k gold deficit into a composition that skills very, very well as well. It's not looking too hot.
Not great. And you can see DRX going to have to move away from this bottom side as well, so this means that Hype going to be getting a bunch of money. We'll see whether Sponge moving over here is going to change anything, but with no Cyclone, I don't think it does. Plates will fall down, so at least this isn't more plates going over to Hype, but still a rough trot for DRX, and just fantastic pressure usage by KT on the bottom side, just moving through this very dark jungle that DRX used to own. It's not theirs anymore. They don't have it. This is all KT all the time, apart from top lane. Top lane's okay.
Top lane's great. Yeah, that's the story of DRX, right? Like, yeah, clear is great. Doesn't matter in this game. Well, you know, maybe if they can fun as a clip spike and really try to force a fight around an objective, but it's not looking too hot right now. Turret is probably going to go down earlier as well, which is going to put Hype even further ahead. Already had his Mythic finished a good amount of time earlier. And DRX, very reminiscent of what we saw in their first game against T1, just kind of getting pulled apart, and KT looking really, really clean here thus far.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. They're going to lose out on Shirley, but we don't really care. I'm kind of proud of KT for going for a reset when it was only Shirley on the map, because she's just not as important, and they will be able to get back to making sure they have as much pressure everywhere. And even, like, you can see that bottom side, we've got a minute until the next Drake. It's going to be a Hextech Soul as well, which is absolutely massive. Sure, there is a theory that you could use Shirley in order to get more control of the bottom side, but as you can see here, the Event Horizon going to come down. Fleta immediately going to have to flash. Piero does exactly the same thing as now the fight is on. The Feisty just says no to the monkey. Humbug is going to possess him as well, and KT, they just evaporate the enemy jungler.
Feisty's playing so well. And like, he's the one that is able to follow up on the hard engage there. Sponge just gets it blown up in a matter of seconds. And it's this mid-jungle duo that is performing so admirably here, because this is they're a member down. This should be an advantageous fight, right? The setup comes through here from Wei, actually, that finds the charm onto the Rakan, and then with the Meteor from this fed Veigar, it's an easy pickup, and even with clear roaming, things are not looking good, and this is basically a must-win fight. DRX kind of in shambles here. The only upside is that Feisty did flash, so maybe they can use that with Castle joining as well. Looking great for KT here.
Very rough. Shirley going to come into this mid lane, but with Gragas turning up and this Drake nowhere near started, it's going to have to be control of mid, and then try desperately to grab this first Hextech. Of course, it is just Soul Point, but it just makes life so difficult as this game goes on.
This is a good position here for DRX, with them having control on the river, being able to poke a lot.
Yep, Scatter is going to land. Humbug taking a bit of damage there as well, as Castle just trying to find that flank angle. If there is a Zeri moment, that could save them from this, but KT Freight Train moving forward, and it looks like DRX not quite strong enough to stop them for now. Sponge is going to pull out the Dragon from the pit. Shock Blast not going to connect. They need a few of these to land. Yeah, I think so that KT can't get in.
Yeah, I think with the health bars being a little bit low on Humbug and Hype, just going for the cross map here is a great call from KT. You don't need to flip on this. This is just the first Hextech Drake. You're going to get mid lane turret, which gives you a ton more gold, and kind of catapults you even further ahead when it comes to map control. And overall, I think KT still looking really good here, right? Like not trying to hard force into a composition that I do think can still win fights at this point. And as you're saying, avoiding a Zeri moment is very, very important. And the only upside for DRX is they get the one Drake, which might not some, and Clear is just having a great time, farming up.
Absolutely is. Piero and Sponge waiting for someone to try and stop this Jace. And the KT answer is, we won't stop the Jace. Therefore, you're wasting your time. Haha! I like it. It's a good plan. It does mean that that gold lead is going to trickle back towards DRX a little bit. It is still a really rough time. And now Seitab, you can see, not able to walk up. Walks towards this ward as Humbug, yeah, I mean, they know that he's there. As the Gromp is just going to be, stolen away, kidnapped Gromp. Or at least, maybe saved Gromp, because of course, on their side of the rift.
True.
So, recovered Gromp.
Look at that. Feisty running Yuumi summoners here.
Hey, there we go. You love to see it.
Ready to fight. To the death.
Well, that's like feral Yuumi summoners. I feel like heal exhaust is the Yuumi summoners, no?
This is Lahen summoners. Full AP Yuumi. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He's ready.
I mean, they used to be my old Akali summoners back in Season 1.
I can see that.
Yeah, Flash, I don't think Flash was in the game yet. I think Flash was like, it wasn't in like the base game.
Different league would be without Flash. It's hard to think about.
A lot more Ghost is taken, as it turns out.
Yeah, I know, but Ghost doesn't have the same immediate impact, you know?
No, it doesn't.
Which is why Flash is so popular. But also from a viewing perspective.
What if Blink Dagger was in the game?
Well, it would be another thing that
get to build Flash.
Will be another thing that Veldus probably wouldn't be very happy with, considering his views on Stopwatch.
Would it be enough to like make Stopwatch feel more balanced? You know, like would Valdez complain about it less? Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it would. Yeah, because Flash on an item is kind of crazy, considering how, you know, not Flash Guild Forces, and that's still like an absolute god tier item.
Or Dash Cannon.
Also true, yeah. Although that one is right now not that good. Like there's not a lot of AP assassins.
When that item first came out, I was like, this sounds like the best thing to happen to Mordekaiser ever. And then unfortunately Riftmaker was also the best thing to happen to Mordekaiser ever.
And then Jackshow was the best thing to happen to Mordekaiser ever. Oh, good old Mord. A lot of great moments.
And then actually it turns out not enough was good enough to make Mord good again. So, what can you do? Sponge in a bit of trouble. He does have Warrior Trickster trying to interrupt them with the Cyclone. Does get the second knock-up, but he's still real dead. And that is going to be KT, taking away the enemy jungler, escorting him out of the jungle and moving towards a Baron. And now with no jungler available, how are you supposed to contest this? The answer is you're not.
Yeah, and Sponge, unfortunately, is going to have to be the person, right, that tries and contest, where it looks like DRX is still going to try and maybe win the fight here?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. As Event Horizon does come down, that's a flash forward. Wei is going to die, but that is just the Rakan. Not exactly the most massive value as the Zeri just jives in and explodes. Okay.
Need a replay of that one. I'm going...
Oh, was it a cask?
Well, I'm going to assume it's a cask, because I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I feel like the cask cooldown was a little off. And Sponge, I think, is having a rough time this game, but he's also in a position where he has to play very far forward. As let's take a look what happens to Plata. As no, we're just going in, and then we do get hit by, I think it was the cage.
Was he going to was he like trying to go for a Baron steal?
No, I think he just tries to go in and blow them up. Still had Flash available as well, but it didn't quite work out. Yeah. But what I do want to highlight is that when looking at the individual performances here, I think like Sponge there dying feels bad, but also he kind of has to. But Seitab needs to step it up for the next game, because you know he gets the kill there on the way, and that's nice. But that's still pretty big investment for a kill that in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter too much. And looks like even with blue side at their disposal, DRX in this first game not going to be able to withstand the might of KT, and a lot of it just comes down to little Yordle there. Feisty having an amazing game here.
Yeah, as Sponge is going to be cycloning for a moment. This Baron's still here though, and they are going to be able to take down the turret eventually, utilizing the empowered siege minion. But the gold lead, man, it's moving towards about 6,000 now. There's Humbug getting to work on Soul Point here for KT. Hextech Drake going to be going down. DRX thanking their lucky stars that they were able to at least take down the third Drake of the game and delay this from being a Soul, because of course if this was KT picking up Hextech Soul, it would be just game over more than it already is. And it feels like it kind of is.
Yeah, barring some crazy Zeri shenanigans, it's really hard to see DRX win this one, because even with Clear being as fat as he is, there are so many threats on KT. Humbug needs to be dealt with, because if he doesn't, he will eat up your entire team. Feisty is self-explanatory, and we already know how hard it is to focus down a Veigar. I like this, if they can like force a flash here and not die, which I don't know about that, because there are a lot of people here. But they don't know. So if they can 100-0 Feisty, then maybe, but the reinforcements are there, and
they're now moving away from all of the people that
okay, but they don't know, so this is a all or nothing flank angle, I guess?
Well, I mean, it is the Lulu flank is something that not a lot of people expect. The Sponge is going to be able to dance forward on this one. They do find Hype, who's going to have to flash. Doesn't get the Cyclone knockup, but does get that one, as now Hype is dancing forward. Sponge going to be flashing to try and get himself out of there, as Satab trying to help from the other side, and this flank 100% did not work. In fact, KT are going to benefit the most. This could be a fast track to game 2.
Looking like it. KT going to push on here as Satab goes down as well.
Oh, well.
Gets a counter trade on Hype, which probably means the game isn't over yet. By which I mean the Nexus won't explode.
Yeah, the Nexus isn't dead yet.
Yeah.
Some time has been purchased.
And I think that these type of Hail Mary engages are a good shout. The problem here is, again, Feisty. Like, puts Clear in a cage, and without Clear's damage, you're not killing anyone. And then another thing is that KT actually played this really well, because even though the shove was happening from 2 members of KT, the rest of the team was in the general vicinity, so there was never really an opportunity to try and like hard force a play. So DRX were kind of forced to try and go for the flank, even though it didn't look very good. And KT now 7k gold lead, about to get a Hextech Soul. They're just chilling.
They are.
DRX. I know that they pulled it off against T1, but I think trying to go for 2 back-to-back reverse sweeps might not be the angle.
Yeah, and I also don't think that they've been doing a lot of recent winning with this Syndra either. I mean, I know it gives me the heebie-jeebies, not necessarily for the actual power of the pick, but we just don't ever see it win, man. It sucks. And I just hope that it never gets picked again.
Yeah, I would have preferred Victor. And me saying that means a lot.
Right. Nerf to Zia, like
no,
anything.
No, not nerf to Zia. Let's
Rumble mid. Kled.
Okay, we're quickly.
You can't primordial burst Kled.
Well,
he just jumps off Skull.
I mean, I
says,
guess, but you do E him, and then he doesn't exist in the video game.
Yes, he does. He always exists. He always gets to go. Brr, 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 brr. You know?
I guess. Oh no.
Well, Sponge is on a merry jaunt towards the Death Chamber. He will now spend some time there. In fact, I can give you an update on exactly how much time. Let me peer on over. 25 seconds?
What? No,
31.
31? 30.
Can't see
29.
very good.
28. Are you okay? 25
yeah, 25.
now.
Yeah, there we go. We go there. Yeah, the game 1 DRX situation, maybe? Is that what we're talking about here?
I think that KT in this game just played way better.
Yeah,
and,
they look just better in every way.
Well, so I actually do think that the even though level 1 was very favored for Hype and Wei as well.
Castle blows his stopwatch.
Should be okay.
Well, yeah. It's like a rough time,
as
they at least managed to get this in a turret. So, we're going to go for a base race as the Baron is being started. Interesting. Sponge only just came out of the Death Chamber. as I was pretty focused on that one before. So KT with 4 members are going to be able to take the Baron, and they keep their inhibitor turret alive towards that bottom side. However, inner turret collected by DRX, so I guess if you are going to cope, that is the way you do it.
I think you cope for next game. This game is done.
You can put
done
the
and
investment
dusted.
of that inner turret into the next game.
Okay, well, so this is how it happens. DRX, give this one up and then steal Elder. I don't think there's a timeline where you win by like Sponge sacrificing himself to get this dragon, because I think they then just group and end.
Wow. For a champion that looks like she's just a detriment, Syndra does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, like I know you're very much.
I'm an anti. I'm a
you're
I'm
an
a big
anti.
Syndra anti.
And that's okay. But what's more concerning to me is how Setup is playing, because I think Setup is a really big part of why this team does well. And we know, we sort of literally, like last week in his series, he had 2 games where he looked completely boomed, the first 2, and then in game, I think it was like 3 and 5 specifically, he was really, really good. And this is definitely one of the not even remotely playing well games, because dying twice early into Veigar and Viego means that they can just start snowballing, make a really big impact on the map, and we're seeing it here.
Oh, Feisty taking a fair bit of damage here. Clear with his Shock Blast.
He's trying so hard.
Helping out, yeah, exactly. They haven't broken the base yet, so I guess, you know, it ain't over till it's over. But there is a stun. Okay. On to Clear. They get the teleport from Feisty as he moves himself back. Just needed to get that health bar back up to full. And it is 4v4 down here for now, with Clear going back home, making sure that he is A-OK. Castle to move this minion wave towards mid lane.
Just stall. Stall to Elder.
Yeah.
Flip that. Easy.
Yeah.
Good comeback.
Absolutely. Yeah, no.
No problem.
Should be fine. Absolutely fine. Everything about this, I am very confident that this is still up in the air.
I mean, Zeri has 3 items. You know,
True.
there's opportunity.
Hype has 3 items and a Scepter of the Vampiric nature and a Stopwatch, the most important part. Is Karski's going to miss. Flash comes through. Shock Blast is going to miss as well. I don't know whether Clear necessarily needed to flash that. It looked kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah, I think
there might have been a skill shot coming in that I couldn't see, because apparently today I can't see.
Oh,
so.
yeah, there was a cage.
Right.
Coming in. So if he got caged, he would die.
Yeah.
Cage bad.
Yeah.
Can't cage the Jace. Well, they can. That's right. It's a flash. I would personally love if Clear picks up a Cyrilus. I do think the Edge of Mag is great here for obvious reasons. Casks, Rakans, cages. But does really need that if he wants to hold on. But as good as the game state is, as long as like the base is standing, there's a small shot. The one issue the KT composition does have is, I think, without Elder or Baron, their siege is really tough, because DRX, their ranged wave clear, is really, really dumb. Yeah, it's like really good. So you don't really get to siege that much, and diving for obvious reasons can be a bit tough as well. But KT is up 7.5k gold, so they have full map control, so they should just be able to pick up any objective that they want. As Clear might be in some trouble, does not have flash.
He might be a bit dead, as Heartbreaker going to come forward. That is a great grand entrance and a really dead Jace, and that could be the moment for KT to play around 3 minutes on the Elder, but I don't think that's where their focus is going to be, as it's going to have to be that Zeri moment that you were talking about.
Humbug. Very scared.
Oh dear, Sponge is just dead. I thought that was his decoy, but it wasn't. It was just him.
Well, that's game.
Yeah.
So, Feisty vote or Humbug vote? It's Humbug, right? He's been... it's tough. It's really... it's one of the two. You know, it's that part's easy.
I'm a Humbug voter.
I think I'm a Feisty voter, but it's probably Humbug, huh?
I think it's both. So let's just do both.
You want to do one of each?
Yeah.
Yeah, to go to one of each.
Sounds fantastic. Oh, is there a little bit of a fight that I want to play-by-play commentate?
Oh, wait. There's still Zeri.
Yeah.
No,
she does.
Not.
Yeah, she gets knocked up, CC'd, exhausted, and killed. Feisty's going to lock that one down. Has a giggle about it as well, as we could see. The scat of the week does a fair bit, but KT, not weak, not this game. And they will take game 1 at like a dominating game 1 against DRX. Their first win against this team for the year.
I am putting in your vote.
Yes,
oh, yeah. And you got it. There we go.
Down.
First win that they found this year. KT showcasing. This is not the same team that you faced earlier. And some, I would say, uncharacteristic, if not for the fact that this is what DRX did in their previous best of 1 or best of 5 as well in game 1. Play. Like, Sponge near the end was clearly fed up and was like, I'll just go in. Yeah. But the thing that really worries me is that if you're playing like this, Setab, a Feisty is going to absolutely dunk on you. And that's what happened here in this game number 1. Mid-jungle Diffy, too big to overcome for DRX and KT. Looking peach here on red side nonetheless.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic, making use of that red side. By the end of things, like, the impact that Clear had, not like a lot of the games that DRX have been able to lean on him.
Yeah, I mean,
and so being able to find these picks for Castle that allows him to just absorb.
Yeah,
working out well.
I think that Clear,
he was fine.
He tried. He made obviously the one mistake, right, where he got killed here, which kind of led to the end of the game. But that isn't really what was the story of this game. It's the Syndra and Wukong not working out as Humbug does pick it up. I'm happy with my Feisty vote, but it's mid-jungle, right? And Humbug on his Viego going to maintain his absurd, frankly, KDA and level of aggression.
Massive win rate on this champion as well. So 5-0 on 8 this game. The Viego, absolutely fantastic. And remember, it was first picked for KT. And when a champion like this is given such priority and then performs well, that makes you feel good. That is the way to do it. Because we saw, what was it, first pick Wukong on the DRX side of things. That's giving me less ting, you know, less happiness. Just because if that's what you're going to use your blue side for, and it results in the POG going to the champion that is picked in counter to you, then some drawing boards need to be revisited, I think, on the DRX side. But still, fantastically well played by KT. Haven't even mentioned the bottom side of the map where, honestly, Xayah Rakan looked way better than they should have in that laning phase. And I was expecting that that could be where some sparks could fly, right? Because there's, I think, largely a skill matchup down there that's pretty even between the two players. And in that matchup can be something that can go either way, but was dominated by Hype and Way.
I think that after the level 1, there really was never an opportunity. As soon as that happens, like Piero and Piero and Plata will never have all-in opportunity. And then the lane went like kind of even, but that's not good enough when the rest of the map is on fire.
Yeah.
And I like the draft from KT, like I said. I think that when it came to a well-rounded draft with a ton of early aggression opportunity, they really hit the mark.
It was fantastic, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, we'll see whether DRX can turn it around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring, where here in the chat we argue about the same one play for over 40 minutes. We are that dedicated to making sure the correct plays are made. Incredible stuff here. Obviously, he should have flashed. There's just, come on, like, it's over. It's done. Let's move on. It's time to move on.
Well, Atlas, I love talking about the same stuff. We've been doing that for, in my case, the last 2.5 years, and you for
10 years.
Yeah. So I
True.
don't know
All
why
right,
you're
back
here.
at it.
You don't have a high horse here.
So what we're going to do is, proximity
But-
says if Syndra
No,
flashed,
no, no, no.
Rakan would have just flash Ard
Okay,
immediately
chat.
afterwards. If that happened, Syndra would have been under the turret,
Yeah.
and therefore Rakan could have
Chat,
just
okay,
died.
so first flash, it was fine to not flash. Second flash, should have flashed. Setup just had a bad game.
Yeah.
It happens.
Mm.
You know, if he bounces back, can still be good in this series. If he doesn't, Feisty's going to dunk on
If
him
he
to get off
flashes,
handbag.
maybe a bug occurs and he is no longer Syndra. That would have been so good. Imagine if that happened. He could have flashed back in time to champion select and not picked the orb champion that is Syndra. What do you think?
You hate her so much.
I just don't like when champions that lose all the time are picked and then expected to win, and then they lose. You know?
And then you're like, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Why would you do this to me?
Silly Atlas, that's on the list of known bugs. Oh, sorry. Oh, no.
Time travel
getting
actually
banned.
has been found out. It actually is in League of Legends, but to make it happen, you have to not be toxic in solo queue for 10 games in a row. So it can't
it's actually impossible.
It's no, but it's been proven to work theoretically, but no one has actually been able to not be toxic for 10 straight solo queue games.
It's proven to work. It's like
the theory is all there.
Yeah.
The technology is there. The theory is there. But it's one of those theoretical things that
it's
it
actually
can't happen.
impossible. Yeah. That's like an oxymoron or something like that. Yeah.
Look,
hi everyone.
global fans.
Welcome. I
my
don't see
challengers?
earbuds, so that means that they're not listening. So
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't like that very much.
Well, hey, I heard some of the clips, the Korean casters, and I get it.
No, I know it's actually super good, but I'm feeling threatened. In my role, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, KT fan sign. There we go.
Hey. Oh, we're trying to cover up half of our fan sign. Kind of cool.
Oh,
KT
there we go.
victory. Well, we'll see whether that is actually going to be the outcome here today. Off to a phenomenal start thus far. They could move to match point after this game. No side changes, but we'll see whether the draft does get adjusted. Because we have to remember that Zyrakan worked out very well for KT in this game, but Zyrakan is something that DRX have actually lent on quite a lot as well themselves. So it could be one way to sort of tackle how, frankly, terrible the game went in game one.
I think bot lane matchup, I'm kind of whatever on. There's two things that need to change. We need to not be completely boomed by Veigar, and Setup needs to play better. Sponge obviously kind of got tilted and needs to detail.
Yep.
But the bot lane matchup, like the first part of the draft, I'm okay with. I think that is one where you, as a coach, you be like, hey guys, yeah, bad game, it happens. Although I like the Rakan ban here to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I also think Wade's Rakan in particular is something that he has actually looked so good on every single time. So I really like that adaptation. Gonna give a shout out to DRX for that. But we can talk about the draft. But if Setup and Sponge don't play better, Hanbak and Feisty are just going to keep doing the exact same thing. And none of the other side lanes are going to matter. The matchups are not going to be relevant. And we'll know pretty quickly, because I said this to you as well. I don't know if this was on air, because my mind is... there's been a lot of League of Legends.
Say it again.
It's that, you know, trying to go for second reverse sweep might not be the angle. You know, like, well, you get one. I don't think you get two.
The back-to-back reverse sweeps, that's a way to get to the grand final. I reckon that's a beautiful way to get to the grand final.
Oh, it's beautiful, yes. But is it what you want to do?
No. I think that a Viego Aphelios sounds pretty good here, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it.
Quite pleased with that outcome. You could also pick away Lulu. It's kind of fun. But I think Viego has been so good for Humbug, so he is going to lock that one away. Sponge can go back to the Wukong if he would like to. I personally think that having a bit more agency in the early game, like we saw Humbug just run circles around Sponge, and there's just not a whole lot that you can do as the Wukong. So maybe having something to fight that could be a good thing.
What do you pick now?
Well,
if you ban Lee,
Wukong.
yeah, well, if you ban Lee and Elise, there isn't really a whole lot of ways. As I love this, I do think that the KT bot lane showcased that if they can get agency in the lane, they kind of run away with it, like that entire first game. And Heimer should be a surefire way to negate that. And as good as Leona is out of lane, and like Leona and Viego is a great combination, that early laning phase is gonna be rough because Leona into Heimer is not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, this should be a better bottom lane experience here for Fleta and Piero.
Very much so, yes.
Now for the bans that are going to come in here. KT can look towards pinching Satab yet again, and I think that's a fantastic idea.
Vega, surely this time.
No, they just pick it. Oh, DRX
is gonna ban Vega.
I really hope so.
Yeah. Ari's already banned. Just do it. Don't let Feisty get away with it again.
What do you think about mid lane Heimerdinger?
This is the actual team or the lower teams, if you guys know what I mean. This is Challenger, so this is underneath. There's Vega ban. This is the league that feeds into the LCK. So the players here can get called up to the LCK. We've seen this with Nongshim. So these are all, you can call it Academy depending on where you're from. You can call it like the ERLs, the league under the LCK. So all these players,
you could actually theoretically call it a team full of subs for the LCK teams.
Sure, yeah.
Because theoretically they can be used in the LCK at a moment's notice.
It's not Academy. No, I know Kevin Kim. I'm aware of the existence of Academy. But if you are from another region, generally that's what it's called. There is also Actual Academy, which is younger players and a separate tournament, or series of tournaments rather, that does happen for even younger Korean players. That's not this, but it fulfills the role of an Academy league.
Yep. Malphite, going to be the final ban here from DRX, sorry, into KT.
There it is.
Oh my god, he's going to pick it!
Yeah, of course.
All right, so if KT win this game, it is 100% a 3-0. There is no way to come back from the emotional damage done by losing to a Syndra. I don't think that there is any way that you could do it. This is incredible insurance put together by KT.
I know that applies for you. I think Feisty's just really good at the pick, and I don't think there's more to it than that. But I do think if KT 2-0s here, I just think they win the series. I just don't think it's Syndra.
No, it's 100% because of that.
Okay.
And,
okay. Is that the only Orb champion that you hate?
Yeah.
Ooh. It's just Syndra.
I mean, imagine if KT had picked Lissandra. It would have been, actually good.
I actually really like Lissandra.
Yeah, although it would have been, oh my god.
The Merc's value would be off the charts, but that would have been great as, ooh, Cannon.
Oh no, Clear. No opportunity to pick the Nasus. If it had to come in.
What do you think about Castle?
Into Cassante.
We're just having some fun hovers. Might end up being like, I don't know, Gwen, Gragas, Cannon will be my guesses.
I don't know whether Cannon is really what you want, but that's fine.
Is it fine? I don't like the reason why I don't like this because I prefer Syndra to be the sole AP source on the team, and already Merc Treads were really good because it's Viego, Syndra, and Leona. And now everyone on DRX is going to stack Tenacity, stack MR. And if Humbug and Hype, pop off and they snowball this game very early on, then KT will still be fine. But I don't like the route out of the cannon. I think up until that point, they were onto some great drafting. That one sours it just a little bit for me.
Well, I think that until the Syndra came in at R4, I really enjoyed the draft.
But Feisty's so good at it.
Well, actually, no. Until the Leona came in, because I feel like you look down the barrel of Zeri Heimerdinger, and you're like, I think that a Felios Leona will do great here. That's when things can go wrong. Because if you are extremely confident, right? Like if you're just, you're better, then yeah, you can win that lane. But oh, actually, no, it's Leona mid.
Is that I assume that's so
never mind.
Yeah, because this is just a swaps.
Obviously, You know, support LeBlanc and Cassante AD carry is clearly what's happening.
Yeah,
here.
and Leona mid.
Yeah. The Zeri versus Aphelios 1v1 matchup in the top lane is going to be so sick, though. I really can't wait for that one. Of course, Aphelios is relatively stationary with how his kit works, so can be a bit more susceptible to the ganks.
Aphelios top for a while there.
Really?
Yeah.
It does seem like the shy thing to do.
Yeah,
but,
after the Kalista top,
I imagine
to give it a
that
go.
It was probably just really bad. But that's fine. We just didn't quite do the swaps, and that's okay, guys, because our graphics were a little bit messed up for that first game. We'll have them sorted out as we move into our third one. Oh man, DRX,
third one?
way better draft. Way better draft this time around. KT, I think falling off a cliff draft-wise. Like the Rakan ban came in, things went wrong, but we can still rock out. Let's do it. Hell yeah.
Amazing.
Casters, please. You're welcome.
Are we back on the... I didn't know. I'll join again.
No, that's okay. It's actually, the timing of it is a little bit different.
Yeah, no, it is tough because it actually is, as Brendan mentioned, it's not on the beat.
No, it's like, it's on the following downbeat.
The downbeat, yeah. It's kind of weird, but...
Does Atlas hate Syndra or Yuumi more? Syndra. Because I don't have to hate Yuumi. She's never played.
Well, it's because she's disabled. She might come back, and it'll be very, very sad.
Yeah, that's true.
I played her yesterday in ARAM with Orcs, and it's actually like, I don't even know if the character's better or worse, but they made her... If you thought previous Yuumi was like not skill intensive, this one is way worse.
Wait, it's even
No,
easier?
There's way less skill involved, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's not great.
Do you bop and or block at
No,
all?
that's not a thing anymore. Bob and Bop is taken out, so you don't actually need to get off of people. Well, unless you want to be best friends with someone else, which is the new mechanic. But yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna like get out and auto people, and then I very quickly realized that's not a thing anymore, and you should just keep sitting on them and not do anything else.
Do you think AD cannon would have been cooler here?
I actually might have liked that more. Yeah, I actually, you know what? I would be on board with AD Cannon.
Nice.
Love your work, Wolf. Nice casting. Thank you very much.
Wait, what? You're not Wolf.
No, I think the person in question is the same one who told you to stop cooking. So
yeah.
I think we're getting pranked.
I think we know who should stop cooking.
Oh my God, that's so many esque emotes.
But also, like,
it's very awesome.
this is also the
Hello.
8-0 Piero Heimerdinger, by the way.
Atlas and Chronicler. Good day. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone had a wonderful day.
Hi, Hitomi. Hope you're having a great time.
That's my type of
nice
Twitch.
to
That's
have
my
you back.
type of Twitch chatter right there.
I know. That is absolutely.
Chat spam IAR.
Yeah, I think we need a lot of IAS. Okay, DRX. Getting their push on. And having a really great time doing it. Satab, relatively low here in this lane, as that chain landing is quite surprising. Trying to even things out just a tad here, as Minion Dematerializer taken for the LeBlanc can stop the minions from being material, which is cool. I don't know what that means necessarily if they're... Oh, okay, that Scout of the Week was kind of fun. Still, Satab going to get the crash and going to look for a bit of a back.
Sponge is down a level.
Yeah, and now they're all here in this bottom lane. Pletter is just going to get dove on, and that is going to be first blood. Okay, that's how you deal with it, is you just all in, and you just kill Pletter. I think KT is just better, man.
I don't know. Like this is a complete disaster. The one way that you lose this early on is if you get all in by Leona. She didn't even have to flash. Didn't even have to flash. Like,
man, we need to go back to it. Like
Sponge,
the emotional damage.
Sponge like going. Don't relate this to Syndra. I'm trying to make a point here, Atlas.
Same.
As, I know. So this is the crazy thing, right? Like, I think Sponge contesting this is fine, and it's just a really big mistake from Pleta. Right? There's no other way about it. Gets caught by Leona, and then you just die. Like, yes, you have Prio, and that's nice, but Wei being able to hit the Zenith Blade there is nicely done by him.
Oh,
but you can't go forward for that harass. Just can't do it.
He's got 2 swords. And look at Hype. He's only got like a quiver. He doesn't even have a bow. So I mean, what are you supposed to do with that? Throw the arrows at your opponent? That's silly.
True.
You know what to do with 2 swords. I've seen Legolas, you know?
You know, it took me to just now to realize that like all of the new quiver items are bows. I never made that connection.
It's pretty cool.
Because it's shield bow, guild force, and then Kraken. Crazy.
Pretty dope.
He lives.
By the way,
Nice.
Is Gale Force a reference to Diablo 2?
I would not know.
Because Wind Force is, of course, a very famous
Is
unique
it?
item. It was also in Diablo 3, but it was an homage in that game as well.
Maybe.
Will be coming back in Diablo 4 also, which is kind of cool. So yeah, just some fun facts about what Gale Force could be in reference to. A lot of items having a lot of references within them, of course. Ginsu being the name of the guy. There was a reason. Anyway, a lot of people actually, getting involved. As Satab going to attach some chains on his drive-by. As Sponge will find Humbug. Bit of a 2v2 as the flash does come forward. Sponge trying to offer some damage back here, but does get over the wall and gets out of there. So standing their ground so far, but KT, after that first blood, man, I mean, it's really, really difficult to play the way that you want to without that bottom lane having that permanent pressure. They should still be able to find some, but it just feels so much more difficult when the all-in is actually dangerous from Liliana.
Yeah, and the kill also went over to Hype, right? And that's something that's really, really big because Aphelios, as mentioned, I think, can struggle in a composition like DRX because of the amount of backline access that they do have. But if you get ahead, you need so little time to blow people up. Satab has been doing a lot better in his 1v1. It's one of the few saving graces here is Sponge and Humbug.
He flashes for it, and he's going to die. So it's a 1-for-1 in that mid lane. Humbug could be in trouble as well. Need a Nimbus strike as Wei not going to find the Zenith Blade. Great dodge there as there's the flash forward. The Q will land, and now Wei is the one that could be out of position, but no. They are going to allow him to slink into his jungle because the shellfish is just too tasty.
And I was a little worried that KT was getting too clean. So I'm glad we're getting a little bit of challengers.
Yeah, there we go.
We're
back to challenger.
It took some time as Feisty's
that was
like...
actually so sad.
Yeah.
Because the minion was actually in front of him.
Yeah.
Sometimes hitbox,
Yeah, and, Feisty doesn't have to flip the game like that. Like, flashing aggressively there. Ends up, you trade 1-for-1, but because of Feisty being dead, there is plenty of opportunity for Sponge. And we do know Wukong, when behind, can really struggle. A Wukong snowballing is so busted.
Yeah.
And if KT still has a great composition, really good team fighting, a lot of 5v5 power. But if this is how we go from a clean, like KT looking great in this series to what I was thinking was going to happen today, which is a challenger slugfest, it will be one game late, but I welcome it nonetheless.
Yeah, this is we're back on track, is what it's sort of feeling like here. However, I do think that what we were saying about the draft at the beginning of the game is still relevant, but it may not be at all.
No,
and
it's
that makes me a bit
challengers.
sad.
Right.
I like being able to analyze a draft and then watch it being played out beautifully in front of our eyes.
But Atlas,
Yeah.
Syndra might lose.
Oh no, she will lose. We knew that was gonna happen. As okay, in comes Humbug. But she's not going to lose for the reasons that I want her to lose,
Well, lose for the
Syndra
wrong
will
reasons.
disappoint me no matter what. It doesn't matter. Oh dear. No, I'm sorry. We have been in Syndra metas. It's just at the moment, I think
It's
that
current
she's
Syndra.
underpowered.
Oh, no, I know that you have no beef at all with
No.
Syndra the champion.
I am a bit of a showmaker enjoyer and a BDD enjoyer. And
Oh, you are?
that was like all they played for a very long time. Would have been hard to be a Syndra anti whilst enjoying that play.
Oh god, that what was it, 2021 cinematic with Showmaker as Syndra?
Yeah.
Oh, so
Super
good.
Satab looking a bit aggressive here as Humbug is going to do some stabby. And Hype just living his best life down here towards his bottom side. He's only a couple of CS in the lead. Satab is going to pick up this wave. The Zeri moving on in.
Nice movement here from Satab. because they probably still got one play, but if you leave the Aphelios alone,
oh yeah, that's
it's everything is gone. It's like 2-3 plays easily, and might not even be one. With Piero now on his way, App is going to get the auto in, so should be able to get the one play. But that's not going to be the end of it. It does mean that KT maintain their lead, and last time the game was pretty close until it wasn't at all. And we might see something similar happen around some early objectives. KT can get to 2 tricks, still going to be feeling great.
Seitab back in his natural habitat, the mid lane. Checking in on the top side of the map, Castle actually has been doing very, very well as this cannon.
As he should. That's nice. And we have seen, interestingly enough, also this matchup being picked the other way around, because even though the laning phase is rough, as we're seeing in front of our very eyes, there is also the fact that Cannon late game doesn't really get to team fight a lot because of All Out.
Yeah.
As long as Clear can mark him, which, knowing Clear, I trust him to keep his eyes on the prize. And the eyes, or the prize in this case, is a Yordle.
Yeah, it's a little prize. However, it is one that he should be able to identify relatively readily.
Yes.
As Seitab,
he yells a lot.
Yeah, he does. Not quite as much as another Yordle, who's a little bit more prehistoric that we know about.
He's not that often in challengers, which I appreciate.
Yeah, it's nice.
He gets a lot of over-representation in the LCK.
We also didn't have Lissandra, so as far as, you know, obnoxious champions vocally, we're doing all right.
Life's okay.
Indeed.
5v5?
Yeah.
Why not?
KT. Starting this one up, Seitab, round the back, Sponge, here to contest if they'd like to. As Castle, in this brush, spotted out by Clear as Moonlight Vigil, I think, goes wide, unfortunately. The Drake is secured by a Leona somehow, as Castle does get immediately exhausted as Pletter is fighting him. Should be able to lock down the kill, and they do. It's the LeBlanc that collects it. Even in the kill score, and Orcs, you're at it again, you jerk.
Can't believe he will do this to us. Great trade for KT. They are able to get themselves the Dragon and trade a 1-for-1. Going to be perfectly happy with that. And if that ultimate from Hype hits, it might have been a big disaster. Not going to be the case here. And I'm kind of wondering like how Leona picks it up of all people, as I think it's just like, oh, it's a tragic smite from Sponge because he doesn't have the upgrade yet. So it's 900 and he smites at like 934.
Oh no.
He is almost dying, so, you know, like looking back at it, it looks a little bit silly, but he knows he's dead, so has to try and get it nonetheless. Doesn't end up getting it, and that does mean that the Drake lead remains in favor of KT. But Seitab's getting fed, and he's the sole AP source, and I think he is in a great position to carry here, which would also be somewhat poetic because I like it because it's a cool mirror, and I like LeBlanc, and you like it because Syndra is going to lose.
Well, I mean, there is a possibility that Syndra does not win this game. And often in my mind, the likelihood of Syndra losing a game in the current iteration of League of Legends is about roughly 100%.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that she's won in the last 2 patches.
Hasn't Feisty specifically?
Oh, Spicy may have. And I'm talking about LCK, not like stats in the LCK is what I'm going off for that particular stat.
You know,
and games that I've cast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, fellas. Chat, who did this?
Tommy's malfunctioning, guys. Could someone check on them, make sure they're okay?
Who lied? Who said we were Velas and Wolf? Chat, who was it?
It's very rude.
Raise your hand.
Tommy is a lovely person that is only trying to be nice. I'm Atlas, by the way. I'm joined by Chronicler for today's broadcast.
It's the Australian guy and the guy with the vague accent.
Yeah. The Dutch accent guy and the Australian accent guy. It's
obviously both voices of G-Sun.
It's obvious, yeah. I mean, we are AIs created by G-Sun. Or at least Chronicler is.
You aren't fooling anyone, Ox. I can't do an Ox accent. I'm not Nordic enough.
Tried to, did you hear when I tried to do an Ox accent? It was terrible.
I kind of want to hear
no
you do
idea how to do it.
a Geordie accent. That
I
sounds
can
amazing.
do like terrible British accents, but whatever like Orc's accent is, no idea how to do it. No idea how to do it. Orcsent? Yes, exactly. I did at one point think that my auxiliary accent was a British one, but it's not. It's Indian.
I do really appreciate that there is an actual game happening of League of Legends. Like, that didn't really happen in the... Yeah, well, it's not an active one, but in the last game, there was no game.
Oh, right, true.
And now there is one. I wouldn't call it a great game. Yet.
Not yet. It's 15 minutes, though.
Plenty of time.
When you're in, like, Shirley territory, it's not when the greatest of League of Legends happens, you know? Oftentimes, that's when the throws happen and things like that. I think it's when you get around first Baron territory. That's when the League of Legends really starts cooking.
As a Dutchie, I can hear Atlas's accent as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a set accent, so anyone I spend enough time with will kind of push me in a certain direction.
I think your accent still leans British, so I think
it
you're
does,
fine.
yeah.
I think you're A-okay. Mine doesn't lean British, and so I'm not fine.
It's the only acceptable form of English.
It is.
Oh, Setab.
Setab going to find himself a chain and just going to turn it around. Looks for some damage on the way in Humbug, but this is all just fine for KT because they will get all of that local gold onto Hype, and getting a Aphelios fed is 100% priority here. He does still have the first blood gold. I believe also completed a cull, but I cannot necessarily remember. As Sponge will just stand in front of Flutter, and Flutter is going to get pushed out. So denies the back, going to delay that reset just a little bit here. Tempo advantage being picked up in a minuscule way for KT.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Might be game deciding. You know, in challengers in particular, a small lead gained is held onto for the entirety of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Setab. I like that Setab is still playing aggressively, right? Like,
yes,
sometimes when these players have rough games, it's harder for them to lean towards aggression.
Soul point.
DRX, yeah, not wanting to give away this soul point. Setab just immediately distorts forward. Can he find the priority targets is the question. As Clear is going to get rid of him, but that is going to be soul point locked down. Moonlight Vigil connects this time as well, as Sponge is going to be taken out. A big ult from Castle as he dives on top of them. Clear gets rid of the Leona as, oh my god, the damage was massive. As Setab, is he going to be alright? Feisty flashes for him, and Clear is still fighting, guys. He's still fighting. Will finally go down. Piero, the last man standing on the side of DRX. That is a Drake and a one-team fight for KT.
And in the previous game, it was mid-gap. In this game, it's bot-gap. Espleta just dies. At the start of the fight, Hype stays alive throughout all of it, does an incredible amount of damage, and even Clear can't salvage this one. Him and Setab trying to do a lot of heavy lifting, but Sponge goes down rather early, and the Drake, I think at this point doesn't matter as much because this is a Chemtech Soul, but I do want you to pay attention here. Pleta is about to get blown up at the start of the fight, goes in forward here, tries and makes the play, and then starts up with the ultimate from Hype. Pleta goes in, and it's Wei again that marks him. And the moment that Leona E comes through, like, Castle is like, this is free. This is for me.
Yeah.
And then Setab and Clear do such a good job of like trying to salvage it. But you don't have an AD carry. You don't have the consistent damage. And KT, yeah, pulling ahead again.
That's like two pivotal team fights where Pleta is mind controlled by an objective.
He's just not playing well today. Yeah,
he went into that Baron pit before really strangely. This time as well, like trying to burst fire a Drake for no reason. Very strange stuff.
Chad is on fire, and tragically the Syndra did tons of damage. And then also DRX had no chance on the Drake when had too much tenacity. You're doing great today, Chad.
Yeah, that's true.
This is exact. I want zingers. I don't want toxicity.
And honestly, like, Feisty is playing the Syndra extraordinarily well in this game.
Yeah. And when Atlas is admitting it, you know.
I know, it's a very sad time. Oh dear. Pleta is once again going to get 100-0. Nothing you can do about that one as the Cyclone comes in. Humbug able to skate over that wall as he becomes Zeri. He's in a rough spot though. See whether he is going to survive. End up getting chained up and taken down. Sponge will limp out of there. But look at this, KT, they're just going to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. And once again, full control. Going over to the red side squad. And I honestly think that DRX should pick red next time around. Like this, whatever this is just obviously not working.
It's again, like and a ton of credit to me here goes to Wei. I think his Leona actually has been such a big part. This time it's Humbug that sets up the play. But Wei has been on top of this area every single fight. Every single time we see this happen, it starts off with Wei as... so this is the saving grace, as that is that shutdown that Seitab picks up. This
you
is
know what that was? That was a solo
moment?
kill, baby.
Yeah, solo bolo here.
And then it's difficult when you're just a worst. No, gotta stop. No, gotta stop.
No, you gotta go harder.
The Syndra is doing exactly her job, right? Like she's supposed to dominate mid game, and when you see a Syndra that doesn't dominate the mid game and doesn't even try to, it makes everyone sad.
You're gifted a win in your argument. Just take it.
No, I know, but I've already got there, right? And honestly, I think that Feisty has been playing very, very well, and I do want to give him credit for that. That being solo killed there, sad. And as we see here, Seitab just mega cones on top of the Syndra.
Mega cones on top of him, goes in, dodges the scatter, and then he just gets him. And oh my god, he's just going straight death cap. Yeah, he's trying to 1v9, and I think he needs to. I do like the angle here. Claire does have his ultimate available, and it looks like KT's like, okay, you know what? That's like Sanse. Let's maybe cool it a little. And I do think that if KT start losing control of the game, it might get a little bit harder because hype will actually be open. And what do you actually do against Seitab, right? Because yes, you have a lot of CC here, but most of it is conditional.
Ooh, perhaps death is what you do. Never mind, Chain is going to miss.
Well, he's fine, but this is going to keep happening around every single objective. And barring Wei getting like a Q, or somehow hitting an E or an ultimate, Seitab is going to have a lot of freedom here. But it does come down, can Pleta live? Because just Seitab, it's not enough damage here.
Yeah, Seitab needs to be enough of a distraction so that Pleta can miss position and they can still be fine.
Yeah, just Nash. You know, this is a single Tech Drake. You don't care.
They have Crescendum as well. The teamfight guns at the ready here for Hype is actually kind of fantastic as Rift Scuttler going to be taken.
Where Castle is. They're just going to find him soon.
Gets that control ward
in.
They know exactly what's going on here, but it's the position of the cannon. They will spot him out. And now KT realizing that they're going to have to get out of there. Humbug is down very, very low as Castle immediately is exhausted. There's the all-out as well. As Pleta also has to cleanse, but look at the damage. It's absurd from KT, and now it is just Pleta and Clear trying to get that work done, and it is not going to happen. KT, they orchestrate the team fight. They welcome DRX to contest their Baron, and they say, now you all die.
And that's going to be the Baron. That's going to be the Soul. And it's Hype and Feisty there that do the heavy lifting. Also a distraction. Could be very happy for the rest of his team. As Sponge and Seitab try to get on top of Hype and burst him down before he can do anything. And boy, was KT ready. Hope we get to see a replay of that because that was expertly done here again.
I have a feeling Syndra also did really good things. I think the scatter was one of the reasons why Hype survived. So I'm eating a lot of words here today.
You know what? We all gotta eat, Atlas.
That's true. I will be able to just tell production that I do not require lunch.
Well, I dinner. So I would very much like it if you kept that to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Because I still want to eat.
Yeah, no,
it's fine.
I mean, I do too. Words aren't exactly all that.
They're not very nutritious. Sponge? Oh, Sponge.
He is just going to dive in. What? Steal that one away. Warrior Trickster to get out as Heartbreaker does come forward. He is dead, but denies the soul.
You know what?
There you go.
And I'm actually thinking, like they clearly wanted him to
steal it, yeah, because now it's 4v5, and so they can use their Baron to almost.
I also don't
definitely get.
Is it like a delay tactic? And I want to highlight again.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
As Clear. It means that Pleta needs to cleanse, but I don't think that's what's the main point of this fight. The main point of this fight is that Wei, Feisty, and Hype just two-tap Sponge and Seitab.
And so Hype just flashed away.
Yeah.
And it was just,
really
just Feisty doing so much damage.
Yeah. And now Seitab does have Death Cap. But I'm not having a lot of faith in DRX. I think these fights from KT just look so much better here today. Plata hasn't been able to have an impact yet, and there's too many issues. Right, Castle isn't in the greatest of spots, but doesn't really need to be. As long as he can create space for Hype and Feisty, still going to be more than happy. Now it's again a 5k gold deficit in DRX. Might be
truly on the ropes.
Reverse sweep or bust angle again.
I mean, that is the way. That is the DRX way. It's clear. Towards this bottom side, Hype setting up the turrets. And they should be able to take this one pretty comfortably. Extendo beam. They do pull the siege minion a little bit closer. Oh, look at this. Like, this poke damage. I was expecting KT to be somewhat outranged here. But DRX just don't have very much range themselves. And also, not very much money in comparison to KT. It's just working out very, very well. Satab connects some chains onto Feisty and will delay his back momentarily. It's 20 seconds left on this Baron. The power play sitting at a very comfortable 3k though. And man, we've seen this before. This is just kind of how it eventuated in game number 1. And KT continuing to just look like the better team. Yeah, there were some moments here this time around for DRX. And KT did make it look a bit like Challenger. But that was just to remind us that that is indeed what we're watching. And then we went back to the regularly scheduled KT programming of domination.
They are looking amazing here. And this is something that we've seen from DRX in these high-pressure situations. They're not doing too hot. A kill on Feist here would be nice, especially when combined with the bounty. There is no cross-map. But, oh, it looks like KT have a sneaking suspicion.
Oh dear. Okay, well, engaging on a Leona. We have learned that that is a... Oh my god, wait, you are too good!
Yeah.
The Unleashed Power is going to finish off Sponge, and he is having not the greatest of days today. As KT will continue pushing down. Another death for the Wukong will probably mean another turret to fall down, as Castle is going to push towards the last remaining inner turret here, and KT just own the Rift. 2 minutes on both of the objectives here. Going to be Chemtech Soul available for KT if they would like to get it, but I think that the Baron is going to be what remains on their mind.
Of all the outcomes here today, I could have, as mentioned when we went into it, I think a KT win made a ton of sense. I wasn't expecting a one-sided series either way. And right now, you know, it looks like that's what we're getting. There is hope. If you're a DRX fan, you know that the roller coaster has been something that this team has been dealing in. Ironically, because they're playing against KT. But when it comes to challengers, DRX have been a roller coaster team for a good amount of time now.
Yeah.
But given what we have seen in these first 2 games, I don't know if Game 3 will be particularly different. Because we're going to get to a Game 3. That's a given.
Yes, Game 3 will happen because
no matter what, because
it's the best of 5.
Yeah, but I don't know if DRX are going to score before Game 3.
Well, we shall see. Because yeah, I was expecting like we were settled in, right? You know?
Oh, we were ready for a long day.
Yeah, like wore my comfortable pants and things like that.
That's when challengers get you.
It's when I mean, it's just expect the unexpected, I guess, when it comes to Challenger here. But I just get a little bit worried when Sponge has days like this, because it reminds me of that that first week, right? You remember what Lucid did to Sponge in that series, and that was not close at all.
Yeah.
When he gets off kilter, it is hard to find his center again, is what it seems like to me. And it does seem to have happened, because it was a beautiful renaissance for DRX in their second round robin. But maybe all things must come to an end. And maybe it has dissipated.
Hey, and
somewhat.
They get another chance. You know, they're not out.
That's
the
true.
Beauty of the upper bracket.
But I think we're allowed half a eulogy.
Sure.
After getting crushed this hard in 2 games. Half a eulogy.
I'm still, if we didn't have the T1 series in the back of our mind, I would be really, really down. Now I'm like, he's dead. Well, he might not die right now, but he's...
I'm confused about what the plan was. You know?
He flanks and then he tries to steal the Nash.
All right.
And they go for it.
Well, now he's dead.
Yeah.
Wei not going to find the Zenith Blade there. As OK, just flashing on in, getting on in there. Not flashing, but getting in there. Absolutely. I think that Hype Gale forced forward. And now KT should be able to very comfortably just take this Baron because there is no Sponge. The Sponge is gone. And Castle is just clear now clear. There is just no way for him to do anything here. The Rhyme, unnecessary. And also using his name twice, also unnecessary. As Seitab, nothing he can do. Can they get... They can. They managed to take down the electric Yordle. That's
nice.
kind of cool.
Yay! They killed Castle again.
The undefeated Heimerdinger is still up.
Yeah, this is Sponge kind of collapsing, but this is the day away. Like, he actually has been so good. This Leona pick, we were skeptical because we know what can happen once you're put on the back foot with a Leona. We've seen this happen in the LCK so many times where Leona gets picked and like, you need to find the other, and they don't. And then you just get put on the back foot. You know what Wei does?
Wei just does
He gets
man.
it level 3. As, I don't know why we go back to this.
Yeah,
he's 4 levels down.
Why are we replaying this?
I don't want to see.
And also, we kind of needed, like, before this, actually.
No,
like, the why.
No,
the
it's
why is the thing.
So it actually is because he will be behind the pit, and then they'll all group in the pit because they're doing
so I guess he
Nash.
had no information of where the cannon was.
Well, no, he didn't know, and also if it wasn't for the Giga Vision cone, he wouldn't have been spotted because there was no vision. He just got spotted by the local
Mega Cone.
Mega Vision cone.
Bit of a shame.
It is just an everything gap here. You know, Seitab like not hitting
old
the flat.
everything gap.
It is. Actually, I'm not calling top gap. I'm not going to do clear like that. Clear is in the clear. He's fine. Everyone else, it's a gap.
It is. It is.
It's just clear, man. This is.
Oh, if you rearrange Sponge's score, it's exactly the same as Humbug. So that's not a gap. That's the same.
That is technical. Oh, the clear TP. The challenger moment. Is it approaching? Maybe, perchance, one time. Keep the series interesting, please.
Sponge is ready to sponge.
That's not
what
happening.
that means, we're not sure. As Hype is just so huge, man. I think he's just a bit too big. Look at that shield. It's like double his health bar. He just gets an extra one. Is Feisty not going to have those chains to worry about? But KT, they will take their first inhibitor of the game and just back away to Fog of War. Elder going to be spawning in 2.5 minutes. They still have 30 seconds of Baron. They could use that here in the mid lane, and they are going to. As Sponge, Warrior Trickster now on cooldown as they arrive at this turret. DRX, if they can hold on here, then maybe there's another fight for the Elder, but they are not going to be able to. Look at this. Just erupts, and Clear is going to be unleashed upon, and now the cannon dives forward. The CC fantastic, and Hype can just free hit. They are going to wipe the floor with DRX here in game number 2, and KT looking fantastic in this one. My goodness, DRX, you're going to have to do it again. It's going to have to be another reverse sweep if you're going to come back into this one.
Can I write you down for your wave vote?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
well,
You can,
I already
yes.
pressed the button,
Yeah.
so.
I was thinking about Feisty because I just really...
the redemption
I
mode?
really
The
like Syndra.
redemption
I just think that
mode?
Syndra is so good. And here, it was just so clutch. Like, the R4, they had no response. So blindable is Syndra. She's just really good.
And with how this series has gone, if it wasn't specifically for DRX losing in this exact way against T1, I'd be like, this is done. Because they just... It's an everything gap. I think the draft in this game was perfectly fine. Like, this is not a draft gap. It's Humbug being and playing way more consistent than Sponge, Wei being miles ahead of Piero, Pleta having just a really bad day. Like, there's no way around it. With the Zeri, your position needs to be good. Because yes, you are playing into a ton of CC. There's Leona, there's Syndra, we get it. But nonetheless, we've seen players be able to navigate it, and you need to. Otherwise, the pick doesn't do anything. He did 2 or like 1.5k more damage, and it's not to single out him specifically, because everyone on DRX, Barclay is struggling, and it's also because KT is playing as well. But if that doesn't change, this is just a quick 3-0. Nothing to see here for KT.
Yeah, that would be very on brand for KT, even down here in Challenger. Welcome to the final for KT if they manage to win this game. Absolutely absurd stuff. But look, reverse sweeps have happened. In fact, they happened the last time DRX took to the stage. So we can hold out hope on that one. I don't have very much hope. I think that KT just looked way better today. I don't think that was the case in the previous best of 5.
I think that T1 kind of dunked on them the same way. I'm a mild believer. I see what happens. I'll tell you if I believe after draft in game 3.
What do we need? We need KT to pick Jin, Karma, Syndra. Which jungler do I hate the most?
I don't know.
Oh, no. Maokai, first strike Maokai, full AP.
Maokai,
yeah. Top lane, which one do I?
Nah?
Yeah, probably Nah. Nah is the lead. Yeah, it's probably Nah. So it's like, it's Nah, Maokai, Syndra, Jin, Karma. That's what we need. That's what we need.
I don't think you can say Syndra after what Feisty just did, though.
No, I know.
Maybe
but it's still the champion that has like the most. It gives me the most sadness.
Let's do Victor. Is that acceptable
compromise?
Victor that
much. I watch too many of the Bulldog games, man. I don't hate Victor that much at all.
I'm so happy Bulldog's in the LCK.
Yeah, me too.
Will be another reverse sweep. Well, we're trying to, this is the beauty of challenges. We don't have to be, as it's Feisty that picks it up. Makes sense, had a great Cinder performance.
Yeah, and I was, look, I think that the thought of possibly getting him there. By the way, we got to see the Feisty POG, and look at this. He really does stare into your soul, doesn't he?
And what we've seen for Feisty and for Loopy, the split as well, is such a cool story to me, because they came in last year and I was like making a lot of memes because it was Feisty, Loopy, gaming. It was Gamin, but Feisty was released. Loopy was released, and Gamin was released very recently. Feisty might be the best mid in challengers at the moment. Loopy, definitely not as high, as on a high spot as Feisty is, but still making it to playoffs. Currently waiting in the lower bracket. Yeah. What is it? Lower bracket semi, I guess, because the lower bracket final will be whichever is the winner of that against the loser of this series.
Our second round 3 playoff.
So I can only assume that Gamin will get picked up by a team in summer and absolutely turbo smurf, because if you're looking at what Feisty's been able to do, expectations are high.
It's just how success is built here in Challenger. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, potentially the final game of the series. Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I am Atlas, joined by Chronicler. We're here for game number 3, potentially the final game in the series.
Possibly.
Could be over. All of it could be
the
over.
end of it
in
for
the blink of an eye.
Day, our final day of the split together, old chap.
Are you calling me old?
Old chap doesn't mean you're old.
Rude. Wow.
It's not even. If you
This
said
could be the last game.
if you said that to me, it would not even be in the top 50 of rudest things you've ever said to me, Atlas.
Isn't this actually the last day that we're going to cast Challenger together this season?
It is, yeah.
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 And so you're going to start potentially the last game with that.
Don't guilt trip me, Atlas. It will work way too well, and it'll be sad. So don't, please. I beg you.
Amazing. That means that we do have the the draft coming up soon for this final game, and the adjustment should be that KT have now been switched to the blue side, the DRX. Last pick for clear.
That's got to be it, right? Because no one else is doing too hot at the moment.
No.
So maybe you just counter pick, and then clear pops off, and then you still lose the game, and it's a 3-0.
Yeah, and I kind of think that DRX can probably get all of the picks that they've been looking for still on the red side, because I just don't think that that's what KT would be prioritizing. I think that like the KT view of the meta that has been working so far against DRX doesn't really care about their massive Zeri priority. And things like that.
And I also I think the drafts are very often relevant. I think when there's things like DRX in their series against T1, right? They had some great drafts. Even T1 in the start of that series, it can matter. With these drafts that we've seen, to me, it's not about draft. I think right side is just an attempt at trying and like changing your mindset, trying to get something else going, because it's just been the individual play, straight up. Plata, shadow of his former self today.
Yeah.
And when KT is playing as well individually as they are today, you're always going to have to bring your aim game. But Plata getting caught like level 3 by a Zenith Blade,
Yeah, that ain't
that's can't have that happen. This man got POG
Indeed.
in the LCK.
Well, Heimerdinger is still going to be banned away here, which is curious, but that's fine. The Annie also banned on the red side. You love to see it. DRX, what are our other bans going to be? Sejuani continuing to be banned, this time on the blue side by KT, not wanting to first pick that one, not wanting to give that one to Sponge as an opportunity. So Annie, Elise, maybe Rakan, or maybe even Varus to make sure that that doesn't go into the hands of Hype. But I don't know whether that's what they want to be prioritizing either. So it might mean that the Varus does get through this time around. We'll see where KT's minds are going to be as far as that first pick. Because I honestly wouldn't even mind if it was a Rakan first pick, weirdly enough. But the final ban here does put in my mind that Zeri might be the priority.
Yeah, it might be Zeri, might be Wukong as well. That's something that we did see the Vi picks in very, very often, although it has kind of gotten out of vogue. Varus will be my expectation here, and it will be the ban indeed. So
I think that's a weird ban, because I don't know whether Hype really wants to play it. As Castle's just going to insta-lock Jace. There we go.
I don't like that at all, because Malphite exists and Clear plays it, and we know this is a fact that we know collectively. And I'm not loving that priority, given that DRX have already shown they know how to deal with it. Now there's 3 options. Those are the 3 that you can pick when it comes to AD carry. Rakan priority here. Rakan and a jungler make the most sense to me. And this is where Sponge is going to get tested. Is he going to pick up Viego? Is that going to be the answer?
Oh no. Well,
not the case.
Wukong's going to be picked up, and Humbug is going to answer immediately with Maokai. There we go. Zeri going to be locked in as well, and I do like it. Does have a lot of flexibility with what you can lane alongside the Zeri. The Xayah, pretty obviously going to be locked in here for DRX. So this is the first time that we're going to see them on the Xayah Rakan. Also, the first time we'll see Piero on a champion with any sort of engage agency, which we'll see whether that is enough to sort of change how DRX is going to be able to play here. Because a lot of it has been like Wukong goes in, and if he manages to find an angle, then things work. It might alleviate some of that pressure that Sponge might be feeling.
We will see, Atlas. I am not super excited yet about DRX their draft, because I want our final day of Challengers casting to be a long one. Of course, we are still. And if you're watching right now, by the way, the Challengers upper bracket final, or lower bracket final, right? And the grand final are this Thursday and Friday. So
yeah.
Keep that in your... Those are different dates from what we've been doing, but that's when they're happening. Before... So you can actually watch 4 days in a row of Korean League of Legends, even in playoffs.
4 days in a row of Korean League of Legends best of fives at the highest level of both Challenger and the LCK. It could not be a better weekend ever if you tried even a little bit.
I agree. No notes.
Yep.
No additions.
And CTAB moving to Ultra Comfort here as well with the Rise pickup. Theoretically, based on what we saw from Keen this week, a flex pick, but it's not.
I'm very happy about the KT ban of Malphite. That to me was a prerequisite. We didn't talk about it that much, and it felt like a risk. Didn't get punished. DRX prioritizing their bot lane, which makes sense given how priority currently works, with bot lane still being very important, albeit not as important as it was. Nautilus.
Oh, I love it. Love Waze Nautilus, man. He is so good at this champion.
Yeah, he has just been great in general. Cassante might run into Clear's Gwen. That would be my expectation here. They already have plenty of AD damage.
Yeah.
And there are a fair number of tanks here. So it does mean we're going to have mid lane Jace here for Feisty.
This is definitely going to be hype and friends on the KT side of things. Not a lot of damage outside of the Zeri. Well, Jace from Feisty is going to be doing a fair bit of work, unless he does have the Cassante, but I wouldn't expect that to be chosen on purpose into the Rise. Kennen going to be the choice into the Jace for Clear.
A lot of circles.
Yeah. And lots of CC angles here as well, but also a lot of reliance on level 6 for almost everyone. Outside of the Rise. So DRX going to need to play it safe in the early stages of this game. Thankfully, it's not a Viego this time, who tangos so well pre-6. It's a Maokai, who is probably going to be a little bit more subdued, one could say.
And I liked the DRX draft, but I've liked DRX drafts before, and it didn't really matter. KT's draft goes without saying. The only criticism that we can have is that it lacks AP. This could be tried to fix by Hambach, or he could try to fix it rather by going AP, which we don't want. I'd rather have them not have any AP, but I think it might be AP Maokai, which might mean that I don't know about a reverse sweep, but if this is AP Maokai, I think AP Maokai is one of the very few champions that I hate as much as you do, Syndra Atlas. So we'll be in mirrored roles.
Yep, it's beautiful. I don't think it's going to be. I think that enough people in the LCK have played Maokai to great effect with phase rush and tank items.
And it looks great because it's actually still good.
Yeah, it is. So it should be fine. But, you know, we've thought that we're fine in the past, and we were not fine then. And it's been mainly in Challenger that the offenders remain. The Maokai first strikers, the Flareon enjoyers.
Oh, the night harvesters.
The night harvesters. Harvesting in the night. It's not the time you want to be harvesting. Not great times. But do you know what is great times? Great times is rocking out. Great times is saying do 4 times in a row.
Do.
At the correct times.
Do.
Yeah. And you guys can say that in the chat as well. It's time to do it. Heck yeah, we nailed that one.
We nailed it. We just had to adjust. Oh, the first strike! No!
Oh god, and it's Flareon. No, god. Okay. Hambach, why?
So is KT playing well enough today that they can win on AP Maokai?
Or is Sponge playing bad enough for it to not matter?
I'm gonna say no. I think
yeah, I think we're going to game 4. I have a feeling that well, I mean, it is also Waze Nautilus. And he's so good on this champion, man. I really enjoyed watching him last time around. 4-0 on the pickup as well. Feisty hasn't actually played the mid lane Jace just yet. And as we can see, looking pretty adept at it. But Satab, he has played this Rise many, many times.
There we go.
10-2 on the champion. Undefeated is Pledder and Piero as well. And in fact, both of these bottom lanes undefeated on Zyra Khan. Kind of crazy. Because what we've been seeing in the LCK more often than not is Zyra Khan being kind of not great. So pretty cool that we see the opposite.
Unless it's piloted by Viper, who can do no wrong.
Well,
no matter which aim.
They still lose the game.
Well, they did, yeah.
Time, yeah.
Oh, no, absolutely, yeah. I mentioned how I said Viper, not Viper and Life.
Oh, yes, true. But I'm talking about more like winning.
Well, hey, winning is not everything in life, Atlas. Sometimes it's about the journey.
But not when you're a professional athlete. I think winning is kind of important.
Maybe.
You don't get as many participation awards as a professional.
I think you're right, but
Yeah.
but I don't think that is what I wanna feel. Looking at some of the individual players, I think they're played good enough. I don't know, Atlas. That's a tough question. Do we even know what we want to feel?
No. Real love. That's in the song.
Is it? Oh yeah, yeah. It's a good song.
Yeah. Well,
Sponge going in.
Well, let's see whether they can find it here as the Rune Prison comes down, and that is first blood. Immediately, Feisty is welcome to the Rift with a death. And DRX looking a little bit better here. Like, it's really cool that DRX finally gets side selection in this series, am I right?
I swear to God, Atlas, if they actually reverse sweep again, I will lose my mind.
Well,
I'm not counting anything. I don't have chickens. They're not.
Yeah, the eggs and the hatching and blah, blah, blah.
It's just the first blood. You know, fish is still in the ocean, which I'm saying it now. I will, if this is the timeline that we're on and it happens in like 2 hours, I will lose my mind.
Well, Hook is going to connect here as Piero goes in for the grand entrance, only gets Wei, who is just going to eat up most of that CC as his Chandelure skin. Looking fantastic there on the Nautilus. Sponge comes down towards his bottom side and he'll grab himself some shellfish as well. Shock Blast goes wide, but Humbug, he's looking for Satab here. Remember, there is no flash on this Rise. The flash twisted advance comes forward as Bramble Smash pushes Satab back. But looks like KT not going to be able to find this one as the sapling is going to tick down and Piero looking to come in here and save. But Wei is going to be there and that is the kill. This man's Nautilus can do no wrong, I swear!
Beautifully done there by Wei. Even though DRX is the one that kind of sets up that play, tries to go for it. Bot lane of KT responds insanely well as, Satab!
Oh my god, that's just a solo kill, okay. Sometimes you're not allowed to walk up, and that was one of those times, and oh my god, the punishment. Look at this.
That's a fat
All
wave.
of these minions are going to evaporate.
Well, I am feeling less worried about me losing my mind. So that's nice. KT just getting the better hand of them. These type of skirmishes, very volatile, very high risk. And crucially, Sponge has flash here as well, right? So Piero, as nice as this is of him, this isn't necessary. You can invest your flashes and be fine. And then Feisty saying, yeah, you have comfort. That's cool. I am still, and have been for the entirety of this day, the better mid.
Oh, the shock blast through the minions?
Yep, still has the range, the blast range. Big enough?
Sometimes it's blast radius.
Oh my god, that was such a big wave as well. And Satab didn't have TP. It's a disaster.
It is. It is extraordinarily detrimental here for the Rise player. And Feisty, he was the one that was first blooded. And of course, Sponge got the kill. It wasn't Satab there. So after that one, after that solo kill, Feisty is back in the driver's seat in a big way. And Sponge looking for a bit of a wraparound here towards the top side. Gets a control ward down. He'll steal away a Grom.
Yeah, mainly I think looking to try and counter jungle diving Cassante is a big no-no. Particularly when you don't have your ultimate yet. If you're Wukong, so Sponge just trying to get something. But Humbug will get his Raptors in return. It's clear now is also here. They don't know that Sponge is, but he doesn't have ultimate yet.
Yeah, well, he's still going to go in because he's Sponge. He does not shy away from a battle. But he's not going to get punished. KT are just going to move away. They're saying, none of your funny business, please. As this little bit of popcorn chicken is going to be scooped up here by Sponge. Or sponged up, if you will.
Sponged up.
Yes.
Yes.
Castle also on a bit of a mission, but state of the game, definitely looking so much better for KT. Even after DRX did get off to a decent start. If we have a look down towards the bottom side of the map, Hype and Pleta just going farm for farm. Yeah, and we know in this matchup, just absolutely fine, either way.
Yeah, Feisty and Wei doing a great job of pulling it back after what was looking like a tough early game. DRX, though, still have an amazing team fighting composition, which is going to do very well into most of the champions from KT. They're also running half a Maokai, which, you know, you can have a keystone and items and be tanky, but that's none of that's happening here, which...
Or you can have a go back in time and be on a different patch and be great.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, they literally gutted his AP ratios on his saplings because they wanted to kill this playstyle, and they did. Yep. You can't just keep playing it and pretend the patch didn't happen. And he might still win. That's the best part. As Atlas,
yes,
it's happened again.
Yes.
Someone has said cringe in our chat.
Oh God.
Oh no! What will we do?
Well,
now
I mean,
what?
I could ban them forever, but they did just
we
say
don't
cringe.
know. We don't know what they're referring to.
I don't know what the context is.
Maybe
so.
it's not us. Maybe just something happens. You know, they in their life.
Yeah, hey director, if you could just let us know what you're referring to, that would be
What was
great.
cringe? Was it us? Be honest.
Because
not allowed to lie on the internet.
I mean, because like no context cringe could be like. I mean, that's pretty cringe.
Maybe they really dislike. If it's a AP Maokai dislike, you're getting credits. You're getting a thumbs up from me.
Ah, yes, lol. I agree. So I think that's fine. We are going to have the Drake going down here in favor of KT.
What does that mean?
I don't know. But he saved himself. I'm not going to ban that. Buck is going to move forward. They do spot him on a control ward, but is it actually going to be enough to save them? Because Feisty's moving down as well.
Setup does have TP, but he's
Leta's
backing
going to
right
have to
now.
press all of the buttons in exactly the correct way. As there they go. They actually dive forward. Wei tanking up the turret for a while as there is the Realm Warp. They want to be able to lock him down. Immediately he gets exhausted though. Wei was baiting them in the whole time. There's Humbug. He's not tanky, but it's going to be enough. And Feisty's going to get another one.
And we start to see the cracks for DRX, right? Like Setup going in with that Realm Warp, knowing your member down is a really big risk. He gets his comfort pick, and it's just not happening. Really, really nicely done there by KT to try and set up that dive, but more importantly, their response is so measured, right? Because the moment the TP comes down, they back off. Don't want to take the risk, right? We see them go forward, and they're like, okay, let's peace out, let it go. And after that flash comes through from Wei, and Piero and crucially, Piero and Plata are not in a position to actually follow up on this, right? Like they were actually backing off. But Setup went for the Realm Warp, was calling it in, was never going to work out. Yeah, Wei, yeah, give him the zoom in.
He's amazing.
Kid's been playing so well.
I'm actually tempted to write down my Wei POG vote like right now.
Oh yeah, I think Feisty's great, but if Wei doesn't get any POGs this series, he's rubbed.
Yep, 100%.
100%. He's earning them.
Man,
actively.
It's been so good in every single game so far. I jokingly said it in the chat of their last series. Is Wei the best player in Challenger? And I'm now going to say it again, not joking, because I actually think he's just amazing. Really great stuff, and a great late addition to KT as well. Really showing that you can make these slight adjustments to really make the team look better. KT now continuing to work their way around the rift as the CC duo of Nautilus Maokai. Difficult if you come up against them, especially as some of the squishy members of DRX right now in the game. They did manage to get the Rift Herald, so some opportunities for DRX to get some control back around the map. Whether that's going to be enough is going to be the big question, though. As just a solo Mountain Drake for now, but it'll be a Hex Tech coming up, and then obviously Chemtech Drake will be coming through afterwards. We can do an Orcs check in the chat.
Orcs chat?
Yeah, just a bit of an Orcs check. If you guys wouldn't mind just doing a bit of an Orcs check, that'd be great.
To ensure that we don't get it again.
Yeah. Because I just want him. I just want him to say that we're all going to be okay. You know.
Well, he might think we're okay because we're getting Chemtech. Maybe that's his idea of okay. We don't know.
He knows.
Well, does he? You know, we don't know him with his weird northern ways.
Unfortunately, the only AU person in the chat is Aussie Aurora, which I believe actually very recently happened. Northern Lights in Australia.
That's cool. Cool name as well.
Yeah. But Auxcast unfortunately does not auto-complete.
Unbelievable.
Very sad. Also, Aussie Aurora, if you are in the chat. Yeah, there he is. How we doing?
Yay. There's the call out.
Yeah.
I'm Aussie. A lot of Aussies here.
Yeah, Southern Lights. That's
yeah,
true.
Ox
It
actually
is
takes
technically
his
that.
days off. Can you imagine?
Yeah, no, it's actually just really bad.
It's disgraceful.
I'm Australian as well, and I still call it the Northern Lights because that's the only. I've never seen them in Australia before. It is just the Aurora. Anyway, getting back to the game, is there anything that we need to focus on, or can I continue to say things wrong?
Waffle on, Atlas.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, so
please do.
Oh, Astralis Southern. That's cool. Thanks, Ghost Cooper. We did not see that Rakan W. I actually didn't see it because I was reading chat. Shirley just crashed
Even in
and burned.
playoffs,
Cool.
we have a priority straight in challenges,
Why
which is
don't
why
I-
you're all here.
I could try and commentate the game just from Twitch chat. So you guys could just put down what
Okay,
you want me to
yeah,
talk
I'll-
about, and I can just.
Okay, so I will.
That's where I can cast.
I
the
love
game
it.
from.
So I will actually watch the game and you play by play off of what Twitch chat is telling you.
No, I'm not going to do that. Don't think I can play by play.
Sure
off,
you can.
Twitch chat.
And try. Twitch chat has casted before. Remember that? We
They
did
have-
that.
Maybe you guys would like to cast. Would you guys like to cast another game? As Way is going to come in again. Grand Entrance, Battle Dance, everything going to be used here as Bramble Smash gets them all out of the Extendo Beam. A little bit anti-synergy there between the Maokai and the Zeri.
Man, I can't believe you're getting all this from Twitch chat.
I know. Thanks, Twitch chat. Appreciate you. Realm.
Warp. Is that how it goes? Realm. Warping.
Yeah. Realm. WAP! I think that's how you pronounce it. I think it's WAP.
Wow, wow.
Well, WAP.
Wow,
Isha,
wow.
wow,
Okay, I don't like that. That's too uwu for me. Wow, wow.
Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Well, oh, that's a bit
Okay, oh.
Sponge? He's just going to flash on top of Humbug, who grasps at him with the nature, and Sponge is going to get exhausted there as well. And now Clear, he can find the ulti. They wipe out Way immediately as Hype is going to survive, but it's a double kill for Satab. Sponge will go down, but there is no way that Hype can get back into this one. So the Drake should go over, and also DRX looking for even more. Extendo Beam does a fair bit of work, but Hype, you cannot be here, and therefore it should be the turret, and it should also be the Drake.
I can't remember the last time that DRX just got an actual win. Like in a
team
play.
fight good, yeah.
Yeah, like won a fight or got an objective. Last time was probably like... I don't even know. They got first blood, I guess. That didn't really qualify. That wasn't enough of a win. But they get Pleta. A ton of gold here from the local gold. Satab's back in the game. They don't get Drake. It's just some kills. It's just some gold. But this is how it starts.
Yeah, why don't we go to...
What?
Why the dragon?
Why the dragon?
The dragon.
Because they had to get
It's really cool to get the dragon.
No, first turret blood.
I
you
guess
need
it's,
the- you need
it's
the
good
turret.
it's good to cycle your camps and stuff. but
Turrets. You need to get the turret.
I really wanted them to get the dragon.
Yeah,
'cause
but
that's what I
need
said that they would do, and then they didn't do it.
But they need the turret first.
Oh man.
Yeah. And now they're just not. Okay, they are going to do dragon. So they got dragon.
Hey, there we go.
That's fine.
They do the
That's
dragon.
fine.
Oh, it really helped boost my energy back up again. Really excited about that.
Dragon.
Yeah, the dragon
So
priority.
it's
back up
Chemtech,
there
right?
again. Oh,
Chat,
100%.
Everyone, get ready to spam. Screw
Yeah,
you,
Auxcast.
Aux.
We need Auxcast tags ready to be spammed.
And
Ready
3,
to be
2,
spammed.
1.
Oh, okay. It's still a crappy Drake, but it's not the crappy Drake we were talking about
He
before.
didn't do it. Oh, we still get the screw you,
Yeah.
Aux. Nice. I'm glad we're committing, chat.
By the way, I know that your name is basically Politoed, the Pokemon, but it's like Polite Toad. polite
Maybe it's a
Todd.
polite Toad.
That's actually super cool.
So this
like
play
it.
doesn't actually really work because of the exhaust. A great ultimate from Wei and Humbug using his ult, but there he is. Here comes our hero again. Watch him as he goes. A lightning mouse. Yeah, without the TP from Clear, play does not work out. And Clear has been desperately trying to keep him in this game and keep him in this series.
Yeah.
And so far, so good.
He is the hero. And he may continue to be so. As Satab, there's a lot of bad guys in this area. Does have a lot of wave clear though. So should be able to deal with this wave very comfortably. And is not going to be under any threat.
Sneaky mouse.
Okay, doesn't have flash, does have dash cannon. Castle's going to turn up as Sponge gets on in there. There's the Cyclone, there's the Maelstrom. As the all-out does come forward, dash cannon comes on in, but Castle is going to be just fine. Doesn't even have to flash.
TP. Yeah, you can just go back. That's too big. Teamfight ultimate's gone. KT is like, yeah, there's no objective on the map. You can't really do anything, so who cares?
But they got his ultimate.
Does Hype live up to his name, or is he fraudulent? First and foremost, you're new, but don't call people frauds because you will get banned.
Yeah, I think anyone calling anyone a fraud when they're a professional player
will get
makes
banned.
me very upset.
But Hype is very good. Yeah, to answer the question.
Yeah, no, he's really good.
Has
You've been watching the last couple of games. He's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, has been really, really good. And even I think, as far as the whole season goes, is definitely up there. Played was really good this far in playoffs. Not really looking super hot, but had a great time previously.
Quit that, Adelia, you're fine. Stop, please. You're fantastic.
I was distracted and heard fraud as frog. Ribbit. Ribbit. Frog is in Academy, actually. This is the... Okay, I know everyone's asking, where's Frog? Why is Frog not playing? Where is... This
That's
is
because
not...
Clear is the best player on the team. You can't sub him out.
This is Challengers, not Academy, okay? I know everyone's asking, where's Frog? Where's Career? But these players are in... This is Challengers. If you don't know what's happening...
looking for the angle.
Oh? We're diving?
Well, they're going to go for something here as the cannon just explodes. Into the backline goes Piero and does about 0. He's now going to bring a knock up to Bleta, who is not going to accept it. Teleport to come forward here from Satab. That was not very great for DRX in that moment. Chronicler, over to you.
This is really well done by KT. DRX feels safe. Clear feels safe because he is a very threatening target, but you can still get zeroed. If you get isolated, you don't have Zhonya's, so not great, because Clear dying and the turret going down means that gold is now dead equal again. And Clear feels safe because, again, he is a fed cannon and he is terrifying. And shout out to Castle, I think the one who sets the display, gets the knockback, ignores the turret, obviously, brings him back into the team. There's no amount of CC, and then Piero also has to use his flash because he tries to come in, save his buddy, but he doesn't.
Yeah, that was actually really sick from Castle. Fantastic play. Not a lot that Clear could do, but then the re-engage from Piero as well.
Humbug's going...
Not quite going to get too much done.
I thought he was going to go Moonstone. He's probably going to go Mandate.
Oh no, not that Imperial Mandate build. I hated that build. Because it was almost a cool build, right?
Yeah,
Moonstone's kind of fun.
Moonstone's cool. It's like, oh, team fighting power, yeah.
Woo!
Cool. So he's the same comma because you were saplings. Wow.
Whoa! It's awesome. But obviously, they didn't see the infomercial that we put together about Moonstone Maokai's viability, and therefore, he's going to say that Imperial Mandate does more boom boom for our damage, people.
If you're a believer in a 2-1, I applaud your optimism. Even though like DRX are ahead on gold and I think their team fight comp is great, I just can't shake the feeling.
Yeah.
That KT is just gonna pull out again. It's not like they're in a bad spot, right? They have double front line because Humbug isn't actually going 9 off, which makes me happy. You have a fed Jace, and you have a Zeri. Perfectly on track.
Walking through the water.
Maybe we just flip Nash. Actually, maybe that's the angle. Yeah, that's fine. They're on the other half of the map. Easy.
Well, Clear also has a pretty beautiful flank angle here as well.
As
Castle is going to get engaged upon. There is a Cyclone. They invest it, and Clear is just going to say, hi, there is nowhere for you to go. So now it's a 5v4, and now DRX, not even as much of a flip, heading towards this Baron.
DRX believers.
Okay.
Let yourself be heard.
Remember, the electric mouse still has access to that slicing maelstrom, and there is no counter maelstrom because that was renamed and is now Nature's Grasp. Humbug, speaking of which, is going to use it here. Playful Trickster, oh my goodness, that was so scary! And it was a Warrior Trickster, not Playful Trickster. Fizz isn't in the game, but also the Zeri is no longer in the game as well, as Feisty's the last remaining DPS. Satab's gonna lock down the tree, and I think this may be the first real sign, outside of First Blood, I guess, that we are going to a game number 4.
Game number 4, it might be happening after all, Atlas. DRX just making sure we get the maximum amount of gameplay as Overstep from Castle, so they get the kill. That's all fine, and then Hype. I swear I've seen Zeri's die this exact way like 5 times.
I mean, we saw it in game 1.
Look, this.
Oh, exactly this.
I've seen this exact play like 15 times.
Every Zeri just wants to,
Yep. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Is it about like getting like ult activation value?
Also, this like Satap and Pleda going in and Pleda throwing his ult the wrong way and Satap almost dying to Feisty there is not necessarily peak gaming, but right now DRX are looking to bring us to, at the very least, a 4th game. And if you're a 3-1 KT predictor, if you're a Wolf, you're feeling great.
Yeah,
right?
Because
I think with Red Side, I still wouldn't really put a whole lot of stock in DRX. Even this game was a little bit messy.
If you're KT and you get side selection in game 4, you choose red, right?
You do, yeah. The only thing I'd be worried about is that like this is where DRX like, okay, now we win. I guess that's just gonna happen now, because that's kind of what happened in the previous series.
Yeah,
and I feel like it's such a weird thing because I shouldn't be feeling that way, but it literally happened a week ago. They did it.
Yeah, it's so strange that they sort of like they untilt by losing a whole bunch.
They became so much like even this game they're playing so much better. I'm just like, what is this team?
We also have the full AP Maokai, so we do have to temper our expectation a little bit.
That
I
helps.
think the draft gap extended over time in this series. And also, we've got this strange thing where it's just, they pick Zeri and lose. Everyone.
That's been happening a lot.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of the LCK.
Yeah, the LCK, it's pick Zeri and win. Here in Challenger, it seems like it's pick Zeri and lose. Very strange.
Strange tidings.
Indeed. What does it all mean? We're going to get to the bottom of it. Don't you worry. We will discover all of the answers for you. But it might not be today. It might just be as we move further forward in the tournament. And that's a few days' time, right? We've got our next playoffs matchup here in the lower bracket coming up tomorrow. We have a day's break, and then the 2 finals. The lower bracket final and the grand final will be upon us. This is technically one of the finals as well, the winners' final.
Winners' final.
Yep. Team that wins here will be heading towards that grand final. Not having to play any more, getting that at least top 2 here in Challenger. If it's either of these teams, would not be surprised.
I wish there was another, like, there was an MSI for challengers and
yeah, wouldn't
and
that be
LDL
cool?
and yeah, it would be cool. That'd be amazing. I would love that.
Just a secondary MSI.
If you were
really
Sherlock
cool.
and Watson, which one would each of you be? That's definitely me, Watson, and Atlas Sherlock. That's like
that's not even a
very
debate.
easy.
And that is just like not even ego-driven at all.
No,
it's just like there's no other choice.
You can't. No, there isn't. I don't think I'm a Sherlock next to anyone.
No, I think you're more of a Watson than I'm a Sherlock. I
Yeah,
have to be Sherlock because he's left over.
Because it's the only choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a Mycroft. You're a Mycroft.
I'm down for that.
You could be I could see you be a Mycroft. I'm definitely Watson though. That goes without saying.
I want to be a sponge.
Oxus Moriarty could see it.
I mean, I could be a bit of a Moriarty.
You could be Moriarty as well, but I think down the line,
Moriarty just does weird stuff just to watch the world burn.
yeah, that could be. But I feel like he's a bit too nefarious.
Yeah.
You're not nefarious. I don't think any of us are.
I like to pretend to be sometimes.
You do,
but
yeah.
I'm not very good at
Yeah,
it.
you're a bit edgy.
Yeah.
At times.
Well,
I'm angsty. You're edgy.
Yeah.
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 It's an important distinction.
Nice way of putting it. Well, anyway, KT, they are going to try and desperately defend their base.
Just
as
hold
we see
on.
6,000 gold is now the lead. And maybe this is what it is. If DRX get a taste of victory, if they get a taste of what it feels like to be ahead, if they chart the course towards a successful game state, then everything just seems cake for the rest of the series, because it's kind of what happened against T1. You know?
Yeah, maybe this is just how DRX win anything.
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know. I can't imagine that that's good. And I also can't imagine it to be true. But it was true last week.
Yeah, it was. Maybe like making any sense out of it is our biggest mistake. I'm
like
not sure.
The women who takes care of the house and bring them coffee. Actually, that might be me. Maybe Valdez is Watson.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. No, Valdez wouldn't be Watson.
No, he's not Watson.
Valdez is always just Valdez.
He's just Valdez.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like you go to the Sherlock Holmes-averse and Valdez is just there.
Yeah. There is no one that can be Valdez but Valdez.
Can't wait for the R5 Nesses. Yeah, I don't think they're getting red side.
No, I don't think
DRX
so
are. Because I do think this game, it's not 100% one. If you're wondering, like, you're a KT fan and you want them to 3-0, it's possible. There is still Zeri in this game with plenty of front line. And there is also a Fed Jace. So it's you can always make it work. But at this point with the gold, it requires DRX to majorly mess up.
I think it's so strange that DRX didn't realize that red side is better for them. As, oh my god, the cannon angle is insane! They dive in on top and he gets exhausted, but it does not matter. It's a double kill for the Rise. Wei has no way out outside of his name. And that is going to be the ace. It'll be the triple kill, and that will be the game. We are going to a game number 4, DRX. Can they back-to-back reverse sweep? Oh my god, that would be just so ridiculous. And I don't think it's gonna happen, because KT do just look like a great team today. As my POG vote will go towards Clear.
Clear as well? Yeah, I knew you were with me.
Yeah, it's Clear. The 0-2 Cannon POG angle.
Yeah.
Because he's found some phenomenal ults. He's managed to tidy up for his team, and he's done very, very well. And KT, back to the drawing board here. They will be able to choose the red side. Red side, 100% win rate so far here today. What a weird, wonderful world we live in.
There is no way that they reverse sweep again. I just want to put it out there. I've mentioned it before. I will lose my mind. KT has
you have to find your mind first.
Because even... Oh, nice, good burn. Because even in this game, KT looked like, from the get-go, they had a pretty decent shot. Obviously, at this point, the game stayed pretty disastrous. They have 0 map control, and Clear gets an amazing flank off here. Hit him with the caster blessing. No, but like... I want the better team to win, and even though DRX won this specific game, I still think KT looked like the better team. The Maokai is a disaster, and that's the one part that I'm very happy to see lose. Just like Atlas was brooding last game.
I mean, Maokai was the best part of that team.
If he didn't...
It was definitely the best part.
Oh, because of the damage?
Yeah, because it did the most damage. Like, obviously, like Nautilus, absolutely terrible.
Okay, so I can actually see the reverse sweep angle. If KT picked blue side,
yeah,
that's it, right?
Yeah,
like they're like, oh, we picked blue side, and then is that won't happen, right? They won't.
It's like all of the teams thinking that blue side is better, but they're wrong the whole time. Like,
they wouldn't do that, right? They wouldn't. No, they won't. KT's going to pick red side. They're going to get a counter pick, and they should 3-1 this with what we've seen thus far. But that's and that's exactly what we thought when it was 2-1 last week.
Absolutely.
For T1.
Well, I didn't think that.
You didn't think? No,
after the game 3 win, I kind of felt like
yeah, you knew. I didn't. I believed till the end. Well, not game 5. Once you get to game 5 in a reverse sweep, you're kind of chilling.
But do you know what we've just seen? We've just seen 2 games where Cannon just destroys. Like, what's the best? Yeah, he actually get the 0-2 Cannon POG. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. 222 CS. I thought it was CC score. I'm like, no, that score would be way higher. 34% of his team's damage.
Crazy.
As 0-2 Cannon.
Yeah, he did what he needed to. Had the 2 team fight flanks that won him the game.
Yeah.
The final one was more of a seal as opposed to what put him in the position. But that bot lane one, that's what turned this game on its head. That's what truly solidified the Position of DRX, and we're going to be going to a game number 4 here. No 3-0s in my Challengers playoffs.
Nope.
No, sir.
Not this time.
Except that one in round 1, but we don't count that.
Apart from that. Because that was also, like, that was a very cheesy affair.
That was
so
like,
it didn't
that was
feel
the T1,
like a
T1
3-0.
Hanma one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That
was the Dell speed run to 0-10 on Sion, but still in the game situation. It worked beautifully. And it was well orchestrated. However, I felt like that was a mental victory.
It was.
Not necessarily, you know, this team just got smashed, although they did. It's time to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 4. We'll see when the Silver Scrapes will be upon us again.
파랑팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파랑팀의 악질이 북한에서
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring, where we are on the verge of Silver Scrapes. It is time to get ready to buckle down for DRX to do it again, back to back.
He's going crazy!
Yeah. Look, it could happen. It may not happen. We have a theory.
We have some knowledge.
We have a theory in our minds, and that is based on side selection. If KT realized that red side has won every game of this series, counterpick has been very, very powerful, and clear versus castle is an important matchup, that could mean that with a red side selection here for KT, they could win the series at this point.
Hello, I have Yuno on the phone.
Ah, yes, please.
1 second. Hey, Yuno. Okay. Okay. Yeah,
Don't
see you
tell me
later.
your life story.
So, shocking turn of events. As far as Yuno is aware, KT picked blue. So you Silver Scrape enjoyers out there, I hope you're ready for game number 5.
So, yeah, that's what it is. So now I think we can spend most of this time just discussing whether or not a flash would have actually saved Satab in the mid lane in game number 1 or not.
Oh, look at all these DRX fans.
Hello
Loving this.
and welcome. DRX fans possibly could be eating well this evening if DRX can keep it up, if they can do it again, if they can reverse sweep one more time. T1 fell at the hands of the domination of the DRX reverse sweep.
This dude on the right is cringe and probably took something. Is that me? I don't know, because I'm...
Who's on the right?
I guess I'm on the right in...
I know where that guy is.
In broadcast.
Where did he say
No,
this?
no, it's YouTube chat. So it's,
not YouTube chat.
I know, we
can't affect that
permaban
one.
him. Dude on the right. Randy knows what's up.
Damn it, Randy Montana.
But does Flash really would save Syndra, though? Maybe. We can't know. There's
Solid
no
Liquid,
way to know.
Solid Liquid, I think your name indicates exactly what my thoughts are on the matter.
Yeah. YouTube chat is the
with
worst.
Anadolia, it's a tough time.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, I was a teenager once, and I made fun of people for enjoying themselves. And then I grew up, and I was like,
I think that's the reason why I hate just people using cringe.
Yeah.
It's like that, as well as the fact that it's not how you're supposed to use the word.
Well, that's I think a large part of it for you as well.
Yeah,
but it's also
really like because cringe-worthy.
Yeah.
Worthy of a cringe, because a cringe is an action that you take. It is not a
okay. Well,
a
the
way
word
it's not an adjective. You know?
The word quinge is definitely cringe.
Quinge, I love. Big fan.
Is this live? No, it's not. It's not live.
So basically, what the underlying thing is, and we have stated this already, it has been established in chat. It is that cringe is cringe.
Yeah. Reverse sweep incoming. Well, we don't know because blue side, by all means, should be better. But we also know that DRX have made incredibly great use of red side counter picks. We also know that red side has 100% win rate in the series, and that Zeri has been losing everything.
Quinge. Yeah, I'm not talking about this game anymore because they chose the wrong side of the rift, so it doesn't matter. It's silly. It's all dumb. It's all silly stuff now.
If DRX like double reverse sweep their way to a grand final, then I will lose it.
Anadolia is on fire today. Chat, please stop being so quinju. And Tommy's still just being wholesome. I like it. Everything's just right in the world. Everything's right in the chat right now.
I'm so happy we have a challenger chat. It wouldn't be the same without. Yeah. It's what makes the experience.
It's perfect. This is the way it was until it wasn't, guys.
It was cringe boy. Oh god, chat, stop making us do it. No, we're not. We're about to see a second. This is if it actually happens, it'll be the second reverse sweep we cast in a week.
And it's the second one in a row for DRX. This team is just the reverse swippers. That's what they are.
As it turns out, the way to win against DRX, let them win game one. That's how you do it. Let them win game one. Then you can have the rest. But you can't go up 2-0.
Do you like being Quaniqua?
No.
I like that one as well.
No, I don't enjoy it.
I'm a big fan. All right, well, we are going to see the blue side rise band here for KT.
Oh,
The big old blue side rise band might mean that the Sejuani makes it through the draft this time around. We'll see what the band to drop is going to be. Is KT still not wanting to see the Heimerdinger that they beat in game 2?
Yes.
That's neither here nor there.
So if they first pick Zeri, it's a reverse sweep.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's what we're at.
If they first pick Rakan, I'm kind of like
I'm down. No, I'm down with that.
Doing okay.
Jace, I'm also okay with.
Yep. If they pick Maokai at all, I think that it's a reverse sweep.
No, because it can be tank. If they pick Maokai with AP.
Because there are players that they choose to play a certain way, right? Like, it's like Dash Cannon Heimerdinger from life, like every single game. It took him half a season to realize that it was bad. Like, took him a really long time.
Okay, chat, get ready. We're about to find out whether Atlas and I are going to another game 5.
Well, whether DRX can do it again.
We're kidding, guys. We're joking because, to be very frank, it's mostly about gameplay. And KT's gameplay, barring the last game, has been.
Oh, there we go. They
good.
Figured it out.
So you do your Renata.
Zeri Wukong, baby. Oh, I like this way more.
Aphelios Renata?
I big enjoy this. I am having a good time seeing the Aphelios because I want to be here for game 5. I want to do it again. I want to see it one more time. 5 seconds to go. And I think that this will be locked in. There it is.
So, Wukong?
Yeah, probs.
But this is 100% Wukong.
I would wait. Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh, they want to give counter
Another
pick to
decent
Sponge.
pick into Rakan
No,
also gives Pleta so much more agency.
So this is a great pick, but it would be very surprising for them not to pick up a jungler here because it means that KT gets first pick. And there's no chance that KT pick up Fresh, right?
But KT is never going to pick Wukong, and that is all Sponge wants to play. So I actually think it's kind of fine. But there was also never a, like, they would have never picked Thresh. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Zeri Rakan?
No, they just pick Rakan, right? Or Xayah. They already have Rakan.
I think if it's Viego Xayah, you're feeling very happy about the KT draft. And already the Viego has come in, and there is the Xayah. So I like this a lot.
Life's okay.
Yeah.
So you don't... Yeah, that's way better. We haven't talked about this yet.
Oh.
That's actually the angle. You can't go Wukong here. We already know what Humbug does. That's also fine. If Sponge can play that, I'm on board. As long as it's not Wukong, which I'm still worried that we're going to pivot back to that we're going to like hover these also fine. Lee's okay.
This is the champion that has only just made it through. Picking Lee into Viego is kind of interesting though, because Viego has often been picked as an answer to the Lee Sin, but they both kind of do similar things. And this will mean that Sponge, for the first time, will have early game agency in this game.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Viego can match, right? But I don't think either of them outright wins because Lee is obviously extremely mobile, so he can kind of go out of his way to make sure he doesn't have to deal with. As I'm expecting Syndra and Veigar bans here. I do think Veigar like 100% needs to be in the chopping block if you're playing Lee and Fresh.
Yeah.
Don't let Feisty play that.
Well, you don't actually have to ban it because you can pick it.
You can offer it, and it's
Seitab's very good at the champion.
Viego?
Yeah, no, you're feeling very happy. So definitely do not ban Viego. You can ban Ahri here. I think that would be a good choice. And I like this one too.
Malphite's a great ban.
Yeah, get rid of it. Not wanting that option. And so now KT, I think the Veigar ban has to come from them, and that gives Seitab Ahri. Like, this is the thing, like, it's really difficult to ban at this particular position, and maybe it's just ban Jace or something like that here.
Yeah, Jace also is a great R4 as well.
Canon, I think that's fine. Because now this has to be
Malphite's
Veigar,
gone. I'd expect this to be Veigar, yeah. That would be my guess. Veigar is a great option. Jace is a good option here as well.
I still think that, like, with the Lee Sin, the Jace not as flexible. So I think that, I mean, Veigar's just, like, they're already so low range.
Yeah,
but the Ahri's going to come through instead. A little bit more early power and pairs well with the Lee Sin.
We also know that a lot of players consider Ahri to be really good into Veigar.
Yep.
Even though the cage is an obvious problem, as
love that.
That is very, very strong. That combination, Viego, Lissandra, and Rakan is good by itself. And you're also getting it into Ahri. So this is the best case scenario for KT. I actually think the draft is really, really well done. Clear does have a counter angle here. Can go for his Gwen.
I think Gwen would be really good.
Gwen most notably. It's also it might be a Nasus angle or an Olaf angle as well.
I don't know whether you can Nasus into Xayah as comfortably.
Yeah, it's not nearly as good, right? I think Gwen would be my main pick. And it will be the Gwen. Clear is insane at this pick. And I like the DRX draft, but I do think that KT, like specifically
I like both drafts a lot.
Right?
This is actually the best drafting that we've seen in the whole series. And we started this off by saying, KT, you were dummies for picking blue side, but the result, I still think that like with like the Gwen into Cassante matchup, kind of tilts it for me, but we've seen Gwen's not be able to find angles in the past. In fact, we saw it yesterday in the LCK.
Yeah.
So it's not just an insta-win, but if this game goes late, if there is enough shenanigans and perhaps the Gwen gets ahead by accident, then this will spiral out of control. But the amount of tools KT has, Viego, Lissandra is so good just by themselves. Oh, man.
And what's most important for me is that if we get to late, I take the DRX draft every time, even though they don't have a front line because Gwen and Felios late are just nuts. But we have seen KT win basically every single early skirmish that has happened. Like the team fighting from DRX in the last game was great, but even there, the early skirmishing was pretty woeful. And Lee and Ahri stand or fall by how you play out the early game. Like, can you actually utilize the power that they have? And you're playing into Viego and Lissandra, you don't get to make a lot of mistakes. So even though in the specific meta of this team, or of this series, blue side has been way worse. I think that this draw from KT is amazing, and DRX have the tools. But if the early game plays out the way the previous games have done, and Rakan, Lissandra, and Viego get to run around the Rift, I think we might be looking at a halted reverse sweep here.
Yeah, I think KT are kind of back on form draft-wise this time, because we did feel like game number 3 was skewed towards DRX, largely based on the build choice of a certain Maokai.
Yeah.
And so that made things a little bit difficult. We didn't see KT play their composition the way that they really wanted to. DRX this time around, an even draft. They have to be the better team. So far today, they have not looked like the better team, but they've performed reverse sweeps in the past. And if they win here, man, the likelihood of a DRX victory skyrockets. Because if you do get to a Game 5 in a reverse sweep scenario, your win percentage goes through the roof. Let's rock out.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, we emote.
Yeah, they did it last game as well.
Yeah, I love to see it.
The year is 2025. Both chat and the cast have been replaced by ChatGPT. The director of LCK wakes up in a cold sweat. Time to write another reverse sweep for DRX.
Oh no.
Amazing.
Well, it's not like we were due one, because we already had one very recently. In fact, it was last week. But, you know, how many times can DRX reverse sweep this season? And the answer is one more time after this. It can be 3. Would that mean that every one of their matches would be a reverse sweep? Yeah, it would. So there we go. Sometimes that's just what happens. And if they like reverse sweep every time, should we even be like surprised? Like,
no, if they do it
thing?
again, then it's just their thing.
Yeah.
Which should not be. That shouldn't be your thing. If your thing, like, that's not a good thing. But
No.
it might be their thing. Maybe they just need to get comfortable. They need to get with their backs against the wall.
Well, clear 5-2 on this Gwen. He's been very good at it. You've been outspoken about this for quite some time.
Yeah, even last year, I was talking about this a lot.
Yeah, well, you would have been talking about Gwen a lot because she was played a lot last year.
But this is discipline. So.
Yeah, more of a niche pick, more used in the right scenarios, exactly the way we like him. Pleta and Piero here on this bottom side of the map, and 100% win rate here for Wei on his Rakan. Gets the flash out of Pleta here very early on. That's what happens, by the way, guys. If you flash out of the way of a grand entrance, generally you survive. I don't think he was going to die this time, but also you want to preserve your health bar a lot. And so even without the flash, I think Pleta's going to be happy to have a full health bar. And
it's, again, the early mistakes. Level 2 is something that you know is coming, and you should be ready for. Pleta mispositioning there. And a great start to what is a very important game here for DRX. Do note that whichever team ends up losing here is not out as clear. Yeah, he's going to snip him real bad.
Snip, snip, snip. Oh, avoids the actual snip.
Didn't have E.
But now he's going to go back for the
wave
cannon,
state
is not
so
great.
bad for Castle here as well.
Oh man, if Sponge just walks up here, they might just be able to kill him.
Actually, with the cannon, maybe it's just okay, but he can't really walk up, yeah. Nice dodge. Does dodge most of the snips there. We'll be pushing back into him.
Yeah.
But yeah, still going to get shoved in. It's going to give Clear a free back. Might be looking towards a early pickup of Dark Seal or something of the sorts. Can even pick up a call if you really wanted to. You don't want to do anything until you have Riftmaker anyway, Gwen.
True. Oh, Sponge. Even if he stops the back here, it is actually just kind of awful. There's the ghost. Let's see whether they can complete the dive. And there it is. First blood goes to Gwen. Reverse sweep confirmed. It's not confirmed, but I mean, it's getting close. Because we said this, like, this is the disaster mode.
Good.
This is the doom angle for KT, as if this Gwen gets fed and it's 4 minutes. Crying out loud.
And he crashed it. He doesn't even, he might TP, but he doesn't even need to. Like, he literally, the wave will be bouncing back into him. Oh my god. Like, this is such a fat wave as well. It's very straightforward, right? Gets the cancel. stacks up the full Q, and there's nowhere to go. Even without hitting the true damage, Castle can't walk out. Early damage is more than enough. Lucidity boots picked up. Clear did opt to TP back, so looking to go for maximum pressure. And you know what actually the big difference has been? Is Sponge. Second time in a row, and here we go!
That's a big old flash forward. It's the Griffin play, but the grand exit is going to be there, so Wei will escape. Still, they get the flash out of Hype.
Yeah, that's big. Still going to mean that down the line, Satap or Sponge can go for big aggressive plays on Hype. And KT is being put on the back foot.
And Satap is very comfortable on this Ahri as well. Haven't really checked in on this matchup. Of course, the Lissandra into Ahri is very, very popular. It's not like it's going to dominate the lane type pick, but it means that it can hold down the Ahri for quite some time. And it's not going to be Chemtech Soul as well. If it's Chemtech into Ocean, I'm going to be so happy because that means every soul is super cool.
That'd be his dream. Yeah. I mean, if I'm with Cloud, I think Cloud is definitely.
I mean, Cloud's obviously the best, yeah. As Chan is going to connect onto Feisty, it's going to stop him from getting too much as the Orb of Deception true damage isn't going to land, but the rest of it is Foxfire also doing some work here as Humbug in position and Satap just holding on to this Siege minion for a moment. Distracts the other minions. Control Ward goes down, immediately it is destroyed as Humbug. Position given away. Means now a lot of space for Sponge as he moves towards the top side. Should be Rift Scuttle first.
This is on Vision, so they have full knowledge now that this is happening. There are two options. Either you try and make a play and clear his... I don't know about that one, Castle.
Yeah, Castle is going to go all out. And maybe it's not what he wants, as Sponge is going to clean him up. That is another kill on the top laner. And they'll get a Chemtech Drake. Congratulations, guys. I think if that was a Mountain Drake, then maybe it's like less bad, but still bad.
But like Clear is getting monstrously. This matchup is supposed to go even early, right? Like obviously,
like look at Castle. Did you see that? Scratches his head as this massive, humongous cannon minionless wave crashes into the turret.
Yeah, and he's Cassante. He will have value nonetheless. But what is most worrying to me here is two things are happening. One, Sponge is playing well, and his first few games were really rough. This is I think also a sign of Castle being like very clearly frustrated, because I don't even think you necessarily win that 1v1. Like even without Claire having his needles available, that's still a flip. And if that flip goes poorly, like you lose, and if the enemy jungler is there, you also obviously are in real deep trouble. And Clear is, I think, the most consistent win condition. It used to be Blood Out, but Blood Out today clearly not feeling too hot. Does have a flashback now, but his team fighting hasn't been amazing, and his Zeri play was very obviously rough. Has been dying in lane or overstepping at the very least. But Clear has been great even in the games that they lost. And right now he is fed Gwen in a counter matchup. And you know who kills Gwen on the enemy team? No one. No one kills Gwen, because they either have to go melee or they're Hype. And as soon as the needles come out, you gotta get out of there.
You absolutely do. And you're not going to be able to surprise him with a kill if he does have Mist at the ready as well. So the blade callers from really long range are not going to be as effective. Still, being melee and things like that, he's going to have to be ghosting. He's going to have to be getting away from the angles on these feathers, because you can kind of blow up. And big burst damage is kind of the worst enemy of Gwen, who does like to leech a bit of life.
True.
But
need
still,
some time.
It is going to be a very rough situation, because you can just kind of get on top of the Xayah and then kind of run circles around it if you play it correctly.
Yeah. And we'll see how Hype deals with it. Of course, Xayah does have a lot of innate safety, but even if Clear like walks up Ghosts and Hype Featherstorms, that's a huge win. That already in of itself can be enough to win you a team fight. Now for KT, it's not done yet. I think that we need to reserve our judgment until the first skirmish comes through, because this is a type of comp where even if you fall behind, we've seen D+ do this a lot, where they have a comp like this, and the laning phase goes pretty badly, and you're like, oh, and then they have like 2 skirmishes around like objectives, and then they just kill someone, snowball, and then win the game.
Yeah, and from there it is more difficult to get anything done. The only reason we're speaking relatively definitively about these early kills is because it is a Gwen, and there is absolutely no side lane answer to this champion whatsoever.
No.
And she could just possibly win the game. And the defensive angles here for DRX are also pretty good.
We have seen this happen last week.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
A week ago, we were sitting here, like, man, T1 is so much better.
Imagine, like, being able to choose the side of the rift you are, because I think the real problem here is that KT weren't given the opportunity to be on red side and avoid being counterpicked.
Right.
Man, such a shame.
Well, they might be able to get in game 5.
That's true. That's true. We'll see whether they can convince
they'll pick red
the
side.
referees.
If we get to game 5, they'll pick red side, right?
Yeah. I hope so. I hope they're given the choice.
I hope so.
I really hope they are given the choice.
Oh, Piero on an angle.
Okay.
But there is also
a lot of
yeah,
buddies.
I think he should not do that, and he doesn't.
Yeah, gets full information, and Pleta with a crescendo. It's at least a plate, and he will collect it there. And so just a bit of an escort available, as Feisty does have his Ignite at the ready, as well as the Frozen Tomb.
Sponge covering.
Yep. And also we've got Satap moving into the river as well. Grand Entrance gonna get just barely the knock-up. As Gravitum comes down, Piero in a little bit of trouble now, as KT feeling themselves a little here.
A little slow in the hook there. Piero tried to go for away as the Gravitum came down, but can't quite string the CC chain together. In the case, there's... Oh, Piero is going to be just fine. That was a little dicey there.
The early Merc Spy actually working out really nicely there for Wei. I think that might have been why there just wasn't quite enough time. So
oh yeah, Mercs are
intelligent.
Very high value on either side here. For DRX, it feels a little bit worse because of the knockups, but still into Lissandra and Viego, not going to be too bad, as we will have another Drake being picked up here by KT, but trading for Herald and then throwing that down in mid lane. It's probably going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, or top lane.
Oh, sorry, top lane, yeah. I was actually thinking about top lane. I don't know why I said mid.
Well, often throwing it down in mid lane is also good, and opening up the map could also be a great thing, but I still think that, that we are going to get Hextech Soul, so it is going to be a very interesting one. And that is an out for KT now, because they've stacked up 2 of these already. The Hextech Soul is 2 Drakes closer for them.
Is on his way. But I don't think they're going to go. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go for this dive, and I don't think they should, because this is obviously very telegraphed. The knowledge is there.
Yeah, a lot of information here for DRX is with that Rift Herald. Sponge not going to opt to throw it down too hastily, and now with Hex Gates on the map, a lot of ability to go for resets when you want to.
That's Riftmaker done.
Oh my
Hassel's life is about to become a whole lot harder.
Well, Satap just going to ult away. Feisty not going to be able to get in there, and he actually flashed for it. Doesn't get into position, so a little bit of a shame for Lissandra.
That's big. You know, even with Spellbook, missing plays like that can also really hurt your confidence. I think on Lissandra in particular, you can't afford to. As we have been treated to some, frankly, stupidly good Lissandra games from Faker recently, which has really shown that to play Lissandra, you need to not care. And you need to have a lot of faith in your team and just go in. And without Flash,
you also
still be fine.
need to know the angles, right? Like,
you do, yeah.
That's what we've seen from a lot of our great Lissandra players, is being able to read the situation.
I love this.
To a great point. And reading this situation is not difficult. The situation is top lane, win condition, put money into Gwen, snip, snip, win game. And there it is. Money collected and game plan sorted out.
Response are good from KT, rotating over Feisty, and Hambach was also in the jungle. But they don't need to get the turret right now, because as mentioned, the real tragedy with this matchup is that it always was going to be Gwen favored. As we get to the later stage of the game, Sponge, he ain't done.
No, he's looking for it again, as Castle thought they were on a reset. He's going to take a fair bit of damage here. He's trying to bait out an ultimate. He is going to be able to get it here, but Clear does take some turret shots, and with his Riftmaker, doesn't care about that at all. Not even a little bit, not even kind of.
Needles.
And yeah. To work out the ready. So, unleashing the teleport. And is that just like solo kill territory? Does he just walk up, kill the turret, and then kill the sun?
Yeah, there is vision. So Hambach is going to get spotted here, so Claire will just peace out. And they're doing a really good job of holding onto this turret, but as mentioned, as good as KT's defensive play is right now, the damage is already done. And that is something that they're going to have to figure out as we go, as I like this from player. As Satan. Be careful.
Ooh, great Everfrost is going to come through. He does trade it, but just gets a Spirit Rush in the end. Satan presses his R button. He will be K for the moment. That is a decent cooldown for them to get, but Humbug flashed for it as well, so not feeling all that valuable. And KT feeling like you can feel some of the desperation in the play a little bit here.
Oh, it's the DRX effect, man. There we go. Took a little bit of time, but now it's a 3K gold lead. And I am as it's happening. You know, you can't peel off your eyes.
Killmasses wrote something in the chat, and
I love that.
It's nice, but like the fact that it's in italics makes it better.
Everything about that confuses me. It's feel like we are getting a straight like mainframe message. It just
amazing challenges is amazing, Killmasses, and I appreciate your comment.
Yeah,
I'm just
great job.
It's vexing me for the moment.
It's very confusing.
Yeah,
but I like it.
It does get the people going. You know,
Hello,
it's provocative.
Beige XR. Hello, back.
That's not how you spell beige, but it's also the only way you could pronounce that. So I got confused.
Yeah, it's like it's either Baj or
Serapet, please.
Bagexer.
The
italics are actually driving Atlas crazy. Make a stop, guys. We need to cast a series. Can you not?
Well, we do, because we could be doing this again. The one saving grace, if KT, and I know it has been mentioned, YouTube chat was there with the point out, which is the fact that the Drakes have been taken by KT. Dragons have been pretty powerful. The reason we're saying that DRX are in such a good position is because Gwen, and because Gwen turret, and because top lane good, and difficult side lane win condition to overcome.
Yeah, I think if KT can do a good job here on this skirmish, they can definitely still win the game. And they can bounce it back, and they will be completely fine. Cleanse is available for Plata here, goes for Saytab. Trap has been set, and there is plenty of...
That's a lot of bad guys. That's a high-value Sonic Wave there from Sponge, as the Charm... Not sure what happened with the Charm, because we needed to watch Plata shoot a turret. He'll take a lantern, he'll fly away.
They do need to contest this.
They do really very much.
Wait, maybe they don't. Actually, maybe they... Okay, they will. I'm like, maybe they just trade for double turret and then just win every subsequent fight.
How did that not hit anyone? It's a bit crazy. Saytab, that is dangerous. That's scary. Sponge, he dives forward. Way's going to be all right as well as Humbug. He's going to lock him down. In goes the Lee Sin, but out he goes again. The Lee Syndrome traded over to the other team. As Saytab locks down that kill, Castle looks for the opportunity. Hype is real dead, very dead, mega dead. But is the Dragon also going to be dead? And I think that the Dragon might also be dead. Hype gonna walk towards this turret, tanks 1 shot, 2 shots. There is the execute. And Saytab wasted a little bit of time there, as they are gonna go back to base, go for a reset, and look to lock down this Dragon themselves.
Yeah, might be, if it wasn't for Hype dying that late, we might actually see a repeat fight here. And crucially, I want you to draw attention, as Saytab with that charm. It was charm, right? I think Saytab
the charm, the hook missed, which is why it looked like a bit of a yike.
And then Claire is single-handedly just zoning out full control, which we expected. And this will be this Drake over. This is a Gwen that is starting to stack Hextech Dragons. Yeah, that's the only appropriate response. And if you're coming in, you're like, why are these classes so DRX biased? Like KT still has a great teamfight comp. They have a good front line. They have great pick if someone on DRX oversteps. They have a Zaya. We have a pause, which I assume is just a quick fix. But if you didn't watch last week's T1 series, you don't get to comment about why we're feeling the way that we do. Because I legitimately am... You know how people always ask, is it live? Right now, I'm feeling like I'm watching a rebroadcast.
Yeah, we've just got different nameplates that's been placed over these teams, as I believe it's the issue that we're having on the KT side. We'll give you an update when we find out exactly what's going on. Hopefully, it's something that we can resolve as quickly as possible. I don't think it had anything to do with that turret falling down on the bottom side of the map, unless Castle was like, this is unfair, and decided to pause the game. I don't think you're allowed to do that, though, and you would get fined. So, not going to be the outcome. It seemed to me like it was feisty.
Yeah, he DC'd. So it might be either a connection issue. Yeah, there we go. So it is a an issue for him. Hopefully it can be figured out quickly. We want all our players to be in the best possible position.
Yep. Oh, man. Very intense. Reverse sweep on the horizon. Possibly denying my evening walk, which is a little bit sad. Don't want to go walking way too late. And my fiance does have work tomorrow. So
KT can still pull it back.
that is true.
You know,
And honestly, if there's ever a reason not to go for an evening walk, it's because DRX has done a back-to-back reverse sweep, right? Like, if there is ever a reason to have that one happen. Device issue is going to come through as, once again, over to Europe we go. Making sure that Device is A-OK and can play all of his games to the utmost of his ability. KT, it's Feisty that's actually going to go over there and do that, so he does need to head over there. I don't know why Device always seems to have so many things go wrong. Like, why couldn't it be any other European esports player?
I thought the joke was funny the first time.
I didn't. I just felt like once I'd done it the first time, I just have to do it every time, you know?
Do you watch a lot of Counter-Strike?
No, not really. I watch the majors, you know, some of the big ones, and I do really enjoy Counter-Strike. Mainly because a lot of the commentary in Counter-Strike is so good.
Exceptional. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I do agree. I don't know. It just never really... It's the same with Valorant. Like, when I'm watching it, I'm like, man, this is cool. But it has to already be on. I would never go and, as it looks like people are getting ready again.
I think we're kind of getting back in there.
Everyone is touching the mouse. No, maybe not. But I do really think that's one of those scenarios where you're like, oh, man, that's amazing. But then if someone else doesn't put it on, I'll probably never ever watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, really, I also really like Pansy's casting in CS. Machine as well. Machine's my favorite. I just love the sound of his voice, man. I can't stop.
He is just...
Sponge as well, one of my guys. You know what I'm saying? There is like, you know, there's an Australian plant in every single esport.
I thought you were talking about this Sponge, and I was very confused.
No, the CS commentator.
Like, how do you know Sponge?
Because I did a event in Sweden with him.
I thought this Sponge. I'm like, how do you know this Sponge? I obviously you've worked a lot of
this one
esports
because
events. He's in Challengers.
He's in the game.
I get it. LCK English casters are my favorite. Well, they're not my favorite at this point.
Kappa.
I think that, you know, if you have gotten sick of StarCraft, I think LCK casting is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah, and if there's no CSGO on, there's no major. And if Valorant is on.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh dear! The needles are coming out!
Oh dear!
Sponge is here! He wants to help! He was unnecessary, but he wasted all of his time coming down here. And oh man, I'd be frustrated because even the Krug didn't want anything to do with him. So clear is now 2-0-1. Nash's is on the way. That is the split pushing build. Almost completed, and these turrets will just explode.
God, yeah, he's going Nash's as well, as you point out.
We haven't seen the Nash's build in quite some time.
No.
It's been Deathcap second for almost everyone.
Because, and I actually think Cosmic Drive is really good as well.
Yeah,
new iteration. It actually was. There's not. Yeah, you can't do anything. Like the matchup at this point is just doomed. You should just not be there, and it feels really bad. But you can't. You have to leave. As he's going for, I guess, Demonic next, which makes sense. They do have a lot of AP already, and I think that when you're this ahead, building defensively is quite strong. So my assumption will be Demonic because of the Giant's Belt that was just picked up, and Gwen with Ghost doesn't really need Rylai's. Zoopladder.
Yeah. The grand entrance, Wei just says, I am here, and relocates. Goodness me. It could even be, honestly, do you know what would be the most gangster choice here for Clear? Is to just build a tempo Giant's Belt because he doesn't plan to go back again. Just wants to finish the game.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah, I think
it's actually going to turn it into Anathemas, put it on the hype, and just never die. They already kill everyone.
Yeah.
I'm still... You know how there's the 5 stages of I think it's grief. In this game, it isn't actually grief, but I'm still going through all of them.
Yeah.
Which is watching DRX reverse sweep another team.
I think that's the 5 stages of DRX fan.
Actually, it is. So
no matter what the esport and no matter what league you're watching, it's just DRX.
It's just what DRX does. Yeah, it happened last year, and then they obviously
the same thing
won.
can be said for KT fans as well in this exact scenario.
Yeah,
because it's a KT that had looked like they were the better team for 3 games in a row and are going to go to 5 of them and probably lose the series. And that is, there couldn't be a more like KT thing to do than that.
Oh, look at this.
Doopy doopy doo. Snip, snip. Have a great time. Can you get your IARs in the chat, please? IARs in the chat,
Did we get
everyone.
excited too early? Yes. Any KT fan knows you never. They could be killing the Nexus, and you'd still be clenching.
You are actually on fire. So we've got a bit of a team fight here as well as the Moonlight Vigil does come down. It looks like it is going to be the disengage as Shirley is going to pop on up.
Good cleanse from Hype there.
Yeah.
Arrow able to get that summoner, but Hype very ready. Doesn't have to use his Featherstorm either, which means they can still contest for his up-and-coming Drake. Because if that next Drake goes over to DRX as well, we're running out of options.
By the way, the comment that Cortana Dolly made was that KT fans are in a constant state of bargaining.
Yeah, they are.
That's so good. It perfectly explains it.
Actually, I think they oscillate between bargaining and depression.
Yeah, yeah. And there's never acceptance. It's
No,
like
no.
The cycle doesn't include that.
No, it doesn't.
And therefore,
No,
it is
you
a
actually
cycle.
just keep going back.
Yeah, because it's a
no
roller coaster, right? Like it just keeps going round and round and round. And once you're on the ride, it never stops, unfortunately. Speaking of which, it's not looking like the bad times ever stop for Castle here towards this bottom side of the map now.
Quality is very bad. Well, then go elsewhere. You don't have to watch this if you're not appreciative of everything that challengers.
YouTube chat again?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. Like maybe it might be your PC or something like that.
This PC is not normal.
You may not have the internet, and therefore I imagine that the stream quality is probably not so good.
As that is clear. He is actually building an item, which is nice. He's not going for the
Okay.
A little bit too close to the sun.
Yeah. And is not hit by anything. So I guess that is about as close to the sun as you can get.
Pool Bay-esque flank coming through.
Oh, goodness.
They're still sieging here from mid, and they should be able to get it. Clear does have TP.
Yep, Satab moving in. Clear is going to move all the way up as, oh my goodness. He's going to walk over a controller. They have the information. As Wade dives on top of him, they're trying to buy time, but the rest of the team is strong too, and look at this! The raid boss turns up and just wipes them out! Oh no, it's like KT walked into an over-leveled area in an RPG and just got smacked down!
They're getting Gwent, Atlas! It's happening! Wayne identifies the target correctly. Yeah, you do need to deal with Clear, but if you're flashing Wing as Rakan, the rest of the team ain't gonna be around.
Nope. And you saw, like, it was a cool idea from Wei. He's like, oh, buy time! You guys try to fend them off! And it just did not work, you know? It's like a pigeon being like, I'll deal with the T-Rex. It'll be okay. I'll peck his eyelids.
I'll try and fly near his tiny hands. He can't grab me.
I'll bind his hands. It'll be okay. And he eats him. Yeah, it's kind of how it works.
Snatched out of the air, and while they're able to get this, Clear doesn't even need to use his TP. And crucially, Satab goes in here, Hype has the Featherstorm almost immediately. They turn onto Feisty, and while the rest of the team tries to walk away, they run into Gwen. And even with a Feather recall, Clear doesn't care at all.
By the way,
Atlas,
yes.
We don't know for sure yet whether it'll be reverse sweep. Maybe KT have a mental made of steel, and they'll be fine.
Whatever's happening, we're going to a game 5.
We're going to a game 5. Yeah. It's happening.
That has
it
been confirmed. And I do want to say, Saranomu wants to call him Immovable Clear.
Nice.
An Immovable Gonzalez reference from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I absolutely love it. Also, I think that name
he's
has been
in free
used
as well.
Yeah, he's in free as well.
Why do both casters sound like Morty when they yell? Chill. Well, jeez, man.
I don't know what that means.
Do I hammer? You call us out.
As Satab's going to be dashing away. Q going to connect, but it does not get followed through on.
I wish Costas could reach an LCK streams. This is cool. It's a very different experience. You also get roasted if you roast us, which is, I think, one of the more cathartic parts of it. As DRX are... We're on our way to a game 5, and it's off the back of this man in the top lane.
KT moved too far into Guap lane. Absolutely. As Sponge will be taking down the second Hextech Drake of the game for DRX. That is going to be 2 apiece as far as the dragons are concerned, but I don't think counting dragons is necessarily a relevant thing.
Is it really going to be a double refer? Like, I know we mean about it, but it can't actually be happening twice, right? Like, KT will bounce back in game 5 and everything will be okay.
The likelihood of a bounce back in game 5 after you're on the verge of a reverse sweep is very low, actually.
I know.
So... I mean, the likelihood of a reverse sweep now is actually way higher than the opposite.
It's not what I wanted to hear.
Well,
oh, gee, Atlas, KT is getting smoked by Gwen. Oh, man. Don't do it. That's not Rick and Roll. What are you talking about?
No, but there's the Gwen, like, it's like the Quinge that we were talking about before.
I was just continuing the joke. You don't always have to okay. Maybe we should talk about
I'm
this.
I'm just trying to learn.
Atlas, we're being too new. I think we need to gruff it up.
Is this a little bit like the Monty Python, and now for something completely different, where he does the thing where it's like, you're getting too silly?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that.
It's too like this.
It does have to happen.
Sponge?
Feisty going to look for Sponge here, and he's not going to press the R button, and therefore Sponge will escape. No, Sarah, the italics.
Wait, Feisty?
Okay, yeah, possible. No. They just don't do any damage. They went too far behind. Never mind. The Ari is going to be taken down.
That's a start.
Is there an answer? Is the question, Sponge? That is a fantastic stopwatch. He has relearned how to play the game. Good flash from Pletter as well. As Feisty's going to have to go. What the heck, Piero? They're taking it in turns to be mega gods. As it's a quadra-kill in the end. Castle, quick, teleport.
And while that was happening, Claire was just like, yeah, don't mind me. I'm just getting, I'm starting the game by myself.
Chilling. How did Claire do 500 damage in the team fight? He wasn't in the team fight, Chronicler. I'm so confused. Okay, Castle, now's your time to shine. He's pressing buttons. They're taking it. It's the pentakill. He actually got it. Pletter, congratulations. Picks up the pentakill, so I know.
Oh my God.
I know who's getting my POG. The Aphelios.
No.
He gets the pentakill at the end of the game. Hard carry. Absolutely incredible performance.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. He's
Imagine
not doing
if
it,
he got it.
He's not doing it. He's not doing it.
That would be
Chad, he
very
voted
funny.
clear. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. He voted clear.
That was actually like, it was super cool though, because like Satab gets caught and then they take it in turns to have super hype moments. Like, have a look at this. Hook misses, you're like, oh, Piero, that's a little bit of a worrying situation. And then a lot of Orbit Deception damage, and then Sponge. Amazing timing on this stopwatch to avoid dying. The Moonlight Vigil goes wide, that's fine, but then Pletter's flash from the Grand Entrance, just amazing. And this hook, oh, so good.
The funniest part is he actually stays in combat long enough. I'm pretty sure...
Oh, the ward! The ward got it for him!
And then...
takes the little lantern.
Penta.
And there it is. Clear is still going to get POG because he Gwen, and he Gwen very, very strongly.
They're gonna reverse sweep again.
Yeah, no, it's happening. It's just
how?
It's just how it goes.
How do you do it two times in a row?
Well, what you do is you lose 2 games and then you win. That's how it goes. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
It's actually quite easy. You could even just, DRX could have avoided wasting our time and just said, can we start 0-2? That would be great.
It's actually, it's simple. I wouldn't say it's easy. I think that's the key difference.
Ooh.
Right? Because it's very straightforward. It's simple. It's what you need to do is very obvious.
Yeah.
But it's not easy. Which makes it all the dumber that DRX are doing it again.
I mean, losing ain't hard.
No, but winning after losing is hard.
Yeah, but I mean, they 4-0'd KT during the split. DRX should be able to do this.
They really should, shouldn't they?
They did it very
recently. Yeah, but they had to just lull them into a false sense of security with the O2, you know. And
but wait, but like, you don't want them to have a sense of security. Like right now, they're probably feeling way better.
Well, DRX are, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but you don't know. If you go up 2-0, maybe they reverse sweep you.
By the way,
He did get it.
played at 100% robbed. How
Shut
do
up,
you
Atlas.
take the POG from the man who gets a pentakill? Oh my, did you see the he did 500 damage in the last team fight?
KT
Absolutely woeful.
If KT don't allow player to counterpick in game 5,
yeah.
I will have choice words for them, because in both games, exactly the same thing happened. He gets R5 counterpick, and then he completely dunks on everyone on the Rift.
Yeah. No, he was absolutely amazing. I was obviously being sarcastic,
No,
there,
I know
ladies
you
and
were.
gentlemen.
I know you were.
Just I didn't want to leave it up in the air.
I would have played that. You know.
You know, do you have a vote?
I assume he does. Yeah, Observers will have vote. You know I'm joking.
Okay, thank God. I mean, I was worried that they wouldn't know that I was joking, and I was the one speaking. They can hear my tone of voice. You scared me there, Yundo, for a second.
You know, we should have known that you know us.
Media kicked up.
was
There's that one guy. I don't know whether we have media votes. We actually have no idea how many votes there are. Like, it could just be us voting. And the fact that we both voted for Clear gives it to Clear. It's hard to know. But now,
Maybe we're the media.
we're
they always
queuing
see
up
our
Silver
votes.
Street. We're queuing up.
It's actually
Silver
happening. And we
Street, man.
know it's there because this happened
Yeah.
last week.
Yeah. Yeah. Know exactly what to do. DRX goes to a game 5. It happens. They just get us. And KT, gonna get side selection before we go into the break. Oh no, we don't. We don't. So we're gonna go to a short break. When we get back, we'll let you know what that side selection is going to be, and we'll see whether the reverse sweep is going to be a reality. We'll see you then.
파란팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Game 5 time, a place in this series we all knew we were heading. It's a DRX game. It's a best of 5. That's just how it goes. That's life. We're in a nutshell right now. Well, that's life in a nutshell. I don't know. Kind of losing my mind here. KT, they've made some decisions.
They have.
Some decisions,
Some
choices
great.
have been made, yes.
Some.
The first one, really good. They chose red side.
Yeah.
What else did they do?
They have swapped out not one, but 2 players.
Okay. So who's been swapped?
We're swapping out Wei,
Mm-hmm.
and we're putting in Rebel,
Okay.
and we're swapping out Castle. We're putting in Perfect.
So they're rebelling against winning. Because I think way is the way.
Yeah, I'm a big Wei believer, and I am very worried. I think that being put in a game 5 like this, after you are getting reverse swept, it can go 2 ways. Because I also think that watching the series is very different from playing in it. I do think that the kind of fresh mindset that comes in is something that is possible to help you out in these high pressure situations. But it might also backfire, and you put two very young and inexperienced players in a high-pressure situation, and they boom.
Yeah, it is a difficult one. Also, I think that Castle has been, even though he got smacked by a Gwen, like, what are you going to do? You're Cassante into Gwen. You got counterpicked. This time around, Castle would have had counterpick. He has been playing really well. He hard carried. The games that they won, oh my god, like his cannon performance, just amazing. I just don't know whether they're going to be able to get the same out of Perfect here, who has, I think, not been at the level of Castle. And and Clear is a very difficult opposition. Rebel did play most of the split, so does have experience under his belt. But Wei has also been a linchpin for this squad. He's looked so good.
The main thing for me with Wei is that I think you did see that he was kind of frazzled by the end of it. Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's the intangibles that we really need to take into account here, and it's the fact that KT could be subbing these players because A, they could have requested it. They could be like, I'm not feeling like I am up to this right now, and they needed to have somebody else step in. That is a definite possibility. So we'll just have to see. Rebel making his way in. Big shoes to fill here for both of these KT substitutions. Subbing in a game 5, man.
Yeah, no biggie. It's just win one game. You know, you didn't lose the previous games. You're fine.
What have been some, like, what do you think the best substitution in a, like, pivotal series has ever been?
No idea. It's probably something involving Easy Hoon.
Ooh. I mean, some of those were good. I think my favorite one of all time was when Pawn came back from hospital.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
When EDG were down 0-2 against WE and played Kassadin in Game 3 and reverse swept them.
Yeah.
That was my favorite. I think that was the biggest one. The Bengi switch in with the Nidalee, that's also a big one. Definitely a bunch of those. But we'll see.
Yeah,
Can it be
that
Rebel?
was the New Jeans bunny.
Yeah.
And, you know, everyone is a fan of New Jeans, and like New Jeans and Chainsaw Man are kind of the everything revolves around those two pop culture things.
What I enjoy
in the LCK. This is just
because you said everyone.
Okay, everyone in the LCK. That's bad phrasing on my part.
Okay, but I'm in the LCK.
Yeah,
but
I mean the players, Atlas, and all the
right.
You know, they're doing all the Fox thing, and
it's cute.
Yeah, I can 1v5 T1. I totally believe you. That sounds completely reasonable.
Yeah, go for it,
Brookhon. Give it a go.
Yeah. You can also make him a t-shirt, which is pretty cool as well. DRX. Elise and the Syndra going to be banned away first here. Syndra banned on the blue side. Very interesting ban. Kind of standing out in my mind as the Varus going to be taken off the board here as well. Sejuani, big one.
Are we first picking Rakan for DRX here? It's one of our big questions coming in. We've actually seen the Aphelios be extremely successful into the Xayah and Rakan.
That's true. I think that Xayah Rakan's kind of a bait. I think that Zeri's
so
bait as well.
Zeri's bait. Yeah. Xayah Rakan is bait. So do you just...
First pick Aphelios. Viego. I like the Viego.
I really like the Viego ban. Yeah. I think that Hambak has definitely earned the respect. And now KT kind of have to ban Sedge because Sejuani is very, very strong. And then you can first pick Lee here. I'm okay with that actually. Rakan is the other obvious choice. And I would love it if it's not Xayah Rakan. Yeah. But you just Rakan. I think just Rakaning here is okay. Is Rebel going to come in cold here and just lock in fresh?
Oh, just locks in Renata?
Would love that as well.
Just locks in Nautilus? Not a huge fan of that.
It's okay.
I feel like if you're going to play Xayah, though, you're kind of happy into Nautilus. Depth charge, uniquely avoidable with Featherstorm. Availability, not very avoidable outside of that.
What's going to be the second pickup here? I would like a Lee, personally. I think Hambak on an aggressive pick is really big. And this would be the expected combo, Aphelios and...
Yep.
I know it's not happening. I would love if Plata just locks in Ziggs here. Because, no, it actually, like, it's so good.
What about Vigo? Because you can just lock Viger Lee Sin, and then you can flex it the whole time.
I would love to. I feel like that's it's just going to be Xayah Wukong probably.
Yeah.
That's what we're actually getting.
Man, it's a bit of a shame, just mainly because I think that Sponge denying the Lee Sin.
Oh no.
And then not being on Wukong would have been good.
Hi, Alter Garland. Hi, people. Happy LEC head. No LEC headhunters. These are our players.
No.
Leave them alone. Let him go.
I mean, this is like very obvious here from KT. I like the Lee Sin pickup for them, and I feel like Sponge defaulting to Comfort here in Game 5 makes some sense. But hopefully they have a plan. Xayah Khan going to give them a lot of power though. See whether that's going to be enough, as the LeBlanc ban in response to the Ahri mid lane is seeming to be where we focus. Malphite drawing some attention in my mind.
Yeah, I would love a Malphite ban. Whereas Peachy is playing for Unicorns of Love in the Prime League. I don't know if they are in the running for playoffs. I'm unaware of whether or not that's the case. But I do know that's where he is. Veigar getting banned here as well makes complete sense. And
Sate's going to go into the depths of it.
I feel like I'm missing a very obvious mid lane pick. But LeBlanc, Veigar, Ahri,
Victor. Wow, Silas. Oh, Silas. That means Malphite.
So they're basically saying either you lock Malphite here now, and then they can counter Gwen. I actually loved it from DRX. So either they pick Malphite here, or you pick Malphite. And I think Claire is probably confident enough into any matchup on the Malphite. It's been banned repeatedly.
Yep.
And Rakan, Malphite, and Wukong is not a fun game to play for an Aphelios, as it's the Rise. If they victor Malphite here, I think
it's GG.
I think it's happening. I think you're. What?
Oh.
What?
So it's Yasuo Malphite.
Oh
it's the old
God.
school. It's even better. It's even better than Yasuo Gragas. And Gragas is what the answer is going to be. This is how you Game 5, everyone. Can you see any knockups on DRX?
I don't know.
Do you think there's any knockups
Do you
available?
think there's enough? I'm not sure. Oh, gee. Oh, man.
Well, now it's going to be, and Perfect as well is going to be going full tank because he has to, which is going to be very good, honestly. Even though Yasuo doesn't really care about armor with his ultimate and things like that, but still. Like, DRX, this is Game 5. No, you just Yasuo Malphite it in Game 5.
Yeah, but this is what I like. I think this is how you do it, right? Because if you come in and you're like, okay, it's Game 5, guys. No, you got look at these faces. They're like, we're sending it.
Yeah. This is the upper bracket, I guess. So actually, like the amount to lose, like if you lose, then you just get to play another best of 5. It's more practice. Fantastic. Get me on the stage.
So they have a neutralizing matchup. KT does in top. Also, look at these faces. They look very different. Neutralizing matchup in top. Good prio matchup in jungle. Obviously pre-6, Lee is a lot stronger. Mid's kind of doomed. Feisty's not going to have a good time on the Rise. And then bot lane should be even. Hype and Rebel or Hype and Wayradder were better in the early game. But I'm seeing this DRX, I'm like, I don't care how far behind they get. If Hype is ever not Gilforce Flash ready, or Feisty, they just die. There's no counterplay. There's too much. It's critical mass. It's full dive with a Xayah.
And this is also Nautilus that they opted into as well. There wasn't a Thresh ban. That's not why. This is Rebel wanting the Nautilus so that KT can be the ones going forward. And DRX have said, okay, forward you go. And we will knock you all up. And then we will suspend you there for a while. And then you will all die. And that is a likely outcome here. Man, DRX just, I guess maybe they had like a 5-game plan. You know how like some people don't really have a plan. They take it day by day. No.
DRX knew from the start.
They planned from the beginning. They're like, we will just play some games, but if it gets to the wire, we'll just Yasuo and Malphite. It'll be fine. Let's rock out. Ooh, we are getting it. We are getting it, man.
So there's one thing that I'm worried about. Well, there's more. I think KT's composition can snowball really well, and the DRX composition can lock damage if Setup and Plata can't hit crucial item spikes. And I really like the DRX comp, but it is a comp where
it's a fun comp, right?
It's
so
a fun comp.
Like
you want to like it. But I do think that we need to see the execution actually be there. Which, to be fair, last 2 games, great. There's also the problem that if Plata falls behind, or Setup like falls behind substantially, Perfect is a tank Gragas, and he's going to build full armor, because if you look to the left, there is no AP. There will be no AP. And I personally do think that Xayah is one of the AD carries that can get away. You can get away with drafting a Xayah, right? If it's like Ezreal or
that's the thing. Like, a full tank still
Kai'Sa, like you can as soon as you finish LDR, you'll get through the health bar.
Yeah.
As okay, Rebel.
All right, I see you, Rebel.
I respect it.
Just have to see whether this is actually going to be enough, right? Because it doesn't feel like one of these, like, sometimes we see Leona's running away with the lane. We actually saw that already this series. Nautilus hasn't been a runaway with the lane champion recently.
No.
And maybe Rebel can find that angle. Maybe he can be that guy.
Kinda has to, because the main thing why I think we like the DRX comp as well is because this is the type of comp where if you play with confidence, it works like so much better. Because I think you need to have I think you need to have some reckless abandon when playing a comp like this.
Yeah.
And this is the type of comp where if you're about to get reverse swept and they draft this, I'm like, oh no. Right? Because I do really think that where you are in the series matters. Because a comp like this, it's better to make a bad play with 5 people than to like half commit. If you half commit with this, it's kind of doomed. And I think that with how DRX are feeling right now, they're not going to be suffering from a lack of confidence, as they do know Humbug's here.
Yeah, actually wasting a bit of his time here, as he will move back. Looks like red buff is going to be the focus here for Sponge. I like it. Just aiming for level 6 as best he can. DRX setting up a little bit of a trap here. But no, they notice the fact that there is no Aphelios. They are just going to push another wave towards this turret. The Sponge takes down his red buff. Will now move into the river. Rune Prison here from Feisty, as it's not exactly the easiest matchup for Yasuo, necessarily. Just with the fact that Feisty can always Rune Prison you. So if the Flux does get past the wind wall.
Very keeping close eyes on Humbucker. I think that's a good choice. The Lee pre-6 is definitely a lot stronger when it comes to both the 1v1. And Perfect going for tank Gragas here, I think makes sense. But it also means that for the team comp, I think having a reliable frontline for Ryze and Aphelios is a great choice. But it also... Malphite is a pick that generally you shouldn't really be able to blind. Because Gwen, for example, is a great example, does exist, as I'm saying that, and Clear is getting pummeled a little bit, to a little bit of a scary extent. Early on Gragas, even Tank will still have a great amount, as I think he actually got the cancel there with the slap as well. Nicely done.
That was a little bit frightening, but Sponge is going to make it home. Yeah, teleport's at the ready. Humbug's going to try and stop him from being able to use it. Perfect, gonna let him go though.
Yeah, Wave not in a great spot for him to cancel.
Okay, so out with his life this time, but down 11 CS. So far, perfect. Coming in, doing really well. Some fresh hands here for KT. Starting to work out. A Sponge chasing down Humbug. As Nimbus Strike comes through, will of course land the Q there, as it does have extended range. It's difficult to miss.
Piero's here. So is Rebel. And already, like, both teams know, like, if you get a lead in a situation like this, you're feeling great. He's on vision!
Oh no, there's a flash out. No last breath available. And so not going to be able to lock him down if they get a knock-up, but still the flash is a big one. Because Feisty should just be dead whenever they decide him to be. If Setab's going to hit level 6, he should get there pretty soon.
And even if Setab himself can find an angle, as soon as Sponge is 6, he's dead. It's not a lot of counterplay to Wukong jumping on you from stealth and cycloning you. Do see Clear has been able to get back to within roughly a wave perfect with the fresh TP in. I think he's going to be able to freeze here, so wave state a little bit awkward for Clear. So, Feisty just gonna keep phase rushing to safety. And DRX, they're not really looking to do anything until they hit 6.
Well, Hook going to come down. There's the Grand Entrance, just to deny Rebel any more. He's going to back away. Satab going to move into the river here. So KT just immediately back off. Yeah. And level 6 was hit, and that is why.
Has Berserker Greaves. Not an insane spike, but still going to have to respect it. Do see that early game here still dead even. Momentum matters so much in a final game of a best of 5. Should be in the favor of DRX, but KT does have 2 people coming in fresh.
Yeah, control ward going to be taken out here. DRX, the only ones who will have a control ward in this pit for now. There's a little bit of a something going on towards this top side. It's Perfect having a really good time into the Malphite. As we can see, Humbug moving back down. Doesn't have the largest of health bars, but should still be able to get into this river and try and get something done.
Just taking turns, clearing each other's wards. And can start this up. Do have a level lead for Piero, but not going to be too relevant. Sponges on vision here.
Yeah, if it was a level 6 level lead, then we'd have a different conversation, but not quite.
If DRX aren't getting hard, yeah, I tend to agree. I think if you just scale into mid game with this DRX comp, you're feeling amazing. Can give up an early dragon as well. The only thing you shouldn't do is hard flip over an early objective and fall monstrously far behind, which, the reason why I'm saying that, looks like we're about to contest here.
Yep, and if Piero's W lands, then Hype might die. So let's see what's going to happen here. As he flashes in, there is the knock-up. Last breath not going to be used, though. As Humbug gets out, there it is. That is going to be first blood going over to the Xayah.
Piero
as
6.
He prioritizes the rise because he had no flash, and now Rebel going to have to dredge line his way out. He will successfully do so, and Satab just going to dive on over towards this. Drake, him and Sponge going to take that one out. So first Drake, first blood. And that is a great start here for DRX.
Sometimes the best defense is a great offense, and DRX, 4 flashes invested there. This is the first skirmish, and this is exactly what we're talking about. You can't afford to be scared with this, and it's Piero with a flash W there. Not even going for the immediate set. I'm not sure. I think it might have been a hook on Satab or an auto, which is why he couldn't go for it. But it didn't matter because he still got it with his own knock-up on the subsequent play. And now they get an early dragon. They get an early kill on Plata. And the only thing that paid for it was a bunch of summoners. And Pierre actually hit 6 off of the kill. And as a result, Rebel almost died as well. That would have been way worse now. KT, gold is still very manageable. But losing first blood and a first Drake like that, when you're on the verge of being reverse swept?
Yeah. Yeah, no, any sort of tempo shift just feels so much worse when you're in this position. It's feisty, you're going to get dove on. Satab just dancing around the minion wave as much as he would like. Lands the tornado there as well. And Satab actually looking real good on this Yasuo for now. Doesn't find that one, so cast a curse, I guess. Apologies there, DRX fans, for that one. Now going to move on over. Try to take down all of this vision. Humbug waiting in the wings, kick at the ready. And Hextech Drake going to be the second one. That means that the Soul was going to be more relevant than the worst possible option.
Yeah, maybe it's Ocean again. Yeah. Although Ocean with double frontline.
I want a Cloud Drake, man. We haven't any Clouds.
I would love Cloud, dude. Wukong with Cloud.
Oh,
like,
God.
Aphelios with Cloud. They're so fun.
Yep. Gragas with Cloud lumbers around even faster.
That is an early cape done for Perfect, who has been doing great in this 1v1. It's to be expected. Malphite obviously doesn't get any value from his armor passive, and Gragas is great at forcing traits, even when your shield is down, which is not something that Malphite particularly enjoys. But at the same time, Clear has one job. It's don't die. And don't give up plates. Tempo Catalyst coming through here. Obviously, don't expect that to be an Abyssal because there is no AP on his team. But he can just sit on that indefinitely, finish his Barmy's item, and eventually he will see Hype and press R.
I think it's Rod of Ages. It must be Rod of Ages Malphite, right?
Well, you know, it's not even... I don't even think it's that crazy, given that we are looking at... Yeah, I don't think we can test here, unfortunately.
Perfect is going to walk over, but yeah, Satab is here. Perfect, you may just die, but no. There's the Bomber. As Feisty's going to move in. He's running really fast, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. They're going to hold off on the ultimate. Last Breath is available. And there is the eye secured by the Wukong. Doesn't actually invest. And so they do manage to take down the Wukong. He collects the eye, so it's Herald for a Monkey.
Not a bad trade for DRX, but I like the confidence there from KT. Always going to be a little weird in situations like this, that one of the teams just kind of takes the beating. Not going to be the case. They are able to trade a counter kill. Clear also is getting a little bit low. Now, Perfect doesn't have a lot of mana, doesn't have an ultimate, so I don't think he's in any threat. Oh, Plata looking for a play on hype here.
There are some dangerous guns. However, Plata is just going to dive after him, and look at this. Hype not looking like he has too many options. Yeah, Satab is going to find him, and yeah, he doesn't have flash, so very dead. Plata just locks down the kill.
Plata with the DRX logo, flashing it there, has been on this organization for a really long time, right?
And remember
2021.
Well, yeah, this year got a POG.
He did
in the LCK, and it was on this champion. A lot of comfort, if DRX.
And after last year, it'd be so cool if DRX can do it, right? If DRX are able to actually finally get the title. And obviously, this is just the upper bracket final. They still need to win another best of 5, which, looking at how good KT was here today, I'm like, that's probably KT again in the final. Wouldn't really surprise me at all.
And unless D+, like, find a return to form, but it's not looking like it at this stage.
No, they weren't looking particularly
had a bit of time.
True. Yeah, maybe they're because I think their drafts definitely have been like the biggest points of criticism. But I think KT, with what they're showing today, definitely deserve a large amount of our faith. But I've seen Plata get fed on Xayah early, and last time he did that, he got POG in the LCK. Yeah. So as long as he doesn't repeat the incidents on Zeri in game number 1 and 2, things are looking up. Yarrow will be making his way over.
And also, like, the problem is that Plata shouldn't even be anywhere near the forefront of KT's mind right now.
No.
Because they're staring down the barrel of this, like, Malphite Yasuo combo that they're trying desperately to avoid just instantly dying to. And while that's all happening, Plata's just living his best life, gale forcing around the rift, having a really good time. So that's he's a great insurance policy this game, and it's good to see that he's playing well on top of all that.
Do note, there are flashes up this time around. It does mean that some of the DRX combos might lose a little bit of potency. They do get this Drake though, so I guess they're fine. It is Ocean.
Oh, it is Ocean. It's the Frank.
If it's a good Drake, things are looking really bad for KT. Now, not so much. I think, Piero?
Oh, Piero just going to dive forward, finds Humbug, and battle dances away. Humbug was there for about a minute, and in the end was spotted. Really good heads-up play there from Piero to check the brush. We've seen players die to that.
Top lane. Things are happening. Yeah, Perfect. I don't know about this one. Perfect should never ever die here. And it looks like DRX like, yeah, no, that's true actually. We'll let it go. It's okay.
Lost Gravity. This is Challenger LCK, so it is on a new channel. Welcome. Glad you found it. It's never too late. This is the winners final. The winner of this game will be in the grand final of Challenger.
And we are on the verge of a reverse sweep. For the second time in a row by the same team. DRX against T1. Last week, and it was me and Atlas. They were down 0-2. They looked really bad. Then they picked Nasus, and they won.
And then they picked The Rock, and they won. The Rock was, in fact, this Malphite. And that's what they picked in this game as well, with the Yasuo.
And now, in game number 2, 1 and 2, KT looked amazing. Looked way better. You know what happened? We're here.
Yeah.
As we speak.
What's up, Nymera? How you doing? Hope you were casting. Weren't you casting the LPL today?
Yeah.
What you doing here?
I assume he was.
Oh, bike with Anadolia.
Done.
I miss you already. Thank you so much for providing us with content today. That's okay. KT, relatively even, right? So we saw that Drake go down. It is a 2 Drake lead. But with the ocean there, are we really too worried about the whole situation?
It's more so that the way I see KT win this is if they were able to like use Rise in side lanes, snowball early game, because like 5v5ing against the DRX comp is just not happening. And with Yasuo, and this is the problem, I think a lot of 5v5 comps do kind of struggle. I also think Clear is not going to have a great time into Feisty if KT can find that matchup. But Satap is also going to murder everyone. So here we go.
That is a great flash from Satap. He is like, you remember last time where he was like, grand entrance, I ain't flashing that. This time he's like, I am flashing immediately.
I think Satap read the discourse and was like, you know what, they were right.
Yeah,
I should have flashed.
Satap is actually, or I think most of DRX's like coaching staff has been dissecting what you guys have been writing in Twitch chat just to make sure.
I think
that
the 20 minutes of discussion actually are a large part of why he survived that gank.
Yeah, 100%. And so this is why we have these discussions over and over again. It is to make sure that our players will learn, and they did. Look at this.
And this is what's so remarkable to me is that this DRX, these players do not look like the same players from game 1 and 2. Like not even a little bit.
Yeah.
They're unrecognizable.
Yeah, they definitely also
they're so dead.
They're so dead! Oh no! There's a knock-up. It's a great kickback onto Satap, but they've got another knock-up! And then they've got another knock-up! And then they've got another one! And it's going to be fine. Perfect! Finds a decent barrel, and they will let him walk away, but man... This
it's happening.
Was without
It's happening again!
That was without Platter this whole time, and now he's got the feathers. They're flashing after him. Piero looking fantastic, by the way, on this Rakan. And that is going to be the kill. A turret falls down as well, and DRX is just, yeah, it is.
They're gonna reverse sweep for the second time in 1 week!
And we predicted it, man. Like, we had it written down. Do you know what we should have done? Our prediction shouldn't have been. It should not have been a 3-2. We should have predicted a 2-3 DRX. That's what we should have predicted.
This is unbelievable.
Oh man,
they're doing it again.
What is this?
They're so much better, right? Like the collapse is already imminent. They have the deep flank ward here. Clear is immediately there. Satap sets up the bait. And if you thought that first knock-up, you know, was enough, he's like, no. I got Clear coming. I trust my man.
And then they've got a Cyclone as well, and like, there were just too many different options, right? Then he can get his own Tornado, because he's charged it up in time, of course.
And yeah, like, even if Rice TP's in there, like, there is no self-team. The moment that the Phalios dies and Lee is where he is, yeah, it's done. Yeah. Like, you can't go for it. It wouldn't work.
And they didn't, it's not that they like, yeah, this is the thing, that was just not a good option.
No, they
as soon
feel
as
like
that
they have to make a
starts
play,
getting channeled.
right? Because I think you need to try and hard force. You can't just try and out 5v5 this comp. Like, it's not happening.
Yeah, it's hard.
You just can't. You can't 5v5. Like, what is Hype gonna do? He has one flash every 5 minutes.
He could take the Lantern. Wait. No. And even then, I don't think Thresh would have saved this situation. As Q is going to connect. There's a hook. Platter. Him getting caught out. That's definitely a good thing. So now doesn't have the flash or the Feather Storm for this potential Soul Point fight. That is kind of huge. It's KT moving towards the Baron pit for now.
The anti-reverse sweep.
Yeah. We've got 40 seconds before Baron actually exists on the map. It looks like Shirley is just going to be ignored this game. Poor Shirley. We like you, Shirley, but it's not going to be the focal point this time around. All of the ultimates at the ready outside of that Feather Storm.
That's a big one.
And the cask, of course.
Yeah, that is a big one. But this feels much better if that's Baron. They're not even going to have the time to get Shelly. It's actually going to despawn now.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Bye, Shelly.
Aww.
Sorry, Shirley. Shelly was thrown into a turret a lot early. So now you have Soul Point as well.
Yep.
I don't see it, Atlas.
I don't know.
I don't have the lines.
I think we would have been talking about DRX having a chance to Wombo their way back into the game if they were down 6,000 gold at this point.
Yeah, if everything was swapped. yeah. We're like, but they can get the combo.
Yeah, but you can always find the team fight. Now finding the team fight is a lot easier. As speaking of which, Piero is just going to annoy Humber.
You know the little zoom in on Yasuo is like, is he close enough? No, he's not.
Can we just hover the range for a second? It's been a while since I played him. Oh man. Well, now DRX just going to live their best lives. And the way that this kind of works is a bit like a 1-3-1 until they decide to collapse and kill. Yasuo loves his life in a side lane. I would expect that Clear is not going to have the greatest of times as this game goes on. Like, Feisty's probably going to be fine in a side lane against him for a large amount of time, and if they were laning against each other, there would be a flame horizon there. Wow, Feisty has just been
he's
destroying minions.
He really is hoovering them up. And hey, maybe DRX over-index on an engage on hype and let Feisty just machine gun. That is an angle.
True.
But the main issue with that is that also assumes that all they have is their combo, but they don't, because Plata's fed, is free kills, sitting on a 40 CS lead and has quick blades, and Setup is in a perfectly fine spot in this game as well. Like, he doesn't have a second item yet, but once he does, you can buy a lot of armor, Feisty, but it's still going to be tough. That is one thing though, like DRX, I think if he gets to like really late game,
I mean, Last Breath gives you a hell of a lot of armor back.
Yeah, and again, I think that Plata has a lot of power as well. But I do think if we get to like the 3-4 item mark and KT can hang on, they can actually come back. Like, I don't think we should ever get there with how the current state of the game is, because what I think is happening is DRX is going to hard force in 2 minutes, get Soul, and then they hard force for Baron.
Yeah.
And then they like, as long as they do that, and which clearly they can, they should be completely okay. Oh no, well, perfect.
Sponge is coming on in. There is the Cyclone, there's the knockup, there is the next knockup, there is the ultimate. And now Perfect is going to have to try and body slam his way out of this one. There's the flash. Doesn't have another turret shot coming. Setab was trying to pick the barrel. And I think Perfect may just die, guys. I don't think that this is going to be the angle. And there is the kill going over to Setab. Not quite able to wait enough time. Miniwave in an awkward spot for that. So, dead Gragas. What can DRX actually get from this? It's going to be the question. And not a whole lot, because there's no Drake to take. And maybe the Baron could be a little bit dangerous at this point in time. Although they do have a lot of damage.
At the very least, you wait till Last Breath is up. They're just going to go.
They might just go in. Hype has some great guns for this, as the Grand Entrance does come forward. Pleta locks down the kill onto Humbug. It is going to be a 1-for-1 though, and Hype kind of massive. Rebel just taken out, and Pleta is going Super Saiyan in this fight, although not going to find too much value with the Featherstorm. So DRX probably going to back off here. Clear coming back pretty soon with his teleport at the ready as well.
Okay, I think that the value of Abyssal here is obviously about your own damage, and there is a lot of magic damage on KT. Really interesting. Didn't actually expect him to finish it as we can see. Clear can definitely die if the Feisty is machine gunning on him. And crucially here, there is no Yasuo. So this is a 4 versus 4. If it wasn't, this wouldn't be close, even without the Last Breath available. And Pleta again gets even more fed. And that to me is kind of the biggest problem that KT are facing, is that if Pleta wasn't fed, I think the team fights are actually a little bit more playable if you have Flash on Hype and Feisty.
Yeah, the result of all of these fights has been Pleta gets more gold.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you don't
very
want
bad.
happening. Like, if it was Setab getting all the gold, for example, you'd be like,
he's about to get his Lord Doms. It's like one of the...
I is done. Oh, if anyone gets caught, everyone dies. Oh my god. No! I'm so scared! Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Hail Mary engage? Hail Mary?
Okay, Hail Mary Baron. I like it. Let's go.
Do we?
I mean, I hate it, but I like the idea. It's the thought that counts. That's what my mom always says.
Hype does have Flash available, so they do need to actually get on top of him.
Yeah, there it is.
That's
Unstoppable Force is going to come down. They're holding on to the ult here as in they go. That is the first kill for Desire. Hype is going to be taken down in the end, and I think it's just going to be the clean ace. Chronicler.
It's happening!
It is the reverse sweep. The Bomber, is it going to be enough? The answer is going to be no, as the Baron will be taken. The Drake can be taken afterwards, but maybe they'll just destroy the base instead. And DRX,
look,
man, they're doing it.
It's textbook. KT, you know, I don't like this flip. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to lose the game otherwise. Might try and force a mistake. Clear forces a flash. That's the end of it, right? Like, Piero gets an amazing knock-up, Sato follows up, but the key thing is that Valios isn't in the fight, because knowing that there's no flash, Sponge just literally like...
Yeah, it flashes over the wall and just ults only in Aphelios, and that's exactly what he needed to do.
That's all he needed to do. That's Soul, that's Baron, and DRX have done it again!
They're going to the finals! This DRX squad is going to the finals. And do you know what? They are undefeated since round 1. How dare we?
They haven't
How
lost
dare
a
we?
single series, Atlas.
How dare we ever doubt them? And we didn't, because we predicted that they would win.
We did.
However, I got a little frightened, not going to lie. About halfway through game 3, kind of thought that we were going to have an early night.
It was 2-0. I was like, yeah, this is over. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be home early tonight. You know, we were going to eat our pizza and go home. Maybe play some League of Legends with the guys.
We're still going to do that.
Have a walk.
We're still going to do
know.
that. I wanted to go for my evening walk that may have to be timed out. But that's fine. I don't really like walking that much anyway.
Did this guy just cost Valorant? Yeah, I'm an AI, so I'm costing multiple titles at the same time.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm not using my my New York accent because I am Australian.
Who are
today.
you, Velas or Achilles?
Not much of a good. Rebel's gonna die. Let's see whether anything good can happen here for KT. 5 goes golden. Really nice stopwatch timing.
Oh, no.
They find a barrel into the back line, but oh my, Pledder's just underneath the inner. It just wipes them out. That's another one. That's it. That's game. DRX are going to reverse sweep 2 best-of-5s in a row. As an organization, you can tack that onto the end of worlds. They've been reverse sweeping forever. This is absolutely obscene. Oh my goodness, what a performance here from these guys in the last match. And you can see, like, hands off keyboard, they're like, oh man, really? Did we have to do this again? And because they looked so much worse in the first 2 games.
They didn't look. They were. They were so much worse. And you know how I had to vote for it? My boy Piero. That Rakan,
Ooh, that is a choice.
That first flash.
Sorry, I had to open the thing so I could do the thing and do the thing.
That first flash, W onto the enemy, my God. And KT. Yeah, Plata's in a minute. I think Plata gets it, but I had to vote for my boy Piero, man, because he was not good for the first 2 games, as was Plata. They both were playing actively detrimental to the rest of their team.
And I am proud. I am proud of it.
What are you talking about? Plata played amazing.
Yeah, he was good.
He was really good.
Boom damage. My God, KT just kind of fell off a cliff in that one, but can we blame them?
No, you
the
can't.
other telecom team also did the same thing.
I'm gonna, you know, if you get to grand finals, you're gonna let DRX win that game number 1. That's
yeah,
right. That's what
give
you
them
do.
game 1.
You're
you
like,
definitely
hey,
give them game 1.
You have this one,
Yeah.
okay? And then they're like, oh, we're good, and then you free won them.
That is how you do it.
Easy.
That is how you do it. The only way to beat the reverse sweeper is to reverse sweep.
What I hate is that DRX, like, they do the same thing on different sides. Like first they're like, in the previous series they're like, oh yeah, you don't want us on red side. Oh no, because we're gonna. So they start off by picking blue side twice and losing both times, right? And then they go to red, and KT's like, oh yeah, of course. Like you got trying to mix it up, and then they counterpick and they win. And then KT's like, oh, that was a fluke. So they pick blue side themselves because they lost, and then they do it again, and you get Gwent. And then in the end, DRX is with Moment in game 5, and they're on blue side, which is better.
This is the first time.
Which is better.
This is the first time a team with side selection won the game. This is actually the first time that the team with side selection won the game.
It's the long-term bamboozle, baby. You can't just get blue side. You have to mind control KT into thinking it's good to not be on blue side. Oh my God.
Not the long-term bamboozle.
Not the long con.
I'd be okay with losing any other way than the long-term bamboozle. I cannot handle it. My goodness. This is just... It's so weird, right? Because I'm like...
DRX, man.
Yeah, it's... After game 2, I was like, this is over. But I should never have even thought like that, because we should have thought like that after the T1 series game 2, right? We did. But like, to let ourselves think that maybe...
What? No, I was like, well, that's what we thought when T1 played. And you were like, no. I was with you. I was with you. I was like, no, you're right, Atlas. This isn't the same.
I more disagreed with... I felt like DRX looked like the better team against T1.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Because I felt like they got a little bit more like out-drafted and out-thought.
That's true.
But in this series,
they were just worse.
KT were just way better in the first two games. Like DRX, we didn't even have anything to talk
go!
about as Piero picks it up.
My
2-0-14 was knocking people into the sky. My boom boom damage vote not paying off this time around.
Okay.
But yeah, it was the bot lane. They were amazing, and they set things up for all of the other pieces of this team. And it felt like just a slow coming together, you know? It's like all 5 players got back on the same page in the final game. And do you know what we're going to do? We're going to reset. And all the players are going to forget that they know each other. We're going to go into game 1 of their next best of 5, which is going to be the grand final. We're going to have to go through the journey again. That's how it's going to go.
If they actually... I know we just had the DRX at World Story, but if they actually triple reverse sweep their way to winning LCK Challengers, I don't know.
How many game 5s would the DRX organization in League of Legends have gone to in a row? In
like the last a lot, yeah.
Because it's like at Worlds it was 3, right?
Yeah.
So it was 3 in a row. Did they go to 5 games in their qualification? They did, right?
Twice.
Twice. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 so far. So it would be 8 game 5s in a row
that they've won.
That they've won. Yes.
No, Atlas has a vote.
I do have a vote.
Challengers,
I voted for Pleta this time.
Which
we flipped a coin and we gave it to Piero. But look, Pleta's in the picture. You can see just under the name Rakan, there's like you can see the little ears. So I mean, Pleta's there. It's fine.
Oh, DRX. Oh yeah, they free won Gen.G.
Oh, they did. So it wasn't 5 games. Yeah, they
How does
won them. I always forget that because it just makes no sense to me.
That still doesn't
them.
feel like it's real.
No, it's definitely not real. It's very strange. But it is now time for that team interview, which means C4 time. We're going to have a chat with you guys.
Caster and Chat Community Corner.
What a challenges we've had this year. What a time to bring out the official Challenger broadcast in a year like this, where everything's kind of just hit the wall.
I'm so happy that I didn't have to go through this journey alone this time around. Because if I'd done this by myself, you can't explain challengers.
No,
no
one wants to know really. Because like you come out and you're like, this crazy
guys,
thing,
it's so
and
cool. Like, and now you guys all truly get
But as soon as you know, right? That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. Personal jinx.
If you had to choose one of your LCK co-casters to defend you from the others, I choose Max. That's
the others?
I choose Atlas. Yeah, the others. Like if the other ones attack me, I'd pick Atlas. I think everyone would.
I am the bigger one.
Yeah. I hope.
Are you going to do a quadruple cast for the final? Maybe.
5 games means you have to stay online for 5 more hours to get to the 10-hour stream again. No.
Oh, that's true. Well, we need the 9-game day again.
Important. Tomorrow there was only 1 in the end, which is crazy. So tomorrow there will be, very important, Wolf and Valdez.
Yes.
With the, I guess we're going to get the graphic, but we're telling you now before you all leave, which you don't because you love challengers and you're here for chat, which is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we have T1, DK. That's an elimination match, right, between those two, which is very cool. Winner of that takes on KT on Thursday. So tomorrow, 1 day off. On Thursday, lower bracket. Grands on Friday. Saturday, lower bracket LCK.
Oh, yeah.
And Sunday, the real deal.
I can't believe this. So the likelihood of best of 5s that we've got coming up. So it's definitely going to be T1 DK.
Yeah.
In Challenger, that is coming up tomorrow. That's going to be hype. It doesn't really matter like who gets through, right? Because we get D+ or T1 versus KT. So it's either Telecom War or like a couple of years ago, every single best of 5 that we watched, in theory, organizational wise, right? So just going to be hype, which is dope. And then any of these teams faces off against the reverse sweepers themselves. So it's just going to be hype. And then the next day, Gen.G versus KT. BDD versus his old team. All of these amazing storylines all over the place.
And it doesn't matter, again, who makes it, because if you're not a fan of either team. I feel like you go for KT because it's new, right?
Yeah.
KT making it, the telecom war coming
True.
back. If you're a KT fan, you're going to ask people to stop doing that because it
Goes against the vibes. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want people to believe in KT. That's horrible. That's
That's
bad.
very
bad
dangerous.
juju. And if you're an LCK fan, then maybe you just want more T1 Gen.G. Maybe you never get enough. It's not like you've been lacking in that department.
Yeah, the thing is, like, right now, as, like, just a regional fan, I'm, like, looking at these teams, I'm like, KT T1, Gen.G T1, I'm like, yeah, MSI pretty
Yeah, I'm feeling good about
Yeah.
whoever we send to MSI. And there's so many cool storylines, right? The redemption for KT, Pace, which if you're a Challenger watcher, you know, making his way to a finals in his debut split.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
That doesn't happen very often. Well, he'll be playing as T1, and obviously Zeus did that. But, you know, not everyone can be Zeus.
A little bit of a different scenario there. But Pace has also just had, like, an incredible split as well. So to cap it off by getting to the final in his very first split, even if they don't win, like, I don't care. I think it's just a
making
super
final.
amazing story.
Yeah,
making an international.
Yeah.
In the very first split that he played, like
that's kind of the elephant in the room is that whoever makes it to finals, I think T1 will be the clear favorite, but that's okay. That doesn't really matter.
I mean, that's what. So we recorded the POG state.
What? We're not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah, no, I know. But you broke it. You leaked it early, so now we have to address it in here. So we recorded the POG state. It was just a really long sort of. We did a playoffs recap, talking about the state of all of the teams, and then talked about what our thoughts were for the next couple of matches that are going to be coming up in the LCK. And we kind of just glossed over. Like, we spoke about
Barely
T1
talked about final.
in like a talking about how they looked, but we didn't talk about the final at all because we were just like, well, they just beat whichever team out of Gen.G and KT get there, and then we go home.
For
kind of
challengers, though, I think the coolest thing to me about challengers is that, as we have seen again, you truly don't know until the Nexus falls. You actually, like in a best of 5, no best of 5 position is unwinnable or unlosable. There is no guarantees. Do you genuinely feel like DRX is the favorites now? No, it feels like they've done a lower bracket run, which they haven't.
Yeah, like whichever one of the teams that gets to the final, like if it is T1 or KT, I'm like worried for DRX because like what if they played well for one extra game?
Yeah, but at the same time, you're either team, you're KT or you're T1, and you're like, when push came to shove, like they dunked on us 3 games in a row.
They got cleared.
They got cleared. Yeah, that's the one thing. Can we maybe just never allow them to get counterpick for clear? You can't do that.
That is
That's the
2
problem.
reverse sweeps in a row where game 4 he's counterpicked and decimated by himself.
Yeah. Game 3 and 4 even because he
wasn't
got
the
double
Nasus
POG.
game, the Nasus game was
Nasus
game
was free, or maybe it was 4. I think it was free, but it might have been either way because it was both 3 and 4. And then in this series, it was also 3 and 4 because it was the Gwen. But before that, he had the Cannon, which he also got POG on.
Yeah. But that was like that was team fighting 1v9, whereas the other one was like I'm gonna kill the Nexus.
Yeah,
type
exactly.
situation.
Like Nongshim up even in the game that they won, where they won finals, they didn't look better.
Yeah, that was like a what the 0-7 Jax angle.
Hey, put some respect to it. He's 1-7.
Sorry, 1-7, 1-7 split push victory in game 5. I don't know whether DRX will do that because I don't know whether Clear will ever go 1-7.
No, he won't. No, and that's the beauty, because especially if you've been watching LCK as well, you know that Dundon will happily go 1-7 and keep on trucking. He'll keep
just
going
having a great
merry
time.
way.
Having a great time.
It was 0-0. Maybe it was
0-7-1.
Might be the case. I don't know. It was very bad. It was a very bad KD, and he got finals MVP.
Are any of you guys going to cast an MSI? We don't know yet,
No clue.
but we will let you know as soon as we do. Whether we're heading to
So,
Londarino or not.
what was your favorite Challengers moment? Chat, you're all invited to partake as well. Because for me,
Favorite Challengers
it
moment?
was probably the 9th game.
I think my favorite moment was Spongius.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Was that the 9th game?
Yeah, because what happened was we were both so deprived of energy that someone posted the Sponges memes and we both just giggled for a minute.
I've never actually lost it to a Morbius meme, like, ever.
No, Because you don't, because they're
No.
not funny
It
unless
was-
you're
in
been on
retrospect,
broadcast
it was a very funny time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10-hour cast.
10 hours spongy as hell, yeah. That's exactly it. How's about you know?
Quinge Uwu, yeah. Today had some great moments
Quinge
as well.
Uwu was definitely a good time.
Jiwoo Vega, oh yeah, or Jiwoo Nila.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That
Slap,
whole
slap.
series. The Jiwoo Cho'Gath was in that series
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Like, damn. That lost, but it was still
It
dope.
was still amazing.
Yeah. Quinge cast.
Who won? It was a reverse sweep again for
It was.
DRX.
Oh, the Camel Farm New
The
Zealand
copy
pasta. That was good, yeah.
pastas. Yeah.
I also liked the Chat GPT intros
Oh, yeah.
that we were reading out as well. I
That we
enjoyed
read
a
with
lot.
different accents and languages as well.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts was that we actually got a really wholesome chat, and everyone that wasn't wholesome was roasted immediately and left. Did you notice that as well? It's like they made one mean comment because they're like, "Oh, it's Twitch shit. I can do whatever I want."
Permanently banned for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, but even if they don't, like, you roast them and they're like, "Oh no, I'm actually getting called out," and they just leave, or they do it again and they get banned.
The groupthink isn't be a jerk.
No.
The groupthink
Everyone's
is
like-
actually just meme and have fun. And
Yeah, and it's amazing. So, thank you.
Proud of you
Chat.
guys.
You all did a great job.
We're not about
Wonderful.
negativity, but that doesn't mean we're not cool.
I like
That's the best
part
part.
where you guys, we are definitely real human beings that are real and not in a rebroadcasted AI.
Yeah. Well, he is, but he doesn't know, and he identifies as human, even if he is
So
an AI.
why does the LCK get the same number of spots as MSI at MSI as the LCS when the LCK is better? That's just the reality of it. It's also better for international competition because if you do it by level, it'd probably be like 1 seed for LEC or maybe 2.
Yeah.
And then just LPL and
I'm pretty sure,
LCK. And that's not fun. That's not what you want.
So both LCK teams skip play-ins as well, and I
Yeah.
don't think that's the same for all of the
LPL,
other regions
yeah.
as well. So it's a little bit more. Oh yeah, I did confirm that I was from 2020-23. That is
Nice.
true.
Who's the next Bulldog? There is no next Bulldog at the moment. I don't
Pitbull.
think... Pitbull's old, man. What are you talking about?
It was feisty until it was Satab today.
It was. Yeah, man. Satab really... This is peak Satab as well. He's been
It
so
was Poolbay
inconsistent
as well, but
forever.
yeah.
It was Poolbay, yeah. Poolbay has been kind of on a roughie.
Yeah.
As mentioned, tomorrow, same time, T1DK with Valdez and Wolf. Then Thursday, it's you and Wolf for KT versus the winner.
It is. It is. So we either get Telecom War or D+ versus KT. Either way, I'm actually super psyched for it. And also, I don't think Wolf and I have casted KT yet, and I know that he's, really high on them. I know that this reverse sweep would have, honestly, made him a bit annoyed because KT, they looked better than this and sort of ran out of steam towards the last couple of games.
Everyone looks better than DRX until they lose. That's actually been...
Yeah.
um,
Just slowly, their talents get sponged.
They just get...
They just get sponged.
Because we didn't talk about
He
that much
absorbs
anymore.
them.
But I've heard you say that exact sentence in that intonation 15 times already, and it's
I'm ready
it's
for it.
wormed
Yeah,
its
I'm
way
okay with it.
into my mind. And it's true, because if you look back at game 1 and 2, he was 0 and 6, 0 and 7. And in game 3 and 4, literally got first blood both games.
Yeah.
He was
a
dunking
god.
on him.
And he also did the right things in team fights instead of oh man, it was crazy. Tricky question: who will ever reach the fame even outside of League as Faker when he steps down? No one, and it's impossible.
You're literally... Well, I mean, I think with a long enough time frame it would be, but you're talking 40, 50 years, which with esports we don't know if it'll ever be that old. That's because you need someone to be as good as Faker for 15 years.
Yeah,
and even then, they'd probably still be compared to him. That's just the reality of it. I don't think it'll ever happen.
But also, as time goes on, the more your glasses rose tint, and so he gets stronger and stronger the longer he's been retired. Even though we've got infinite amounts of tape of just watching him actually play, you will never be able to play on the same patch, the same iteration of the game, and so it's very hard to know what it all means. So he'll just be the GOAT forever.
So we don't know anything about challengers players being brought up. Clear is a very obvious one that should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
If you've watched today's series, And there's like a lot of cases where it looks, depending on the day, like Hombach, Feisty. Even after today, like I still feel like
I agree. Yeah,
really had such an
Feisty's
amazing split.
Incredible, man. He made Syndra look good.
Pool Bay at this point is like kind of off, but I think it's also has been on the team for like a year and a half, and I think that's when you start to see some fatigue. Lucid and Thanatos are still no-brainers. What else do we got? Smash? Not yet, but in like a year or two.
Smash in these best of fives, like he's really stepped up. I was a little bit like hit or miss on Smash throughout the season, but him in these clutch moments, absolutely incredible. And I think that's a really
get him
really
in
big
LEC.
boon.
Don't say these things to
Oi,
me.
yeah,
don't do that.
And in fact,
don't do that to my heart.
Because of that, we're going to stop talking, and we will see you tomorrow.
It's not because of that. He's joking.
No,
it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine.
Like,
don't feel bad.
Anyway, good night. Bye bye.